Welcome in, guys. This is the 516th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody tuning in live on this beautiful evening, thank you so very much for being here. We already have nearly 19,000 people that have tuned into the TikTok live stream. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure to say hey in that chat. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, and also hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen right there. Then hit that yellow repost button. That will really help us boost this live stream out far and across that FYP to hopefully draw the Trump supporters in for a debate. And of course, for everybody that is just now tuning in live on YouTube, thank you for being here as per usual. I appreciate you so much for giving us some of the time out of your evening. And to all the VOD watchers that are tuning in after the live is over, thank you for being here as well. Make sure to drop a like on that stream. Now, folks, if you're new here, you're in for a treat. Every day for around 4 hours, we debate people that we disagree with. Usually, that means we're debating Trump supporters. But every day, we have something new in store for us. Sometimes we have really good, faith, productive discourse. Other times, we end up talking to some of humanity's craziest. So, these live streams really are like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. Now, folks, before we hop into that very first debate, we already do have the first Trump supporter of the day connected to the live stream. It's worth quickly going over the breaking news. The Trump administration has been rapidly escalating efforts to silence Americans ahead of the midterm races. So today, the Department of Homeland Security has announced that they will be withholding hundreds of millions of dollars in counterterrorism funds from states if those states refuse to adopt the Trump administration's election systems and processes, which are obviously aimed towards attempting to silence voters disproportionately on the left, regardless if it's because of unruly considerations to register to vote or even messing with mail-in ballots. We are now seeing a direct force and threat from the federal government that they will not give states money to fight terrorism unless they adopt these new strict protocols. And I want to clarify, what we're seeing is not about election and security. It's about being willing and attempting to scare communities into compliance. And that's a big threat, not only because these communities matter, but also because what they want us to comply with, their absolutely atrocious election rules and regulations, are a misnomer and an absolute misstep in the American democracy. So I hope that we're able to get that one squared away. Would you like to take it away now and tell us how the hell you still support this guy as President Crane? The mic and the floor and all of the attention are yours.
I guess we can just start with one-off point of deportations. I don't think he's doing the best job when it comes to deportations, but I think he's putting in more effort than Harris would have,
Yeah, putting more effort into torturing immigrants overseas, putting more effort into illegally detaining, holding,
How do you torture immigrants overseas if they're not in the country?
What you do is you take them in the country, you then illegally deport them with no due process to CCOT, which is a center for terrorists in El Salvador, and then they starve the inmates. They force them to kneel from 5 p.m. until 6 a.m., and if they fall out of exhaustion, they literally get beat. This has been confirmed by our own State Department. We've heard this testimony from many of the people that we've personally deported there, as well as that's something that we've heard and seen demonstrated by nearly every single international human rights organization on the face of planet Earth that has done an investigation into El Salvador and CCOT.
What is the due process for an illegal immigrant?
The due process for an illegal immigrant or an undocumented immigrant is typically showing up in front of an immigration court after being detained, ensuring that they don't have any withholding orders. If they do, honoring those withholding orders. If they've only been in the country for a year, giving them the application for asylum, given that they're claiming asylum. If they're within a certain range of the southern border, then limited due process can be exercised by the border agents within themselves.
What's the due process for claiming asylum then?
The due process for claiming asylum is submitting an application, having that application initially vetted,
submitting an application.
and then no, that's
sorry,
just
I'm
the
not.
first
I'm not
thing
trying to
I
interrupt
said.
you. I'm sorry. I'm just asking.
So that was the first thing I said, and then you just cut me off.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to. Sorry, continue. My bad.
The process for asylum varies significantly based upon why, where, and when you're submitting it. If you're overseas, the process for asylum looks like submitting an application, having an original hearing with agents, having them vet and approve initially your application, then being admitted into the country. Okay. I'm sorry. You asked me a very big question.
I know, but
Sir, you're
it's
asking
not
me a
both
lot of
options.
big questions. You asked me what
I
does
know, I
due
know.
process look like for an immigrant that's being
Well,
deported.
I mean,
Now you're
it's
asking
not
me
just
what does
submitting
the
an
process.
application.
Well, that's just the first thing that you do, and I'm trying to go through the multiple steps of the things that you have to do, and then you just keep on cutting me off. Imagine if you were to ask me, well, how do you drive a car? And then I say, well, you open the door, and then you cut me off and you say, wait, but Dean, driving a car is not just opening a door. Okay, but
Well,
when I was gonna say,
when
well,
I'm
you
asking
open the
the
door,
question,
you sit in the seat,
well,
you put the
sure,
you
sure,
put the seatbelt
yeah.
on, you turn on the button, or you put the key in to turn it and put it in drive. So,
Well,
but the thing
when
is
I'm
the first
asking the
step is to open
question,
the door.
what
So
is
when
the
you interrupt me after
process?
I
I'm
name the first
saying,
step of submitting an application, well, you're not allowing me to give you a full picture of what the asylum process looks like. But I also don't really understand how that's relevant to the debate. I think that you just brought that up to subtract from genuine dialogue.
well, no, I'm not. No, not necessarily. I'm just asking. When I say like, what's the due process? I'm saying, what are the requirements to actually be able to seek asylum in the United States?
Oh, yeah, facing some type of social or political scrutiny or prosecution in your home country.
So is that just an objective opinion saying, oh, I'm from X, Y, and Z, and I'm facing this, so therefore I deserve asylum in the United States?
Well, that's how the process is kicked off, but then that's arbitrated by border agents and judges and immigration courts.
Right. And so if they deem that what they're saying isn't necessarily true based on the circumstances that are inside the United States, not just their objective opinion, they can deport them if they believe what they're saying isn't true.
Well, it's not just if they believe that what they're saying is false, but also if they do believe what they're saying is true, but it falls below their threshold for sufficient persecution to warrant approved asylum processes.
Well, okay. I mean, there's obviously a lot of steps here, but I guess, all right, well, let me just ask you this. Do you think that if someone comes to the United States illegally, do you think that they are legally bound to be deported?
Okay. Well, I like your like frivolous attempts to completely change the topic of dialogue. So I just want to
Frivolous,
make it
Dean,
clear to
come
you.
on, man. This is a serious question. Do you think that they're bound to be legally deported if they come here illegally?
I think that there's legal systems in place in which warrant their deportation legally. However, I disagree.
Okay.
There's legal systems for the sake of the immigrant and themselves and for the sake of the country in the future. Okay.
Okay.
But
Well,
I'm
okay.
okay. You're gonna cut me off again. That's fine. Whatever.
No, 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 I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
not.
sorry.
I'm just
I'm
gonna let you
sorry.
cut
I'm
me
sorry.
off
I'm
as
sorry. I'm
much
sorry.
as you
I'm
want.
sorry.
So what do you have to say?
No, no, I'm not. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you
Go ahead.
have every single time I've opened my mouth.
Like once or twice, but go ahead.
No, not once or twice. Literally every single time I've opened my mouth.
We've been talking for like 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, you asked me a 5-minute question. When you ask me
What are
what
you
does
talking
due
about a
process look
5-minute
like for
question? What does
deportation,
that even mean?
and what does the process look like for amnesty for individuals coming into the coming into the country, those two questions take like 5-minute minimum to answer. They're really big, advanced, and nuanced questions.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. But anyways, it doesn't really seem like you want to have a debate with me because you made a point. You said that you think
Are you
he's doing good with the
serious?
deportation. Okay, go ahead. You have something to say. What do you have to say, sir?
No, it's fine. I'm sorry. I won't
No,
cut you off.
it's not fine. You open your mouth and you
I'll let you
start
finish.
speaking. You had something to say. What do you have to say?
Well, I mean, you said that it seems like I'm coming in. I'm not trying to actually debate on deportations, and you're trying to make this like
Wait,
claim
whoa.
that
How do you
here
know
to
what I'm
kind
going
of
to say if you
disrupt
cut me off
the
2
course
words
of
in?
the debate.
You have no clue what I was going to say because you cut me off.
Well, the first claim that you made was that I'm only entering not to actually have a debate, and I'm like, what does
Well,
that even? How does that even make sense?
Oh, how does that even make sense? Well, what if I was going to explain why I feel that way? But I couldn't because you cut me off.
Well, I don't know. I just think it's a ridiculous claim saying I'm not here to debate.
Okay,
when
well,
I'm
you
asking
understand
you
that that was actually
questions about a
just the
topic
first
that we're
like
here
5
to
words of
debate
the
on.
claim, but you stopped me from making the claim.
Well,
So
I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
can't.
I'm gonna start from the top of the claim, and hopefully
You're
you don't
you're, you're
interrupt me. Oh, there
debating
we go.
whether I'm here or not to debate. How does that make sense, Dean?
Okay.
That doesn't make any sense.
I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, all
but
right.
you
Yeah,
won't listen.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Just I'll sit here quietly.
Good boy. So.
All
Live-
right, relax.
All right.
Okay, you don't have to good boy me. All right, all right, all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm really close to kicking you, dude.
You just good boyed me. Are you serious? What do you want me to say?
Nothing. So I could speak?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. You join the live stream. You tell me one of the things that Donald Trump has done that you agree with pertains to his deportations. I start explaining to you some of the issues with his deportations, talking about all of the major rights violations that we see here at home in America and overseas. You then ask me to expand on those violations, and I tell you, okay, well, those violations include abuse and torture at CCOT, as concluded by our State Department, as well as multiple independent human rights watches across the world. And then you cut me off, and then you just completely changed the topic of discourse into being, well, what does due process look like for a deportation? Had nothing to do with the last response I gave you about the torture that we see in CCOT. And then I just allow you to pivot. And then I start just telling you about what due process looks like for an immigrant that's being deported. Okay? Well, then you cut me off again, and then you completely pivot again. And now you're asking, well, what does the amnesty process look like for a refugee who wants to come into America? Like, my point is that you make a claim, I dispute the claim, and then you ask me about something totally unrelated. And then I start answering your question about the thing that's totally unrelated. And then you interrupt me again. And then you ask me about something totally unrelated for a second time. So let's just try to stay on track. You brought up the fact that you think that you support Trump because you agree with some of his immigration policies surrounding mass deportation. I then brought up some of the major issues with this mass deportation pertaining to the vast, expansive, and widespread threats and infringements on our law, our Constitution, and the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants, either in this country or after we deport them to CCOT. Would you please respond to that?
Yeah, well, I would say that our conversation more so started on the immigration topic. And then I asked you, I said, what is your issue with Trump's policy? And you said, oh, he's using torture tactics and these other sort of tactics that are bad for immigration here domestically and internationally and things like that. And then I said, okay, interesting. What is the due process for an illegal immigrant in the United States?
Yeah,
and then we decided to talk about
what I said.
Well, no, I'm just running back through how the sequence went. It's not like I just came in and started changing topics. I just said, what's your problem with his policy? And you said he's doing these tactics. And I said, okay, what is the due process for the illegal immigrants that are in the United States?
Right. But do you see how the question, what's the due process for undocumented immigrants, has nothing to do with my answer to the question, why do you disagree with
you also didn't give very
mass deportation?
Well, I mean, you just said that he's doing like torture tactics. Like, you didn't even go into depth on that. Like, what sort of torture tactics is he doing?
I actually did. It's fine if you missed it. I can repeat. I did.
Well, maybe I did miss it. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
So I did. Okay. I talked about at CCOT how they're forcing detainees to kneel from 5 p.m. until 6 a.m. And when they fall out of exhaustion, they're beat by the guards. How they are literally starving them in many circumstances. One of the prime examples of this would be Abrigo Garcia, an innocent man who was illegally deported to CCOT, who came back 3 weeks later, 30 pounds lighter, reporting abuse and torture from the guards. And it's not just his testimony that we have to trust. It would also be the findings of our State Department in 2023 that published a study and concluded that there was inhumane torture tactics being used at CCOT. And then, of course, we also have the consensus of every single international human rights organization that has looked into it as well.
Okay, so out of all of the illegal immigrants that have been detained by ICE and DCOT, how many of them have reported the same sort of tactics?
We have seen reports from hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of inmates, not even just those deported to CCOT from America, but just those in CCOT since CCOT opened. It is a widespread issue at CCOT. They have inhumane conditions where they treat their inmates terribly. We saw that from Abrigo Garcia, and we've heard that from many other inmates and detainees that have been there over the course of the conception of CCOT.
Okay, so over, I think around 700,000 or 800,000 people have actually been detained by ICE. We've had over 2 million self-deportations, and out of those 700,000 or 800,000, only a few hundred to a few thousand have faced these sort of problems. So I would say that's less than 1%.
And?
Which is less than 1%. Or do you think the world
the fact that our government thinks that's okay is the problem?
No, they don't think it's okay because I mean, our government, they're not the ones in the deportation centers. Obviously, there's going to be things that go wrong. There's going to be people that aren't just and people that aren't moral people. But overall, I would say
we concluded that this was a systemic issue in CCOT in 2023. It's not the issue of just like one bad guard. No, it is a systemic issue of the nature of CCOT as a whole. And the reason why there's only been a couple hundred or a couple thousand detainees that have spoke about this is because there's only been a couple hundred or a couple thousand detainees deported to CCOT.
Well, that's not true. Over literally like 700,000, 800,000 people have been detained by ICE and put in these detention centers. But I would say
deported to CCOT. There's been a lot of people deported, but there's only been a couple hundred deported to CCOT.
there's only been a couple hundred deported to CCOT?
Yeah.
Seriously? Okay, well, I'm just talking about deportations as a whole and the people that are actually in these centers that are being
Jordan, thank you for the galaxy.
facilitated by ICE and the government itself. But I mean, so you can admit that 99% of the time these people aren't treated like this. I mean, it's the same way with our judicial system. Is our judicial system perfect? Absolutely not. Of course, there's going to be issues.
In the 99% of the time that they're not deported there. Well, yeah, when they're not deported to CCOT, well, then what do we see? Well, we see the Trump administration attacking their rights. I mean, like, take, for instance, executive order.
They're not citizens. They're not citizens. What
Do
right
you think
do they
that you
have?
only have rights in America if you're a citizen of America?
If you're an American citizen, you have rights of an American citizen. If you aren't, then you don't.
Okay. And what reading of the Constitution do you get that from?
Because the Constitution targets American citizens and not illegal immigrants.
Really? Why do you think that?
Because that's what it says.
Where?
Where does it say that illegal immigrants have the same rights as American citizens?
Okay, so you just changed the question and asked it back to me. Yeah, I'll
Well, I mean,
happily,
if I can't answer it, then
happily
can you
explain
answer
to
it?
you why undocumented immigrants do have some constitutional protections. But the
Some
question that I'm asking,
constitutional.
but the question that I'm asking you is, you made the claim that undocumented immigrants have no constitutional protections. Why do you think
What
that?
constitutional protection? Well, what rights do they have?
Okay, you're avoiding my question. I told you that I'd answer all of your questions after you answer mine because I asked my question first.
Then I would say none,
Okay, why do you think that?
because there's no law or rights that they have if they aren't actual citizens that participate in the American.
You're just repeating the claim with different words. I'm asking you, what is your reasoning for the claim?
I mean, what am I supposed to name? The specific policy, the specific law? I don't know the
You're just-
exact
You're
quote.
just supposed to
but-
name the reason why you think it's true that the only people who
okay.
have any rights per the Constitution in America are citizens.
You don't have rights in America as an American citizen unless you are an American citizen.
Yeah,
Is
what's
that
the
law?
justification for that claim?
The Constitution?
Where in the Constitution does it say or imply that?
I mean, it's a good gotcha because I don't know exactly where in the Constitution.
Then
but
how do you know
I
it
mean,
does say that in the Constitution?
Because it's pretty apparent that you don't
What do
necessarily.
what do you mean by apparent?
I mean, if you're not a citizen of the United States, how are you
thank you
supposed to
again,
reap the
Lucy.
rewards of the society if you don't actually belong here and you don't
DB,
live here?
thank you so much for the Guardian's pledge. I appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, well, that's exactly the thing. I guess I'll just go ahead and educate you because I think you need it. Per the Constitution, there are many rights that aren't seen as a privilege or a reward. They're seen as the bare minimum for any civilized society. Okay, so the Constitution breaks up its rights into two general categories: rights for citizens that we have in virtue of our status as a member of this country, and rights for people that we have in virtue of our status as a human person. Okay?
And where are you getting
it's
this
citizen rights versus natural rights. Now,
And where
when
are
we
you reading
read,
this from?
can you ask
Sorry, I didn't
your
mean to interrupt
question
you.
once I'm done speaking?
Oh, okay. All right. Good.
Now, we could read this in the Constitution itself, okay? When there's a right that is delegated specifically to citizens, it typically says the people of the country relevant to citizenship or the citizens of the country in of itself. When there's a right that is natural, because the framers of the Constitution believe that it should be extended to all people, it will say that this is specifically a right for all people or for all persons. A really good
the
example of
country.
this, in the jurisdiction of the country.
As citizens.
No,
And why do you think they didn't mention citizen?
because it's a right for all people, even non-citizens.
And why would they give rights to people that are non-citizens when it's clearly apparent that they're writing laws?
Because
for
even
citizens
though
of
they're
the
not
United States?
citizens, they're still human people, and human people deserve bare minimum protections to their own life
Right,
and to their own
but
due
they're
process.
they're writing laws. But this is what I'm saying. These are laws written for American citizens. They don't have to
No.
make it apparent. Well,
So
no,
the
I mean this is
Constitution
just
was written
this is
for
just- but
citizens
this is-
and all other people in the jurisdiction
No,
of the country.
no, it's not. It's written for citizens. The entire reason why the Constitution was written was to protect American citizens. This
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
this isn't to protect
Yeah, that's
like
that's
people
not
from
true.
all over the
It
planet.
was written.
That is
it was
true.
so it's just not, sir. The Constitution was written to protect all people in the jurisdiction of our country, as well as specifically to grant certain rights and privileges to citizens on top of those basic protections. This is upheld by every Supreme Court ruling ever. The Supreme Court ruled in Plyer v. Doe in 1982 that the third subsection of the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protections Clause, also applies to undocumented immigrants. In 2021, the Homeland Security case that was presented in front of our current 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court ruled that undocumented immigrants under the eyes of the law do have due process, and we understand why this is apparently true. Because when we actually read the Due Process Clause of the 4th and 14th Amendment, well, it says that all people within the jurisdiction of the nation, okay, have a claim to due process. Now, it doesn't say just citizens. It doesn't say just American people. It specifically says all people. And when you think of it, this makes a lot of sense. Because why would the framework... Yes, all people in the United States, exactly.
As American citizens.
No.
Okay, so well, here's the thing, right? It's not mentioning. Here's the thing.
Listen, think about it this way. When a tourist comes to America on vacation, okay, our cops can't just string them up and kill them because they have basic constitutional protections.
Because they're on a visitation visa of some sort.
Does that make you a citizen?
It makes you a temporary citizen, yes.
No.
What do you think a visa does?
This is just like deliberately ignorant. How about this? Name one court ruling that agrees with your interpretation of the Constitution. I just gave you 2 court rulings from SCOTUS that affirm that undocumented immigrants have protection under the 4th and 14th Amendments.
Well, Dean, here's the argument that we're having. You're saying, well, the Constitution isn't deliberately saying that all citizens necessarily means American citizens. And I'm saying they're writing this Constitution on behalf of American citizens. And you're saying, well, it doesn't deliberately say American citizens, therefore it just means everyone. But in the reality, when people are writing this in the 1700s, they are genuinely meaning people that are citizens of this nation. They're not saying people that are citizens
you were just repeating yourself. I've already responded to this. By the way, this is just like basic Constitution.
We're just interpreting it differently. I mean, the left and the right have been doing this for years.
No, this isn't a partisan gap. This is an idiocracy gap. There's nothing partisan about the fact that the Constitution protects rights for citizens and also protects rights for people, and that the distinction of this would be natural versus non-natural rights.
Well, people that are American
thank you
citizens.
For interrupting me. That's very kind.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I thought we were having a conversation. Go ahead.
No, I want you to finish your sentence.
Well, I'm saying that the argument that we're having is, it's like, I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, because you're saying when the Constitution says when it says people, it's just saying people from anywhere across the planet. And I'm saying when it says people, it's saying American citizens and its people.
Yeah. So this is the last time I'm going to try to explain this to you. The disagreement that we're facing is not a partisan disagreement. It is an idiocracy disagreement. Okay? Mm-hmm. So it's never been debated. It's never been contended that the Constitution protects the natural rights for all people within the jurisdiction of this country. This isn't a new opinion. This is an opinion as old as the Constitution itself. When the framers of the Constitution were writing the Constitution, what was actively happening in the country and what had actively happened in the 13 colonies before our Declaration of Independence. Well, we had a lot of non-citizens immigrating into America and then kicking off their immigration processes. So they were in America as non-citizens, but the framers of the Constitution thought that it would be wrong to kill them unjustly. So what did the framers of the Constitution do? They said, well, all people have certain basic rudimentary rights.
Right.
They called those rights natural rights. A natural right is a right that you have in virtue of your status as a human person. And the Constitution wanted to protect these rights for all people.
Right. So
they have some rights that they just extend to citizens, like the privilege to buy and own a gun, the privilege to vote, and many other privileges too. And then they have other rights that they extend to all human people because they see them as inalienable to all human people. such as due process. Now, the cherry on top here, and this is the last thing I'll say before I pass that mic back to you, is there's never been a court ruling that has contradicted what I'm saying.
Well,
Okay?
I'm about to contradict
There's never been a court ruling that has contradicted what I'm saying. Okay? At any point throughout history where you've seen people lose natural rights, it's never that they don't have these rights because they're not a citizen. It's always been that they don't have these rights because they're not people. And in the history of the United States of America, every single court ruling on the basis of natural, inalienable, and fundamental rights has always been that those rights are extended to all people, regardless of their citizenship status.
Got it. Okay, so I just want to make sure before I rebuttal. So you're saying that the Constitution was written not only for American citizens, but for also a plain people that just reside among...
all people in the jurisdiction of our country.
Right. Okay. So what about the people that were slaves and indentured servants? What happened to their rights? Because obviously they had none.
Yeah.
So if our founding fathers
I actually
were
just
just
addressed
so...
this.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if our founding fathers were so futuristic and they were able to see that, oh, everyone on the planet that resides under American jurisdiction, they all deserve rights that are nearly equal to American citizens, why were slaves and indentured servants not awarded the same rights as American citizens during the founding of these documents?
Right, and I actually just addressed this. So first and foremost, by the time that the United States of America came around with our Declaration of Independence after the 13 colonies, indentured servitude had just become chattel slavery because chattel slavery was legalized in America long before the Declaration of Independence. Now, the second thing is, well, a lot of these protections come from the 14th Amendment, okay, such as the Equal Protections Clause, but that didn't come around until after slavery had legally ended in the country with the 13th Amendment. But for the 4th and 5th Amendment, you know, which also protect due process, specifically under the 4th Amendment, well, what we see is also very clear, okay? It's that all people do have the right to liberty, life, and property, but they just didn't view black people as people.
Right. So you can agree that they were talking about American citizens, not people that they didn't compare to American citizens.
No, this is something else that I addressed. It's not they don't
slaves
have
and
rights
indentured
because
servants
they're
were
not
not
citizens. It's that they don't have rights because they're not people. By the way, are you saying that
Okay,
slavery
Dean,
is technically legal for undocumented immigrants today?
No, Dean, no, it's not
Or
what I'm saying.
is slavery legal for undocumented immigrants today?
No, Dean, what I'm
Wait,
saying
why?
is because...
Why is slavery not legal for undocumented
Why are you
immigrants
changing the
today?
subject? We're on the subject of the Constitution.
This is on the subject. Let me push this point forward. You're saying what allowed slavery to be legal is the fact that they were not citizens. So following your logic, okay, it would also be legal today to enslave undocumented immigrants. Now, if you want to respond by saying, oh, well, we made slavery illegal with the 13th Amendment. So you're saying that the 13th Amendment is giving a constitutional protection to all people, not just citizens, to have the right to not be enslaved? Oh, Dean, so you're saying that in some circumstances, non-citizens have rights?
The argument sound better. Can I respond?
For the last time, this isn't my argument. This is just the Constitution.
No, we're arguing the Constitution and the founders that wrote it, okay? And these documents say people and citizens, but these are encompassed together, okay? And your argument is that when they wrote people, they meant all people, regardless of citizenship in the United States. And I'm saying, no, when they write people... Well, that doesn't make sense because people lived in the United States that didn't have rights. And you're saying, well,
by law, they weren't people.
Them, and they
by law, sir, by law, they weren't people.
Okay, well, I mean, Dean, but it's regardless of the situation because they were people, but they weren't written for them.
But because they weren't viewed as people, that's the thing. That's the reason why. The reason why due process doesn't apply to didn't apply to black people.
You're literally proving my point. The Constitution was written for citizens.
Okay.
They weren't looked at as people.
Okay.
Because they weren't looked at as citizens.
Yeah, this guy's crazy. Name one SCOTUS ruling that agrees with you. The Plyer v. Doe in 1982 from the Supreme Court ruled that undocumented immigrants have protections under the 14th Amendment. Do you accept that SCOTUS ruling?
look, I'm not arguing that these people or not. I believe that they are people, but I'm
Hey,
arguing from the
sir.
standpoint of the people that wrote the Constitution.
Hey,
Okay,
sir.
they wrote the
Hey, sir.
Constitution, and when
Yeah.
okay, go
Hey,
ahead.
sir.
Interrupt me. I
Hey, sir,
interrupted you.
can you
So I guess
please
you can
can you
interrupt
please
me.
respond to the Plyer v. Doe SCOTUS court case from 1982, which ruled that undocumented immigrants have protections under the 14th Amendment because even though they're not citizens, they're people, and the Constitution protects rights for people.
Well, I'm arguing that the people that the Constitution or the Constitution talks about are actually American citizens, not just people of the planet.
Okay, so you reject the SCOTUS ruling?
I'm arguing that they're not citizens, not that
Okay,
they're
I'm,
not
I'm just.
people.
Could you just please? Do you accept or reject the Plyer v. Doe SCOTUS court case ruling?
If the court case says that illegal immigrants are citizens of the United States, and yes, I
No.
disagree with that.
No. So I need you to listen to me because I just told you what the court case ruling was, and I didn't say that the SCOTUS court case ruling was that undocumented immigrants are citizens. Okay? So I'll repeat to you what the SCOTUS court case ruling was. The SCOTUS court case ruling adjudicated if the third subsection of the 14th Amendment, if the equal protection clause for all people, applied to undocumented immigrants. And they arbitrated that it did.
Okay, so you're asking me if I agree with this or not, or what are you asking?
If you accept or reject that SCOTUS court case ruling.
I can agree that they're people, but they're not American citizens. And the Constitution, when it refers to people, it refers to American citizens. And so
Okay.
therefore, these people
Okay.
don't have rights.
Listen, so I've given you a lot of evidence otherwise. I went through the distinction of natural versus citizen rights. I went through the history of natural versus citizen rights. I defined what a natural right is. I gave you a clear framework to distinct between when the Constitution is protecting rights for people and when the Constitution is protecting rights for citizens. I was able to read you off clear sections of the Constitution, such as the first section of the 14th Amendment that says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny
person
to
that
any
is an American
person
citizen.
without its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. I
Yes,
gave you
as
the
an
reason
American
to believe
citizen.
that this wasn't just referring to American citizens via the distinction of natural versus non-natural rights, and then I gave you even more reason to believe that that's not just referring to citizens by giving you multiple Supreme Court rulings. So I have given you, okay, about all the reason that one could to prove you wrong. Now
Dean,
here's
you
what I want you to
literally-
do.
Dean,
Stop
you've already
talking. This is your
proved my-
first mute of the day. Now here's what we're going to do. I
This is
want
like
you
my
to
fourth mute.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to mute you. Now here's what we're going to do. I've given you the history lesson. I've given you the constitutional law. I've given you where that constitutional law came from. I've given you Supreme Court cases and where this constitutional law has been arbitrated. Okay, I've given you the framework to distinguish between when the Constitution is protecting a right for a citizen versus when it's just protecting a right for any person. Okay, but you say, no, 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 I deny it all. Everything that you're saying makes no sense. So here's what we're going to do. Name one constitutional scholar that agrees with you. And then after you name one constitutional scholar that agrees with you, I then want you to be able to defend your argument with good evidence. I want you to give us the historical and modern day evidence for the claim that when the Constitution says no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process, they're specifically and only referring to citizens.
Sure. Well, Dean, you've already proved my point. When you admit...
You're lagging out.
Can you still hear me? Wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was getting a call. Well, you've already proved what I was saying is true because you admitted that people that were slaves or indentured servants when the Constitution was written had no rights. So if this part of the Constitution that's referring to people, not necessarily American citizens, is referring to all people that are under American jurisdiction, that's just completely false. Because there were people in the United States that are people that weren't considered people of the United States and citizens. And those words that were used in the Constitution as people or American citizen were only attributed to American citizens. And so when you say, well, the Constitution was written for American citizens, but also just people in general, I can say, well, no, because there were people in the United States that were people, but they weren't considered American citizens. And then you just argue back, well, 100+ years later, there was an amendment that said now these people are people. And when it says people in the Constitution, it's directly talking to people all over the world. But that's not what we're arguing. We're arguing what the founding fathers actually laid down for us while this country was being founded. And I'm saying that the founding fathers said, when they said people in the Constitution, they were explicitly talking about American citizens and not just people from abroad or someone that's just under American jurisdiction. When you are an American citizen, you have American rights. If you're not an American citizen, you don't have American rights. And then that's how we keep our country safe. That's how we keep it secure. And it's just how we keep it safe. And so, I'm not going to sit here and name a bunch of people that agree with me. I don't have to find constituents that agree with me because I can just give my own opinion and then you and I can
just want to clarify. The answer is because there isn't any.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty, but I'm not.
Dude, this isn't a contentious issue. This is a consensus.
It's a
but I'm going to respond. No, it's not. I know. We're not arguing. This is not a new issue. This has been clear forever. But listen, I'll respond. So I asked you for your evidence that when the Constitution says all people have due process, okay, it's only referring to citizens. And then you said, well, Dean, you actually proved this point earlier, okay, because I brought up how black people didn't have these rights because they weren't citizens. Okay, so that statement actually preassumes that the reason why black people didn't have these rights is because they weren't citizens, which is false. Because if it was true the only reason why black people lacked rights was because they weren't citizens, okay, well then all that would have been required to end slavery was to extend citizenship to black people.
Right, and that's exactly what we did to end slavery. That's literally what we did. We gave them citizenship, and that ended slavery.
So no, that's not what ended slavery. So what ended slavery was the 13th Amendment. Okay.
Which gave black people what?
The 13th Amendment did not give black people citizenship. The 14th Amendment.
It didn't give them citizenship?
Okay. Yeah, the 14th Amendment gave black people citizenship because of the Dred Scott decision. The Dred Scott, you see, you don't know any of the history. You don't know any of these things. So of course you want to know this. This is my problem. I hate when people act so pretentious and like they know everything when they don't know jack shit. The 13th Amendment did not give black people citizenship. That just ended slavery. We had the SCOTUS court case decision. It was called Dred Scott. It's one of the most infamous court case decisions ever. Okay, and that explicitly ruled that, okay, although black people can't be enslaved, they're not citizens. Okay? So then it took the 14th Amendment with a birthright citizenship clause to then give black people citizenship. That was the main driving factor of the 14th Amendment was to give previously enslaved black people citizenship, even though slavery was already illegal. So for the last time, the reason why black people could be enslaved per U.S. law was because they weren't legally deemed as people, not because they weren't legally deemed as citizens. Now, there's a bunch of other issues and the other things you said, so I'm going to address them all now.
Well, can I respond to that?
No, you can't, because I'm not done speaking. Because I'm not done speaking would be the answer to the question. Just sit and wait. Okay. I've tried to go over the textual and structural evidence of the Constitution applying to non-citizens already. I'm just going to try to consolidate it down. In the Constitution...
I just respond to that first statement that you made
on
the 13th.
Wait. In the Constitution, okay, there is the intentional use of the word person or people instead of citizen in core protective clauses that are designed to protect basic human rights. The founders thought that it was a basic human right for people to have due process. So when they wrote the due process clause, they said all people have the claim and the right to due process. The founders of the Constitution did not think that voting was a basic human right. So when they wrote in the clauses surrounding voting in the Constitution, they said citizens have the claim to voting. And by the way, this is a core distinction in the protections of the Constitution that has never been challenged. Let me give you a couple SCOTUS court cases here. The first SCOTUS court case I'm going to give you is called Yick Wo versus Hopkins from 1886. The Supreme Court in 1886 ruled that the 14th Amendment is not confined to the protection of citizens, and they explained the reason why it's not confined to the protection of citizens is because the 14th Amendment states all persons. In 1886, the Supreme Court ruled that when the Constitution says all persons, it is an integral natural protection for the inalienable rights of valuable human people. You also have Wong Wing versus the United States in 1896 that ruled the same thing as Yick Wo. Okay, then you also have Truex versus Reich in 1915 that said, and I quote, the description, any person within its jurisdiction includes aliens, referring to undocumented immigrants. They went on to reaffirm the other 3 SCOTUS court cases I gave you, that the word person is not synonymous with the word citizen. You will not be able to point me, nor anybody watching this live stream, towards a single court case ruling that is ever arbitrated anything different than the fact that the word persons is specifically for all people, not just citizens. I challenge you, point me towards one court case. Point me towards one court case in the history of the United States of America that has ever ruled that the word person is synonymous with citizen. One court case ever.
Can I talk now?
Yeah. By the way, this is what happens when idiots try to talk about the law. Go ahead. One court case ever.
Okay, so I guess I'll address like the first part of your point, and then I'll just like work my way through everything that you said, because you just said like a bunch of stuff. So, I guess to start with, like the 14th Amendment, I mean, there are multiple clauses in that amendment, like the citizenship clause, and then privileges and immunities clause that more so just states to citizens rather than undocumented citizens that aren't actually citizens of the United States. And then obviously they have like due process, which is written for people that aren't citizens in the United States. But also I did want to make a point, because you did say that the 14th... Can I finish my point? Seriously?
You just conceded! You idiot!
I mean,
You just said obviously due process was written for non-citizens. Why is it obvious? Let me show everybody the due process clause. Why is it obvious? Why is it obvious? Let me tell you why it's obvious. Because it says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The reason why it's obvious that non-citizens have due process is because of what I've been trying to explain to you for the last 20 minutes, which is it's a right in the Constitution that is delegated to all people.
Incorrect.
I'm going to let you finish it.
It's from the 14th Amendment. From the 14th Amendment, not the...
You mean the text right here on the fucking screen?
Dean, yes, that's what's called an amendment. It's not written in the original Constitution, which we were arguing about earlier. So yes, an amendment was made for due process for people throughout the 14th Amendment to target those types of people. But I'm saying, and just going back earlier when we were talking, you said, oh, the 13th Amendment is what freed slaves, which is true. Okay, passed by Congress in 1865, ratified in 1865, but the 14th Amendment was passed in 1866 and ratified in 1868. So literally a 3-year gap. So you saying, oh, well, the 13th Amendment didn't free the slaves. It didn't give them rights. Literally 3 years later, all of these slaves had American citizenship. Okay?
From
this
the
idea that
14th Amendment? Yeah. So when I said that it's the 14th Amendment that gave black people citizenship, I was right? Thank you.
Yeah, but you made... Well, yeah, I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is you made it seem like they didn't have rights for years and years and years and years. Literally 3 years later,
I never made any claim about claim about what the gap was. I just said you're wrong to suggest that the 13th Amendment gave black people citizenship. That was the 14th Amendment. Okay, and then you also say, well, that's a 14th Amendment. Okay, yeah, and thank you for conceding that undocumented immigrants have constitutional protections,
it's
you
not
idiots.
about conceding.
Yes, it is. You just conceded.
I didn't concede it. I didn't argue against it. So how
yes, you did. You specifically made the claim that only citizens have protections under the Constitution. Is the 14th Amendment a part of the Constitution?
Yeah, they did. I'm saying slaves, black people became citizens after
black
the
people
13th
became
Amendment,
citizens.
which is true.
No, it was after the 14th Amendment.
Okay, 3 years after the 13th Amendment, which was
with the 14th Amendment,
literally within.
Okay, but do you concede the claim that you've made? Because this whole time you've been arguing, that only citizens have protections under the Constitution. Do you concede that claim?
The only protection that non-citizens have is a due process.
Wrong.
Which is just simply... Okay.
Wrong. The Fourth Amendment. Of course.
Can they vote? Can they pay taxes?
Of course. So the Fourth Amendment gives undocumented immigrants. I'll just tell you a few. I'll just tell you a few. The Fourth Amendment gives undocumented immigrants protection against unreasonable search and seizures. The Fifth Amendment gives undocumented immigrants the right to remain silent. The First Amendment gives undocumented immigrants freedom of speech and religion. The Sixth Amendment gives undocumented immigrants rights in criminal court.
Which is judicial. This is judicial.
But they're still separate from due process. And
right. Yes, but are you arguing right now that American citizens have rights that are not outside the judicial system? Are you serious?
No, what I'm arguing is that you're wrong when you first said that undocumented immigrants have zero protections under the Constitution, and now you're wrong when you've conceded, but now you've said that they only have one right, which is access to due process. No, clearly undocumented immigrants have more rights than just due process.
They don't have the rights of an American citizen. They don't have the full rights of an American citizen.
No, that's not true, because that was the first thing I said. The first thing I said after you made the claim that undocumented immigrants have zero protections under the Constitution is that, well, the Constitution actually does grant them some rights by making a distinction between rights for citizens and rights for people. All of the constitutional rights, which are basic and inalienable, are specifically rights for all people, which applies to everybody within the jurisdiction of our country, not just citizens. Does this mean that they have the same rights as citizens? No, because many other rights are also just for citizens. I went over this one too. I talked about how the framers of the Constitution specifically used different language when they talked about the right to vote, only granting that to citizens, but then the right to free speech, granting that to all people within the jurisdiction of the country. Stop being a revisionist over the history of this debate. The first claim that you made when you joined this live stream was that undocumented immigrants don't have any protections under the Constitution.
That's not what I said. I said they don't have the same rights as an American citizen.
How much money do you want to bet?
Dean,
let's put $200 on it. Let's put $200 on it.
Sure,
okay?
$200.
Perfect. I'm going to put you on mute. We're going to go back in the VOD. Let's listen to what you said. You're about to owe me $200.
I said that they don't have the same rights as American citizens.
Perfect. You're about to owe me $200. Just extend to citizens.
Okay. Well, no, I'm just running back through how
published a study and conclude
just and people that aren't moral people, but
per the Constitution, there are many rights that aren't seen as a privilege or imply that.
I mean, it's a good gotcha because I don't know exactly. There's no law or rights that they.
Do you get that from?
Because the Constitution targets American citizens and not illegal immigrants.
Really? Why do you think that?
Because that's what it says.
Where?
Where does it say that illegal immigrants have the same rights as American citizens?
Okay, so you just changed the question and asked it back to me. Yeah, I'll happily explain.
There we go. The same rights as American citizens. Thank you. Can I have my $200?
The question that I'm asking. But the question that I'm asking is, you made the claim that undocumented immigrants have no constitutional protections. Why do you think that?
Constitutional protection? Well, what rights do they have?
Okay, you're avoiding my question. I told you that I'd answer all of your questions after you answer mine because I asked my question first.
Then I would say none.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because and they don't. There's no law or rights that they have if they aren't actual citizens that participate in the American as an American citizen.
$200, please.
As an American citizen, they have no rights of an American citizen. They have rights as an
Perfect.
undocumented immigrant, which is just simply due process, but they don't
Dude,
have the full rights of an American citizen.
We literally heard you say in that clip, undocumented immigrants have zero rights. Let's listen to more words. I'm asking you, what is your reasoning for the claim?
I mean, what am I supposed to name? The specific policy, the specific law? I don't know the
You're
exact
you're
quote,
just supposed to
but-
name the reason why you think it's true that the only people who have any rights per the Constitution in America are citizens.
You don't have rights in America as an American citizen unless you are an American citizen.
Yeah,
Is
what's
that
the
wrong?
justification for that claim?
The church Constitution.
Where in the Constitution does it say or imply that?
I mean, it's a good gotcha because I don't know exactly where in the Constitution.
Then
but
how do you know it does say that in the Constitution?
Because it's pretty apparent that you don't
What do
necessarily.
what do you mean by apparent?
I mean, if you're not a citizen of the United States, how are you
thank you
supposed to
again,
reap
Lucy.
the rewards of the society if you don't actually belong here and you don't live here?
Thank you so much for the Guardian's pledge. I appreciate you. Cool. You owe me $200. That's it. Thank you.
Well, no, I mean, I was right. You don't have the rights as an American citizen. You have the rights as an illegal immigrant, which is
Bro,
just simply due process.
We heard you claim that undocumented immigrants have zero rights under the Constitution.
As an American citizen,
What does that even mean?
you don't have the same rights as an American.
If you meant to say that they don't have the same rights as American citizens, then you wouldn't have said that the Constitution only protects rights for citizens. Like, do we remember the last 30 minutes of you saying that whenever the Constitution refers to people, they're specifically and only referring to citizens? And then I was like, no, that's
Can I
not
talk
true.
without you muting me?
And I was like, no, that's not true, because there's a distinction between people and citizens. Like, do we need to listen to more of that conversation that we had to
Dean.
once again just you know what? We're just gonna listen to more. Yeah, thank you. Okay, well that's exactly the
Dean,
thing.
Dean,
I guess
it's
I'll
not
just go ahead and
complicated.
educate you because I think you need it. Per the Constitution, there are many rights that aren't seen as
You're
a
muted.
privilege or a reward. They're seen as the bare
You're muting me
the bare minimum for any civilized society. Okay? So the Constitution breaks up its rights into two general categories. Rights for citizens that we have in virtue of our status as a member of this country, and rights for people that we have in virtue of our status as a human person. Okay?
And where are you getting
it's
this
citizen rights versus natural rights. Now,
And where
when
are
we
you reading
read
this from?
can you ask
Sorry, I didn't
your
mean to interrupt
question once I'm done speaking? I in the middle right there, I was explaining to you how there's some rights for all people, including undocumented immigrants, and there's other rights that are
Right, but they're
exclusive to
not-
citizens. And then the first thing you say is where are
But
you getting
they're
that
not
from?
American.
Because your point that you were debating is that undocumented immigrants have zero rights per the Constitution. You owe me
No, I'm
$200.
saying they have zero rights as American citizens. I'm not saying that they don't have rights. I'm saying they don't have American citizenship.
Perfect. Then I'm going to play
rights.
more of the VOD because listen. We just listened to the live stream VOD. We just heard
already
me say,
talked about
sir,
this.
sir,
I mean,
you
you
just heard me
agreed-
say in that clip that undocumented immigrants have some constitutional protections due to the fact that they're people. And then your response was, where are you getting this from? This isn't true. No, you were clearly not arguing that they do have some rights, just less rights than citizens. Because
I'm saying
in
they
the
don't
VOD,
have
that
rights
were,
as citizens. That's what I'm arguing.
buddy,
That's
we
what I'm
are
arguing.
listening to the VOD right now where you're saying something else. We're going to listen to more of the VOD.
Dean, they have. All right.
We're going to listen to you say
we
otherwise.
Could
read
read
this in
the
Constitution
Dude,
itself.
can you just
okay?
can you let me talk without muting me?
I want to listen to what I want to continue to play.
Make sure that you genuinely understand
I want
this
to
argument.
continue to play the VOD so you could hear yourself say that undocumented immigrants have zero protections. You don't want me to play the VOD because you know that's what you said.
They have zero protections as American citizens. They aren't citizens. That doesn't mean that they don't have any sort of rights for due process. I'm saying
that's not
as
the claim
a
that you
citizen.
made.
It is. I literally said
Then let
over
me
and
play
over
the
that
VOD.
they aren't citizens.
Then let me play the VOD. And
Why are you saying
there's a
VOD?
right
What does
that
that
is
mean?
delegated specifically to citizens. It typically says the people of the country relevant to citizenship or the citizens of the country in of itself. When there's a right that is natural, because the framers of the Constitution believe that it should be extended to all people, it will say that this is specifically a right for all people or for all persons. A really good
In the
example of
country.
this, in the jurisdiction of the country.
As citizens.
No.
And why do you think they didn't mention citizen?
because it's a right for all people,
Okay,
including
well, here,
non-citizens.
Dean, literally here, why would they give rights to people that are non-citizens when it's clearly apparent that they're writing laws
Because
for
even though
citizens
they're
of the
not
United
citizens, they're still human people, and human people deserve bare minimum protections to their own life
Right,
and to their
but
own process.
they're writing laws. But this is what I'm saying. These are laws written for American citizens. They don't have to make it apparent. Well,
So
no,
the
I mean, this is
Constitution
just,
was written
this is
for
just,
citizens
also
and all other people in the jurisdiction of the
no,
country.
it's not. It's written for citizens. The entire reason why the Constitution was written was to protect American citizens. This isn't a project.
Yeah, that's
people
not true.
all over the
It
planet.
was written.
That
It
is
was
true.
so it's just not true.
Like, dude, come on! You can't be serious! You can't be fucking serious! I just played you a 2-minute clip. I just played you a 2-minute clip of you explicitly denying that non-citizens have any rights per the Constitution. We just heard you say, one moment, we just heard you say in that clip verbatim that you think that the Constitution was explicitly written to protect the rights of citizens, and then when I explained to you how no, the Constitution also protects some rights for some non-citizens, you were like, Dean, that is absolutely false. Non-citizens do not have rights per the Constitution. It was a document written by the founders of the framers of the document specifically and only to protect the rights of citizens. You can't change your story now. I have this all recorded. I just played 2 minutes of that recording. You cannot sit here, lie to me, lie to yourself, and lie to the audience and somehow convince us all that you didn't say the 2-minute clip that I just played so everybody could listen to you say it. And the thing is, that's just 2 minutes of the conversation. We spent 30 minutes going back and forth with me saying that undocumented immigrants, non-citizens, have some protections under the Constitution, and then you responding by being like, no, that's not true, Dean. Undocumented immigrants have 0 rights in accordance with the Constitution.
Dean,
I then even gave you specific court cases that concluded that non-citizens have some protections under the Constitution, and then you responded by literally saying that you reject that court case. You said explicitly that you reject any court case that has ruled that non-citizens have protections under the Constitution. You can't change your story now. You can't just all of a sudden start arguing now that you've lost not only the debate, but $200 in that bet, that the whole time you were magically saying something completely opposite to what we just listened to you say and to what everybody else knows they heard you say.
Maybe.
So I want you to now at this point send me $200 because you wagered $200 that you did not argue that undocumented immigrants do not have rights per the Constitution, and we just explicitly heard you say that you only think that the Constitution was framed and made for citizens and non-citizens have 0 rights under the Constitution.
Actually, you owe me $200. So I don't know what you're talking about because you keep saying the same thing, but it's not making any sense because the argument that I'm making is that they don't have rights as an American citizen. You're saying, oh, well, they have rights, but they have rights. And I'm saying, yeah, but not as an American citizen. They have rights under just like what was in court in the judicial process, but they don't have rights as a citizen of the United States. That's because they're not citizens. How are you going to have rights as an American citizen if you are not an American citizen? It doesn't make any sense, right?
Buddy.
And so you're saying, well, you said that they don't have any rights, and I'm saying, yeah, they don't. They're not citizens of the United States. How are they going to have rights as an American citizen? And then you're saying, well, they have rights for the judicial process, and I'm saying, okay, yeah, they have rights for court, sure, but they don't have rights as an American citizen. So we're just going in circles here. It doesn't make any sense. So when I'm saying an illegal immigrant is in this country and they're participating in the benefits that this country can provide them, they don't have rights as a citizen. They can have rights throughout the judicial process, meaning you can't just throw them in jail because they're illegal and make them serve a lifelong sentence. That's completely wrong. They have rights as a person throughout our judicial system, but as an American citizen, they're not able to reap the benefits of all American citizens that were born here. How is this pathetic? This is just basic logic and common sense.
No. What's pathetic is the fact that you're trying to lie. Every single
How am
thing.
I trying to
Let me
lie?
speak. I let you speak. Every single
You just
thing
let
that
me
you just
speak
said.
for like a minute straight. You've been yapping for 10
would you like to speak
minutes.
for more than a minute? Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I just want to make sure that my point is across, that these people sure have rights throughout our judicial system. That should be granted to them. That way they're not persecuted under our law without any sort of human rights. But as an American citizen, they have no rights. They're not citizens. It's not that fucking complicated. They're not citizens of this country. How are they going to be able to reap the rewards of this country if they aren't citizens here? They have rights throughout our judicial system to make sure that they aren't persecuted with against their will. But as a citizen of the United States, they don't have equal rights in any other way. So I don't know. I just want to make sure that's clear. All right.
Yeah.
I don't think that you were able to
now my
understand
time to
that for the
speak?
last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Is it now your time to speak? Yeah, go ahead and speak for another 20 minutes.
So you just completely changed your argument. Every single
No,
thing.
I didn't. That's
Okay.
the same
You
argument.
have
I've been
more
arguing
to
since I
say.
got on
Go
the
ahead.
live. It's the same argument that I've been arguing on the live. They don't have the same rights as
We
American
just-
citizens.
Okay. Do you have anything else to say?
They don't have the same rights as American citizens. Yes.
Anything else?
They don't have the same rights as American
Okay,
citizens.
but you just said that. Anything new? So you don't interrupt me when I start speaking?
They don't have the same rights as American citizens.
Okay, you just said that 4 times in a row, bro.
Well, I just want to make sure you understand.
Okay, I'm going to start speaking. Don't interrupt me. This is a new argument. An argument different from the one that you've been making over the course of the last 30 minutes. Clearly, the reason why you are making this new argument is because if you admitted that you were wrong, you'd have to send me $200. Like,
No.
this isn't a subjective thing. We have the VOD, bro. I'll just play you the same clip I already did where you say
Yeah, you
verbatim,
can. I
please
agree
stop
with what I said.
interrupting me. Okay. I'm going to play it one
Alright,
last
wait,
time.
hold on, wait.
Stop
Let me say one more
interrupting me. I
me
told
say
you
one more
to
thing.
stop interrupting me. It is not your time to speak. I let you speak for as long as you wanted to. I then clarified 3 times that you had said everything you wanted to. It is now time for you to listen and for me to speak. You had your chance to say everything you wanted. I made
I agree with
sure
everything
of
I
that.
said.
Okay, stop speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to play this for you one last time. This is the VOD where you're literally arguing that undocumented immigrants have no rights. Oh my God. The Constitution was written to protect all actions to their own.
Right.
Jesus, holy
Oh, okay.
gaslighter.
All right, good.
Now, we could read this in the Constitution itself, okay? When there's a right that is delegated specifically to citizens, it typically says the people of the country relevant to citizenship or the citizens of the country in of itself. When there's a right that is natural, because the framers of the Constitution believe that it should be extended to all people, it will say that this is specifically a right for all people or for all persons. A really good
the
example of
country.
this, in the jurisdiction of the country.
As citizens.
No,
And why do you think they didn't mention citizen?
because it's a right for all people, even non-citizens.
And why would they give rights to people that are non-citizens when it's clearly apparent that they're writing laws?
Because
for
even though
citizens
they're
to
not
do that?
citizens, they're still human people, and human people deserve bare minimum protections to their own life
Right,
and to their
but
own
they're,
process.
they're writing laws. But yeah, but this is what I'm saying. These are laws written for American citizens. They don't have to
No.
make it apparent. Well,
So
no,
the
I mean this is
Constitution
just,
was
but
written
this is
for
just- but
citizens
this is-
and all other people in the jurisdiction
No,
of the country.
no, it's not. It's written for citizens. The entire reason why the Constitution was written.
God damn, dude! What did we hear you say in that clip? What the fuck did we hear you say in that clip? You said, and I quote, "The Constitution protects no rights for non-citizens." I explained to you how it does, like natural rights for all people, like due process, okay, by the way. And then you're like, nope, it protects 0 rights for non-citizens. It is a document for
True. No, look, Dean, you're missing.
What's
the point.
going on? What's going on? You just got done saying that that's not what you were saying. You just spent 5 minutes trying to gaslight me and the audience into believing that you were never saying that it doesn't protect some rights for non-citizens. And then as soon as I play you the clip of explicitly saying that, now you're saying it's true that they don't protect, that they protect 0 rights for non-citizens.
Listen, you're missing the point,
What the
Dean.
fuck is
Dean,
going on?
Dean.
No, you're fucking crazy. Give me my $200. Give me my $200, bitch. My Venmo, my PayPal are in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. The handle's always right there at the top of the phone screen. Dean Withers without the letter Ian Withers. And it's always in the pin message over on YouTube as well. Give me my $200. You owe me
Dean.
fucking money, and now you're going to pay the fuck up, okay?
No. But look, I do want to say this, and then honestly, I want to get more into the modern day immigration topic rather than constitutional. But
Okay, then we're kicking that guy. That dude is a little fucking Weasley twerp. What a little bitch. I rarely call people that. That guy is a little bitch. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next guest. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Wow. He is one of like the worst people I've ever spoken to. He spends 30 minutes arguing that non-citizens have zero rights under the Constitution. I get him to slip up. I get him to admit that they have due process. And then all of a sudden, he starts saying that his argument this whole time was actually that they have some rights, but then less than citizens. And then he spends 10 minutes trying to gaslight me and the audience into believing that this whole time he has been arguing that they have rights just less than their citizens. And then as soon as I'm able to play a clip from the live stream that says verbatim explicitly, "Hi, my name is XYZ, and I don't believe that non-citizens have even a single right on the Constitution." Well, then all of a sudden, he just reverts back to the first 30 minutes. He dumps the 10 minutes of gaslighting, and then he says, "Yeah, it's true. They have zero protections under the Constitution." After just forgetting that he just spent 10 minutes arguing that they have some rights, but then less than citizens. Oh my God. I can't do it. I can't do it. That guy is by far one of the most filthy, gaslighty, slimy little children that has ever been on this live stream. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you, folks. I just can't believe it. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21. I was born in 2005, June.
Okay, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2005.
Okay, and are you British?
Yes, I am, but I live in America.
Okay, what time is it?
It's 8:03. I live in Boston.
Okay, what state are you in?
Boston.
Is not a state. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. What a tool. What a tool. Have you guys ever seen somebody be more of a slimy tool than that guy? I've never seen it. Charles, thank you for the meteor shower. I got a couple people to thank here. Jay, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on YouTube. I wasn't able to do that. I had a lot come up last night. Jay, just know that I appreciate you for the $20. Let's get to it, or JWs down below. Thank you for the love. Same thing to Kalinas with the $10, who says, "Caller, my parents were immigrants. They had rights except to vote, and they still had to pay taxes. The Bill of Rights still applied to my parents. You're just a jerk." Yeah, he had no clue what he was talking about. Eric, thank you so much for the 55 euros on Super Chat. That is ERIK. Let's get 500 Eric W's down below. Thank you so much for the love, Eric. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Eric with the 55 euros says, "Dean, just pay him the $200 so the guest can afford to stay at home and not interact with citizens. Non-citizens are other forms of life that can confuse him. This guy would lose an argument with a lava lamp." Eric, you are funny as shit, dude. Thank you for the 55 euros. That is a very kind donation. And thank you for the jolly ass laugh. Thank you so much. Same thing to Killer. I appreciate you for the $10. Basically just cussing that guy out. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Man, Dean, that last guy was trouble.
He was fucking trouble. Now get the hell out of my live. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. Remy, REMIE, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Says, "That Constitution guess I'm convinced was rage bait. Keep it up, Dean. Can you call me Goofy Goober, please?" I don't know why you keep on asking me to call you Goofy Goober. But no, listen, I appreciate you for the $10. Listen, if any guest ever on my stream has been a rage baiter, okay, it was that last guest. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, "Constitutional lawyer here. Nothing is more painful."
Walls, hard on, through it.
Jennifer with the $20 says, "Constitutional lawyer here. Nothing is more painful to me than listening to people deny the plain language of the Constitution and established case law. Nails on chalkboard, so here's some money for Momo's defense fund." I appreciate you for the $20, Jennifer. I can't even imagine how enraged you and any other lawyer was listening to that last conversation. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Aaron. Thank you for the $20, who says, "How is someone supposed to demonstrate that they're a citizen if they're not granted due process? Also, does a German tourist who commits a crime go straight to prison with no trial?" True, Aaron. Thank you for the $20 and the absolute truth nuke to disparage the last piece of shit. Delaney, thank you for the $10 as well, and happy birthday, Serfina, I believe your name is pronounced. Happy early birthday. Thank you for the $10, Delaney. Sophie, thank you for the $10. She says, I got blood drawn today and feel terrible, but your streams also make me feel better. Thank you for all that you do. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Sophie. I understand how much it sucks after getting your blood drawn. I've had to do that a couple times. It's terrible. And as well as you, Des, thank you for the $15. I'm so happy. That you're here with us today, Des. You're always hanging out with us. I appreciate you. Des with the $15 says, hey, Dean, I just want to share with you and everyone. I just found out today that I've been over-medicated and misdiagnosed my entire life. Turns out I've been living with ADHD and no proper treatment. Just the reminder of importance to listening to women. Hey, more than that, Des, I think that women and people of color are so clearly disparaged in our healthcare systems. It is like the most obvious and evident example of systemic racism in America today. You could just like look at the data of the health outcomes for women and POC that go into the healthcare system and compare that to like white men, for instance. It's so bad, bro. It's actually so bad, dude. And I've witnessed this firsthand with my girlfriend too. Tyler, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, man? Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
12/29/07.
Okay. Sounds good. Let me thank a couple more people, and then I'll pass you the mic, okay?
Yep.
Okay, over on PayPal, there's a couple people, I think. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the $18 donation on PayPal. He says, Dean, I love your hair today. Good luck with your life today, and hope that you and your girlfriend are doing safe. Say hi to Momo for me. You got that, A. Thank you for the $18 donation. I appreciate you. Same thing to you, Wookie. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Wookie W's down below. Wookie, that is an incredibly kind donation. Thank you so much for the love. Wookie with $100 says, thank you for standing up for those who can't stand on their own, and thank you for being you. Oh, I appreciate you for that love, Wookie. Thank you so much for the $100. That is a very, very, very kind donation. I'm so grateful for you. Show some love to Wookie down below, folks. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Jasmine. Thank you for the $20. Who says, my best friend Flan just bought a house as a single mom. She listened to you every day and it helped her get through the move. Please congratulate her and thank you for all that you do. Flan, congratulations. That is such a big accomplishment. I really appreciate you for the $20, and shout out to your friend Jasmine. Same thing to you, Derek. Thank you for the $10. Max, thank you so much for the $14. Let's get 100 Max W's. And Lavada with the $10 who says, I'm losing brain cells listening to this guy. Can we get him out of here? We got him out of here. He's gone now. And then Douglas, thank you for the $14 who says, stay strong, Dean. Bro, I'm feeling weak as shit after that last guess. That was terrible. Thank you for the $14, so Douglas. Let's also get 200 Taylin W's who says, thanks for entertaining me so I don't fall asleep driving home. Oh yeah, I think that last conversation will keep you awake. But seriously, if you're feeling too tired, take a nap on the side of the road. I've had to do that a couple times myself. It's kind of embarrassing, but you got to do it because you will get into an accident. It is a terrible, terrible thing. Same thing to you, Brandon. Thank you so much for the $10 donation on PayPal. Let's get 100 Brandon W's in that chat. And just two more people to thank. Then we'll hop back into the debates. Gabby and Eric. I really appreciate you guys for the major, major donations. Eric, E-R-I-K, sent in a $50 dono who says, Dean, you scorched this guy. Greetings from the Netherlands. Well, shout out to you and shout out to the Netherlands. I really appreciate you for the $50 donation, man. That's a shit ton of money, and I really appreciate you. And then Miss Gabby, thank you for the $100 donation. God damn, what is going on today? Gabby with $100 says, from Gabby, Dean, here's half the money that guy owed ya. I've lost brain cells. Does he think if he goes to another country that he is not entitled to basic human protections? Delusional. Hope you're doing well and keeping your mental health in check. Peace and love as always. Well, peace and love as always to yourself, Gabby. It's good to see you again, and thank you for the $100 donation. That is beyond kind of you. We are all caught up. Let's go ahead and hop into that debate, sir. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I could just say that he holds the same virtue, but that's not necessarily what I'm here for. I just wanted to ask, dude, you used to be like
the same virtue
of pro-life, the pro-life theory. But what I do want to ask is how did you go from not understanding anything about philosophy to understanding like a lot? I just listened to the debate against Tripp. And I'm just confused.
Well, I guess I'll take that as a compliment.
It is. It's meant to be. Yeah, but in such a short time span, give me some advice here, man.
Oh, okay. You want some advice? Do you know who Breege is?
I know Breege, yes.
My advice is
Are
to
you gonna tell me- are
go
you
buy
gonna- are you
him
gonna-
and Cool Guys Phil courses for what is it, like $20 an hour? It's a great investment. They taught me a lot of what I know. But I'm able to retain it just because I have a good memory. I guess thanks for the compliment, man. If you want some advice, you know who Breach is. Go buy him and Cool Guy's course. $20 an hour. Bigly huge investment into your own future and your own intellect. I highly recommend them. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate. We got K-Star loading up inside of the queue. All right, here we go. Only up inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. Woo! Let me tell you, folks, I am ready to go. I'm fucking pumped after that last guest, dude. Uncle Tommy, do you support Trump?
Do you remember me, Dean?
I don't remember you. Are you
I'm gonna fuck that little pussy, baby.
Okay. Take care. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. Can we just be normal people? Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say I think you're great. I'm sorry, I don't mean to waste your time.
Hey.
And I wish I could debate like you one day, eventually.
Hey, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love. That's very kind. That's very, very kind. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up inside of the queue. I appreciate you for your kindness. You know what? I will ask you guys to please stay out of the queue unless you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We used to have like a lot of people like you're coming up in here just like saying, hey, I appreciate what you do. But like anymore, we just get like Trump supporters and trolls. So, you know, I actually appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a while. I appreciate you for your kind words. Let's go to get the next guest. We're going to be connected to the live stream. Holy shit. Evil Twin. Thank you so much for the $200 donation on Super Chat. That is crazy. What the fuck, Evil Twin? Thank you so much for the love. That is majorly kind of you. Genuinely, majorly kind of you. Evil Twin with the $200 says the only thing funnier than the guy thinking anyone would buy his blatant gaslighting to get out of paying $200 is if you get $200 out of it anyway. Holy W, bro. Show some love to Evil Twin. That is ridiculously kind of you. Let's get 2,000 Evil Twin W's down below in that comment section. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. That is so kind of you. Welcome in, Ruby Smith. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Oh, Ruby, how old are you?
I am 19.
Okay. For the love of God, don't try to give me a brain aneurysm like that last guest, but I'm willing to hear you out. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump. I'm not a huge fan of his character, I will say. There's definitely things that I condemn. But one main thing is that his foreign policy, I think, that's one of the things that I can support, among other things. I mean, I support his abortion policy, and I know that I've heard you say that he's caused more abortions. I guess it's just when I, did support him back then, he supported that.
I don't understand why anybody would support him because of his foreign policy. He's basically like a maniacal toddler with a wrecking ball in the playground, ranging from, threatening our allies with invasion, like literally, Canada, Greenland, Mexico, so on and so forth, to then starting a needless war of choice that killed a bunch of kids and skyrocketed gas prices everywhere, then begging our allies to help, the ones that he just threatened to invade, and then when they didn't want to help, then he sanctioned the fuck out of them. I don't think that was that good of an idea. The tariff war of imposing tariffs on literally every other country in the fucking world illegally, I just don't see anything redeeming about his foreign policy. What are you seeing that I'm missing?
I mean, there's a couple things, and I again, there's not everything not everything I support, but in particular on that, if you say the tariffs, I know that they were illegal, and I think that he should have gone through, I think he should have done it legally. But I don't think that they were a terrible idea. I think that, tariffs, because I know that there's multiple sides to the debate, but if, I don't know, I mean, yes, on some things it would incentivize other countries to not want to, pay them, so, they have to pay the tax, but on the other hand, if it does rake in more income for Americans, then I think that's worth it in the long run.
Okay, they don't bring in more income for Americans. It's just a total lie. Americans are actually the ones paying the tariffs. Goldman Sachs did a study. In total, Americans paid $171 billion worth of tariffs, with over 55% of that being passed off to the American people. So that was just a regressive tax that took more from you disproportionately the less money you made. Okay? But even that money was lost because it completely just disrupted markets, destroyed trade, destroyed investment, and gave us the worst jobs report in 20 years, ignoring recessions, and the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years since the tail end of the Great Recession last year in 2025. There was no economic benefit reaped from these illegal tariffs, just the illegal taxation of the American people.
I have a question.
What?
And it's not everything that I support him on, but when it comes to that excluding recessions about the jobs report, would that include 2020 with the pandemic?
Well, if it would, that'd just be under Trump 2020. I think so. I think so.
I mean, with like the cause of the
19.
I know that was like right after Trump left office. I just mean that after the pandemic happened, I know that the pandemic was like gonna cause prices to skyrocket, but still, I feel like there's still things that he's doing that are better.
that excludes 2020.
Oh, 2020 included or excluded?
Excludes it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. With that, other than that, what other recessions are there? Can I know, or do you
The Great
know?
Recession.
What years between, or what?
Why? How is any of this relevant to our debate about Trump? But if you're curious, it was like 2007 through 2009.
Okay. I was just gonna say it might tie into.
I don't understand how this ties into any, listen,
jobs report,
you said that you support Trump because you thought that the tariffs were going to bring more money back to America. A, the tariffs are gone because they were illegal, and B, you are wrong. The money that was brought to America by the tariffs was just what we were illegally taxed. We paid the tariffs according to Goldman Sachs, as reported on by Fox News. And B, we lost a lot more than we gained because of the major job declines, the shit ton of bankruptcies, the shortfall in GDP growth, a spike in inflation. We definitely lost more than we gained.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. What about his policies on, let's say, immigration? That's something I support. I think
Which ones on immigration do you support, please? Which ones?
Particularly, for example, the mass deportation, which I know
what's one positive benefit that we've reaped from mass deportation over the course of the last year and a half, please?
It removes more illegal immigrants.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, what is a positive benefit that we reap off that? How does that make America better?
I mean, hasn't the white population been going down recently in America?
That was random. I wouldn't expect that from you. Okay, okay, wow, that really just came out of nowhere. God, it's like the enemy is closer than you think. Wow, yeah. So the white population has been going down. You're right. You are right. And guess what? That's the inevitable. Racial homogeny is coming with the advent and dawn of easy transportation and immigration and the dawn of the internet. Inevitably, we will become racially homogenous, and we will all be a shade of brown. I am so sorry to inform you of what seems to be, from your perspective, an unfortunate fact. But tell me how a declining white population has anything to do with why you support mass deportation.
I was just saying that it kind of and I don't mean this. I don't mean this in a racist way. It lessens the it lessens the competition in a way, if that makes sense. Again, I don't mean that.
Are you just saying that you want the white race to flourish? Hail Hitler?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, well, what are you saying?
I don't know. I mean,
Well, make it clear. Make it clear what you're saying. I think we need to understand what's going on here, ma'am.
Well, all right. I mean, you know what? That's a fair point.
Can you just make it clear what you're saying, please?
I was just saying that it, like, I don't know, lessened, like, the stream of immigration coming in. You know how in the UK, and like, in the UK, because there are so many immigrants, like, going into the UK, just all over it, it's becoming, like, the white population there is declining as well because other, like, ethnic groups are going in. I'm saying that it's, like, it's one of the, like, lesser groups now. Like, it just, like...
So are you scared of being a minority?
No.
Okay, so what, for what reason do you care about the white population in America going down?
I mean, because that's kind of, like, that was where it originally all started. Like, the foundations of it.
Was white... So you think that America is like a white country?
Not a white country, because there's, like...
But you don't... But you think that... You think that the less white America becomes, the less America becomes.
Like, from, like, a... like, patriotism point of view, I guess. Like...
So it's patriotic to want America to be more white. Here's a good question. Why should I care about the race of my neighbor?
Yeah, you shouldn't. I mean, as long as they're a good person like themselves.
But you're over here saying that the less white America is, the less America is. A, go tell that to the natives. And B, why does the white population in America going down thereby make America less American? Why is it a patriotic thing to want more white Americans? I think it's a patriotic thing to want more Americans, point blank, period, with good heart, good character, and a good soul. But I mean, as soon as we start adding additional pre-qualifications of race on there, I think it becomes really weird. Okay? So why is it more patriotic to specifically want more white Americans?
It's not. I feel like the point is kind of being misconstrued. I didn't, like...
Then clarify the point, Ruby Smith.
It was just kind of like, that's what the original, like, principles were built off.
Oh, yeah, like the principles of the superiority of the white race, more specifically the white man, the 3/5 compromise, the whole chattel slavery thing. That's what we need to get back to.
No, that's not.
We need to get back to a place where I own my brown neighbor. That's what a true patriot wants. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Then what are you saying, Ruby Rose? Not Ruby Rose, Ruby Smith.
Close enough. If we stick with, like, just traditional values, I guess, it's not, like...
What traditional values?
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
You mean white liberty in the pursuit of happiness?
No.
Okay. So how does this tie back into the whole declining white population thing?
I don't mean it like that. Like, I don't.
How do you mean it? You have the mic. You have the ability to clarify. You have the ability to clarify. You have, like, listen. You have a unique opportunity where you're in front of a crowd of nearly 25,000 people on TikTok and YouTube combined, and we're all kind of thinking that you're a little racist, Ruby. We're all kind of thinking that you're a little racist. Okay.
I'm not.
You said I asked you to name one positive of his mass deportation. You said, "Well, isn't the white population going down?" And then I asked you to expand on that, and you said, well, I mean, we're kind of a country made by white people. Yeah. And then I asked you, like, what that means, and then you go on to say, well, yeah, it is kind of a patriotic thing to want more white people here. And that, well, yeah, America does kind of become less America when we get less white people. So we're all thinking you're a little bit racist, Ruby. Would you like to clear it up? Bring the point home, ground it firmly, make it clear what you're trying to tell us.
I was just saying that it kind of overly increases, like, I'm trying to say it, because again, I don't mean it in a racist way. I'm just saying.
Oh, dude, don't worry. We're not reading you that way, Ruby. You know what? Let me help you. Ruby, let me tell you something, Ruby. See, the thing is I don't think you're a bad gal. I really don't. I don't think you're a bad guy. I just want to talk. Don't worry. I just want to talk. I don't think you're a bad guy, Ruby. You and me, we're quite alike. I mean, look at the hat. Look at the hat, Ruby. You know, maybe I don't think you're that. Let me just help me. Just help me understand what you're trying to say here. You're like, oh, well, I don't want to say it because I don't want to sound racist. Ruby, racism doesn't exist.
Does it?
So just lay it on me, Ruby. Just lay it on me. I'm ready, Ruby. I'm ready. Give it to us. Let's hear it. Just calm down. I don't think you're a bad guy. Just let us have it. Just let us have it. Just make it clear. Don't worry about what them liberals would have to say about whatever truth nuke, the truth you're about to drop on us. You know, they have blue hair anyways. Just make it clear. What do you want to tell us, Ruby? We could talk about the brown people.
I'm not saying that brown people are bad. Hold on. I'm just saying.
Oh, I know you're not saying that brown people are bad. But what are you saying? Just make it clear, Ruby. I don't think you're a bad guy.
That if people keep on coming into the country, eventually white people are going to become a minority.
Yeah. You know what, dude? Ruby, I don't think you're a bad guy. You're right. Eventually, white people will become a minority, and that's a bad thing, right?
Well, I mean,
it's a bad thing. Like, the idea of, like, white people becoming a minority, that's a bad thing, Ruby.
I mean, like, kind of. I mean, it's bad for anything.
Yeah. It's a bad thing. But why is it a bad thing, Ruby?
I don't.
Is it because white people are a little better than non-white people?
No.
Okay, that's about as far as I'm willing to go to try to get information out of you. I'm like Gideon, but for racists. So you don't want white people to be a minority?
Yeah, but like I don't want anybody to be a minority. Like that's the point. Is that it just if they like get diminished eventually.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen when white people become a minority?
Eventually, they'll start getting overlooked.
Oh, okay. So you just don't want to be overlooked. So you think, as it is today, minority communities are overlooked?
Yeah.
Okay, but like instead of saying like, I want to do the right virtuous thing here, and I want to join arms with progressive causes to stop that by fighting against systemic racism, by fighting against systemic inequalities, and by aligning with and advocating for progressive causes, you instead just want to ensure that you are never the person that is being overlooked, which in turn just ensures that other groups of individuals will continue to be overlooked. Honestly, this is white supremacy in its most brute form, okay? Because everything that you're saying is intentional. Okay, the intentional creation of a system in which there are racial minorities that exist within a country that we are able to exploit and overlook due to the fact that we are a democracy and it's the majority who controls the power of the vote and the outcome of progress. So you want to uphold that system and continue to perpetuate that system knowingly because you never want to be in the position where you are one day you one day are no longer the overlooker, but rather the overlooked. Compared to me, who wants to, in a sense, abolish that system by fighting for a better tomorrow for everybody, where individuals are not having their dignity overlooked merely because they exist as a minority.
I'm not a white supremacist.
Yeah, you could tell yourself whatever you want, but you are advocating for the most brute and clear depiction of white supremacy, to the point where you actually recognize that it's like there's nothing less valuable or wrong about being black or brown, but it's more so just that you want to be able to continue to exploit that system and be the overlooker. In my mind, that is like the most brute format of white supremacy, where you don't try to even peddle these lies that black and brown people have less dignity or value to try to convince other people to agree with you. Okay, but it's more so like, yeah, you recognize that they don't have less value, but you're just completely apathetic and indifferent to them because you want to be able to continue to exploit and profit from a system that benefits you at their expense. And you will fight very hard to ever prevent a system and where the opposite conditions are true. That's a very brute form of white supremacy. I mean, this is like talk about the start of the slave trade. This is what the proponents of the start of the slave trade thought. They said, okay, well, I don't know. It's kind of like a new thing to think that black and brown people are less valuable than us. Like, we haven't really thought this forever, but we're just going to start telling people that now so we can then exploit them for free labor and money, right? And like seemingly, like that's kind of the box that you fall into.
All right, whatever. Can we talk about abortion instead?
No, you want to talk about abortion?
Yes.
Oh, really? No.
Oh.
No.
Why not? Why not?
No, because I want you to sit on the last thing that I had to say. I'm going to kick you and move on. On the opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Bro, we're talking to some crazy people tonight. Oh my goodness gracious.
Hey Dean, remember me?
I do remember you. Welcome back. I'm happy that we get the chance to talk.
My cousin, I'm here to speak on my cousin's behalf.
You're not here to debate me about why you support Trump?
No, my cousin said, why you break up with him? Come on, Puss miss you. Come on.
Moving on to the next guest, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate, please and thank you. Oh, God, man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Who and where is that next guest? Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you are a crazy vegan, please do not join that queue. We just happen to be looking for an only American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. No crazy vegans, please. Welcome in.
How much animal abuse is okay with you, Dean? How many more animals should be abused in your name?
Are you a crazy vegan?
How many more animals should be abused in your name, Dean?
Wait, but I just said that we're not looking for crazy vegans. We're just looking for Trump supporters.
Do you think you can effectively oppose the patriarchy and remain consistent with feminist frameworks while financially supporting the exploitation of female reproductive systems in the animal agricultural industry?
Oh, fuck. Oh, no.
So that's a no?
You were the one type of person that I said I didn't want to debate. I explicitly said that I want to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president. I don't want to debate vegans.
Their abusive partner had threatened, harmed, or killed a family pet as a method of psychological control. Are you aware? Up to 71% of women entering domestic violence shelters who own pets report their abusive partner had threatened, harmed, or killed a family pet as a method of psychological control.
Somebody
so I'll
in
ask
the chat
again.
just said, eat vegan, save the planet.
Do you think you can effectively oppose the patriarchy and remain consistent with feminist frameworks while financially supporting the exploitation of female reproductive systems in the animal agriculture industry? How many more animals should be killed for you, Dean?
Yeah, so you absolutely can be a feminist while not being a vegan.
Well, I think you can technically support feminist frameworks
And you could be consistent.
while
with it,
consuming
too.
animal products, but I'd argue there's a moral inconsistency because those frameworks are based on opposing exploitation, bodily control, and reproductive coercion.
Yeah, well, the first thing that I'll say is you could actually be non-vegan and eat meat, but still oppose the heinous exploitation that we see in factory farming. The
Yeah, but it's
second thing that we
hypocrisy,
could
isn't
say
it?
here is like what feminism is relying upon is thinking that people have dignity and people should be allowed to freely explore that dignity, even in consideration of relevant traits that they may possess, such as their sex or gender, and ultimately their traits should not
Sophistry.
limit
Just
the
knock off
opportunity
the
that an
sophistry,
individual
Dean.
has.
How many
Now,
animals,
the
more
way
animals
that
should be abused in
the
your
way
name?
that this relates to veganism.
How
is
many
we
more
would just say,
animals
well,
should be
like,
abused
animals are
in your
animals
name,
are
Dean
people.
Withers?
Like more properties, like
Didn't say they are.
can't
Dean,
attach themselves
pigs
in
have
the
a
same
similar
way that they
cognitive
can to
ability to
people.
a 3-year-old child, and some
Yeah,
people
that's
with
true.
cognitive disabilities will never progress past that same level. Do you value the lives of people with cognitive impairments, and how do you reconcile that with the slaughter of animals with similar
Sure.
capacity?
Sure, yeah, because the 3-year-old has the capacity for intellect, and the pig does not have the capacity for intellect, and this would be grounded within the nature of the type of thing the 3-year-old
So it's about
is,
higher intellect.
alongside.
So you don't value
it's
people with
not about-
cognitive disabilities who
so
have
it's-
similar
it's not
cognitive
about- it's not about
capacity as
the-
a pig.
So
you
remember,
don't value
it's not
people
about
with
the
cognitive
higher
disabilities,
actual
okay?
intellect, sir. It's
Okay.
not about the higher of.
So you don't value
sir.
people with cognitive
That's not
disabilities.
true.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to explain it this to you. So it's not the
You're not
actual
explaining it very well.
active deployment of intellect that I value. It's not the actual active deployment of intellect that I value. It is the capacity for the intellect in which they possess, grounded within
The
type of
potential.
thing
You're
that
saying
they are.
potential.
So
you're
potential
pro-life,
can't be
are you now? Are you
confused with
pro-life, Dean?
capacity. And no,
Are you pro-life now?
no, this is also a pro-choice position.
No, I don't think so.
It is. Because we would
How?
argue that the capacity for rationale only emerges in the life of the fetus at around 20 through 24 weeks.
Okay, again, Dean, pigs have a similar cognitive ability to a 3-year-old child.
Yeah.
And some people with cognitive disabilities will never progress past that same level. Do you value the lives of people with cognitive impairments? And how do you reconcile that with the slaughter of animals with similar capacity? I don't think you heard my question,
It's a
Dean.
2-sentence answer. The first sentence is, yes, I do value people with cognitive impairments. And the second sentence is that the difference between people with cognitive impairments and take the average adult pig, for
So it's
instance,
speciesism.
would be
So it's just pure
not the
speciesism. It's either
species.
ableism or speciesism. Pick a lane, Dean.
So it's not the species. It would be the innate capacity for rationale.
So people with cognitive disabilities don't have this innate
They
capacity for rationale, Dean. So
I
you're
reject that
ableist.
They do. I
There's
would
some
argue
people with
that they do
cognitive
have that
impairments do
capacity.
not. Some people
Dude.
with cognitive impairments do not have that, Dean. You're always talking about higher
so I
intellect.
reject
You're
that.
being ableist.
So I
Again,
do-
how
I
many
do
more
reject
animals
that.
should be killed in your name?
Well, I'd
Dean,
like to-
how many
I'd
more
like-
sentient beings
I'd like to
should be
tell you.
abused for
I'd
you?
like to tell you why I
How
reject
many?
that.
Can you answer the question, please,
Well,
Dean?
you just made
How
a
many
false
more
assertion.
animals?
You just made a false assertion. You said that people with certain intellectual disabilities lack the capacity what I'm describing.
How many more animals should be
So that's
abused
not
for you,
true.
Dean?
Well,
How many
you
more
made-
animals should be
so,
abused for
so
you,
you're not
Dean?
going to let me tell you why you're wrong?
So you're not going to answer my question. I had one simple question. How many more animals should be abused in your name, Dean?
Yeah, I don't think that animals should be abused in
One?
the relevant sense.
10?
I don't
How
think that
many?
I don't think that animals should be abused in the relevant sense. Now, to respond to the last thing you said, you argued that humans with intellectual disabilities would lack the capacity for rationale. So I reject that. I think that that capacity is directly born out of the brain structures that develop at 20 through 24 week, which have a tendency to produce or promote personhood, even if they don't actually produce or promote a high level of cognitive function as it would relate for an individual.
How many
with an
more animals
intellectual
should be
disability.
abused in your name?
It's the
Billy,
fact that they
Dean,
still
answer the
have that
simple question.
tendency that grounds
Can you
the
answer the
capacity,
simple question?
and the
Enough
capacity
sophistry,
grounds
Dean.
the value.
How many more animals should be abused in your name, Dean? 1, 0, 10? Can you answer?
I don't think that
Stop pivoting.
I don't think that a single animal should be abused in the relevant sense in my name.
So you keep paying for them at the grocery store, though. You keep paying for animals to be abused. So how many more animals will you pay to be abused? 0, 1, 10?
Well, maybe I should start hunting, right? Or start buying
Maybe
from
you should
local
go
farms.
vegan, Dean.
Well, the
and
thing
align
is,
your ethics.
is
Like
I don't
asked you
think that
first
there's
time, so
anything.
you can't answer?
I don't think that there's anything wrong with me killing a cow.
Can
to
you give me
eat
a
the
number,
meat.
Dean? How many more animals should be abused in your name? Give me a
So-
number.
So I'm telling you, the answer to your question is I think that there should be 0 animals abused in the relevant sense in my name, but I do not think, okay, that killing
So
a
you're
cow to
conceding
eat the
and you go
cow
vegan.
is a type
Okay,
of
I
abuse in
accept
the
the
relevant
concession.
sense
I accept
due
it.
to the fact that the cow would not have sufficient
How many more
intrinsic moral
animals should be
value
abused in your
to
name?
warrant an immorality to kill and eat them for the purpose of continuation.
How many more animals should be abused in your name?
So I've answered this question 3 times. Can you repeat
So
the answer
0.
that
So
I
you're
gave
going
you?
vegan.
So
I
that's
accept
not
your
the
concession.
answer. That's not the
Thanks.
answer that I gave you. The answer that I gave you is that none should be abused in the relevant sense. But I do
More than
not
0.
think that killing a cow and eating the cow is abuse in the relevant sense, due to the fact that the cow would lack the capacity for rationale,
saying
thereby
animals aren't abused
separating
in
the cow
slaughterhouses?
from.
Are
One
you
moment.
claiming animals aren't abused in slaughterhouses, Dean?
Okay. So what I'm claiming is absolutely not.
You're talking
that.
in circles and it's sophistry.
So I'm
And
not
you're
talking
pivoting.
in circles. There's 3 things that I've said here. First, you accused me of arguing that, under my view, I can't
0.
value
So you
humans with
concede and you're
intellectual
going vegan,
disabilities.
right?
So no, that's not true.
So 0 more animals, is that right?
I don't think
You
it's
said
animal
0.
abuse in the relevant sense for me to go hunt a cow, kill
In a
them, and eat
relevant
them.
sense. That's sophistry,
Right.
Dean. So you're saying animals aren't abused in slaughterhouses? How
So
many
I
more
d-
animals should be
so-
abused in your name, Dean?
So I've already answered this question too. I do think that there are many conditions and scenarios in which factory farming can promote what I would argue would be
Accept your concession, then. You said 0,
One
so you
moment.
go-
Meaningfully immoral animal abuse. However, condemning factory farming does not get me across the line to
Dean.
veganism, because I still don't think it's the case that it's morally wrong
Take the L, Dean. You said
to either buy meat from a local farm that does
0,
not
take that.
engage in factory farming, or to go
How
hunt
many more
an
immigrant
animal
children?
yourself. So there's one thing that I've said that I really want you to respond to. The one thing
Cutting
that
me
I've
off?
said that I want you to respond to is that I don't think it's wrong to go hunt and kill a cow, to then eat that cow, because the greatest weight of reasons
When there
for
are
others
other
doing
options,
so,
why
because
is
of
that
the
not wrong when
prudential
you-
reasons to go and do that, and the lack of reasons to not do that, due to the fact that I don't think that the cow has sufficient intrinsic moral worth to be valued in the sense of a protection.
Why doesn't a
to its
cow
own
have
life.
intrinsic moral worth compared to you? Why are you more impressive and more important than a sentient being?
Because
Why do you
of
think
my
you're more important,
capacity
Dean?
for intellect.
You still haven't learnt your lesson. You
So
need to
the
drop
answer
the
to your
ego. So you
question
said
is the
0.
capacity for the
Dean,
intellect.
Dean, you
gonna
said
respond
0,
to
right? I accept your concession. You said 0 more animals should be abused in your name, so you're going vegan. I accept your concession. Have a nice
Right.
day.
So that's going to be a straw man of the argument,
ya,
because
bye.
as I've repeated 5 times, I don't think that me hunting a cow, killing the cow, and eating the cow is animal abuse, due to the fact that I don't think that the cow has sufficient intrinsic moral worth to ground any type of entitlement to their own life, due to lacking a capacity for intellect. Okay? I think that moral properties only attach themselves to people. I think that a capacity for intellect defines what a person is. I think that the cow would lack that trait, thereby intrinsic moral properties want to attach themselves to cows. However, there's still clearly scenarios that I could identify in which it's wrong to do particular things to animals because of prudential, instrumental, and aesthetic concerns grounded within our engagement with the system, and therefore we can cause meaningful harm, such as we see in factory farming, or animal abuse of a dog at home. Okay, he left. Alrighty. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Woo! We're gonna go get the next guest connected. Dude, one of these days I actually want to talk to a vegan about my beliefs, because I'm open to them being changed, but that guy was just a rage baiter.
Hey.
I'm very sympathetic to veganism. I just happen to
Hello?
have a couple of disagreements. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Well, you're
May
born?
7, 2007.
Oh, there's someone in the queue I see that I'm definitely going to bring up next. 2 sentences or less. Why do you support Trump?
Because I like his policies on deportation.
Oh my god. Do you like anything else?
Yeah.
Okay, what else do you like? It's just been deportation for the last 4 days straight.
I like his other policies on deportation.
Okay, do you like anything about Trump outside of his deportation policy?
Yeah.
Like what?
Actually, I have a question for you.
No. What policies or what is Donald Trump doing outside of deportation that you like?
I like his speeches.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let's go to quickly thank a couple people here. Trisha, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Who says, put this towards a nice fat steak. This guy's oblivious. I really appreciate you so much for the $25 donation, Trisha. I appreciate you. Let's get 250 Jaden W's down below in that chat. Listen, man, I won't even say that vegans are oblivious. I actually think that veganism can be a very, very strong argument. It is very difficult to debate against veganism. Very difficult. But I'd like to try to debate against veganism, even though I think that's a very difficult thing to do. But obviously just not with emotional train wrecks like him. I need somebody who's a little bit more good faith. Thank you, Kalia. Thank you so much for the $10. Who says, hey, avid VOD watcher. I'm on my second week of college. Trump is defunding educational institutions for teaching that the 1619 project and wanted it to get more attention. Same with Trump withholding mail-in ballots for people they deem as quote-unquote non-citizens. True. I appreciate you for the love. I really do appreciate you. Thank you, Kalia, for the $10. Allison, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says Ruby's a perfect example of somebody echoing their parents' belief before they think critically themselves. Also true. Alexander, thank you for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Let's get through it at Alexander W. That is genuinely very kind of you. I appreciate you so much. Alexander with a $30 says, for the weasel wrangling fund, they sure are slippery today. Oh, dude, they're sure as hell slippery today. You could say that again. Appreciate you for the $30, man. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $20. MM, who says, most paleoanthropologists would say it's unlikely modern human cognitive capacity would have developed the same way or as quickly without calorie-dense animal foods. Very interesting. Thank you for the $20, MM. That's a very interesting piece of information I didn't know. Serpent, thank you for the $20, who says, I need a nice steak. Dude, me too. And then MM with another $20, who says, does this caller realize how many animals hunt and eat other animals? I appreciate you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Show some love to MM and Serpent down below. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. We have a couple people to thank over on PayPal, but I'm also going to make sure that we can hop into that next debate. So I'm just going to thank a few, and then I'll finish thanking the others here in a bit. But to start us off, I really appreciate you a lot for the love. Shannon, who sent $50, who says, for the safety fund, love hearing you debate idiots. Stay safety. And well, thank you, Shannon. I really do appreciate you for the love. Thank you for funding the safety fund. $50 is a shit ton of money, and I'm so grateful for you. That is so kind. Let's get 500 Shannon W's down below. Same thing to you, Brianna. Thank you for the $25, who says, I take my abuser to trial next month. I've no one supporting me, so I just want to let someone know. Hey, I support you, Brianna. I wish you the best of luck, and I really wish and hope that you're able to find a good support system. I would recommend joining my Discord. I think you'll be able to find a lot of good people in there. Thank you as well, Maria, for the $50 donation. Let's get 500 Maria W's, who says, I love watching your lives. They make my mornings all the way from Brisbane, Australia. Thank you for all of the hard work you do and the patience you manage to keep in the face of stupidity. I appreciate you for the $50. Christina, thank you for the $15, who says, hey, Dean, first time donor, but I've been watching the live for 9 months while I've been without a job. Sending you an early birthday gift in celebration of me accepting my dream job today. Hey, Christina, that's so exciting. I wish you the best of luck in your new job. That is super hype. Hell yes. Same thing to you, Isaac, or Hannah. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hannah. And Sacco, S-A-C-C-O, thank you for the $100 donation. God damn. Let's get 1,000 Sacco W's. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the love and support. Sacco with $100 says, yo, man, I'm a retired Army veteran, 26 years old, 2 tours. I'm a retired Army veteran of 26 years, 2 tours, Iraq and Afghanistan. You are a righteous man. Keep on standing up against this new rising tide of fascism. Stay bold, bro. We gotcha. Hey, Sacco, I appreciate you for the $100. And I'm so happy to see veterans and service and active duty service members alike condemning the Trump administration. You know, that was the oath that you took, and I'm so happy to see you live that in your day-to-day life. Thank you for the $100. Show some love to Sacco. Same thing to you, Lexi. Thank you for the $15. I appreciate you so much for tuning in, and I'm so happy that you enjoy the streams. Alec, thank you so much for the $13. Who says that your streams cheer me up. I'm so happy that the streams cheer you up. And one last dono for now from Mr. Jacob. Thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, heard that guy calling you ableist from an autist. I support your ableism, quote unquote. Keep on doing good. I love you. I love you too, Jacob. I appreciate you for the $20. That's very kind of you, man. Very, very kind. I appreciate y'all for the love. Let's go to get the next guest up here. If you are inside of that queue, make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If you want to support me, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. You could also find the handle at the top of the phone screen right there, Dean Withers without the letter E in Withers, as well as you could always find it located in the pin message over on my YouTube stream. We have a very interesting person by the name of Rosella loading up into the box. Hopefully they connect. I don't think that Rosella is going to connect. Where's Rosella at, dude? This Rosella person has been running away from a debate on abortion with me for like the last 2 months. Running away. This person right here has been running away. And now they're in the queue, but it doesn't look like they're going to accept that invite. How terrible. How terrible. Whatever. Let's just go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for a debate, folks. Y'all already know. Yep, Rosella did not connect. How scared is she? Folks? Alrighty, we got Jackson Heimo loading into the queue. Welcome in, Jackson. Do you support Trump? Amber, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, how can I join your Discord? The join code is just my name, DEAN. Jackson, do you support Trump?
Sorry?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
yeah. Splish splash in the fucking bath. Don't want anything to do with that. We're going to move on to the next guest. Thank you. Appreciate you so much for the $10. Who says, it's important to move past the idea of valuing humans over all else, as these ideals are why we're currently living through the greatest extinction event the planet has ever seen. Save the bugs. Well, I definitely disagree with you in the sense that we need to move past the idea of valuing people more than non-people. Okay, I definitely think that that's very well warranted. But I do think that there's more nuance than only people are valuable and nothing else matters. Like, I think that other things outside of people matter, but I just don't think that they matter as much as people. I think that being a person grants you a very unique moral status. In fact, being a person is why we need a morality at all. You know, non-person animals in nature don't have a morality. They can't do bad things because they don't have will, volition, and intellect. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Ronnie loading in. We got a couple people loading in. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Somebody's name of the chat is Dean Withers. Yeah, I'm not even going to read that. You're weird. You know who you are. You're fucking weird, bro. Alrighty, we got a couple people loading into the stream. Welcome in, Exile. Daxium, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
05.
Have we spoken before?
You've not.
We have not spoken before?
No.
No, what are your thoughts on socialism?
I'm not a fan.
Do you think that I'm a socialist?
How do you, what would you ascribe to, dude? What are you? I can't answer that question for you.
Wait 1 second. Wait, maybe I'm confusing you with somebody else.
I think so.
Or I'm going to load up the person I think I'm confusing you for. I'm confusing you for somebody that sits in my queue literally all day long. Okay, Exile Daxium, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump for his abortion policies.
Yeah, bro, that's cool and all. So you want more abortions?
So I want. Oh, are you gonna bring up this argument here? But you know, if it was a blanket ban, it wouldn't ramp up. It's only because it's legal in other states.
Okay, so you're just saying that Donald Trump's abortion policy is ineffective because he left it legal in some states?
No, I'm saying he made a positive step.
Oh, it's just a step in the right direction.
Right? He's not just going to go for the full banquet immediately. He's got to tease us with an appetizer.
Why do you think it's a step in the right direction, buddy?
Because I'm in favor of the proliferation of the human species and just generally human beings existing. I don't know. Why are you in favor of them being...
to exist? Well, I mean...
so you're going to bring up the Lancet? Did I read your mind?
I just have a question for you. So
no, I got you at a loss for words because you couldn't use your guess.
Well, it's only a loss for words if you ignore my words. So why is abortion?
You know what I love is how you always say, I think whenever I watch you, you're like, I'm going to present this from a new angle. And then you bring up the Lancet study that you bring up every single time.
Are you going to answer the question
that
I asked?
You're so disingenuous. Can you repeat?
Yeah, why is abortion wrong?
Why is abortion wrong? It is snuffing out the potential consciousness.
Okay, why is that wrong to do?
Everyone has a right to life.
Okay.
Right, just like how
What's
you're
the
worried
argument
about
that the fetus has
preserving
a
the
right to
rights
life?
of the women, I'm worried about preserving the rights of the unborn autonomous being that is growing inside of them, because they are not an extension of the mother. They are a newly formed life.
What's the argument that the fetus has a right to life?
It's a human. That's my fundamental argument. I know that's really hard for you to comprehend, but
Okay, what's the argument that being a member of the human species grants you an entitlement to protection of your own life?
so are you just throwing out all philosophical debates period right now just by saying that? Like,
I'm just
so
asking you for an argument for your claim. I mean, most people disagree with you. 65% of Americans are pro-choice and 81% of professional ethicists are pro-choice. A vast majority of both the common folk as well as the professionals reject that our species is what grounds our moral status. So clearly, when you make the claim that our species is what grounds our moral status, that is a claim that would at the bare minimum require an argument. Are you able to provide an argument for that claim?
I mean, it's essentially innate, Dean. So I don't know. Maybe those people are like Hitler. Like,
Okay.
what?
So you're saying that you can't give an argument for the claim, to be clear.
Are we? Is there no such thing as an axiomatic presupposition, Dean? Because I think
Okay.
you utilize a lot
so
of
you're
those.
arguing that this is an axiomatic presupposition, to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a defeasible presupposition?
I don't know what the hell you're saying, bub.
Thank you so much, Nix, for the galaxy. I'm asking you if it just provides you prima facie
Define
justification.
defeasible for me.
Yeah, can be beat. Like, the polarity of the belief can switch depending on...
No,
the reason to
absolutely
switch it.
not, Dean. Of course it couldn't be beat. What other argument is there to make, period?
Okay, perfect. So you're saying that it is a necessary axiomatic presupposition. So could you please give the argument for necessary presuppositions?
Foundational belief. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes you cannot prove something empirically, and
Okay, I
it
never
just
asked you
has
to prove
be
it
agreed
empirically.
upon. Like, I think that we.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I just feel
I
like
never
you're
asked you to
opening
prove it
up
empirically. I'm
dangerous
just asking you
waters
to give me
by-
an argument for necessary, non-defeasible presuppositions. Like, I'm just asking you for, like, listen, what's the difference between you saying that you just make this necessary, defeasible presupposition that all members of the humanity do have the right to life, and me making the necessary, non-defeasible presupposition that not all members of the human species do have a right to life? Like, clearly, there's going to have to be some way to abstract and delineate between these two presuppositions. One of us is going to believe in something that's unreasonable due to the fact that one of us has to be wrong due to the fact that our two beliefs contradict one another. So the question that I'm asking you is, what motivation can you provide to me to convince me that this presupposition of yours is even reasonable to make?
Is it? It's reasonable to make because nothing would exist without people. The argument that you're giving me right now wouldn't exist.
The argument is that the fetus is a person. So what's a person?
Someone that has been conceived.
Okay, you just said someone. So a person is someone.
The second
What's a
you're
someone?
conceived, you are a human
You're just
being.
telling me when the fetus, when the zygote becomes a person. I'm not asking you that question. I'm asking you what is a person.
Oh, we're getting like that. Well, buddy, I think I'm looking at one. I think you're talking of one. I think this is another axiomatic.
You're just identifying me as a person and identifying yourself as a person. But what's a person?
A biological human being.
Okay, so if Superman was
I
real,
don't
he
know.
wouldn't be a person because he's not a biological human being?
Correct. Yeah. No, he wouldn't be a Homo sapien.
I didn't ask you if he'd be a Homo
When we
sapien. I
use
asked
the
you if
word
it'd be true to say
person,
that
we
he's a
are
person.
referring to Homo sapiens. I don't
Right,
think
because,
that word exists
because
for
all
anybody
people
else.
that we're
Do we
aware
call
of are Homo
raccoons
sapiens.
person?
But does this mean that in order to be a person, you necessarily have to be a Homo sapien? Like, I feel like that
Is my
indication is
cat
obviously...
a person, Dean? Yes. What kind of ridiculous arguments are you
Whoa,
posing?
whoa, whoa! That was also a straw man. I never made the implication that all non-Homo sapiens are people. I just said that it's possible to be a person while not being a Homo sapien. The very clear example of this would be like a
No, but you
hyper-intelligent alien
rejected
race
it when I said Homo
from another
sapien.
planet.
Whoa. It's possible to be a person, not a Homo sapien. So are we
Yeah.
talking about like a Homo habilis? a Neanderthal.
We're talking about the
let's get with the
possibility
times,
of a
Dean.
hypothetical, like highly intelligent non-human species that exists light years away. Like, just take Superman. If Superman was hypothetically real, I would say it'd be true to argue that he is a person.
That's not a person, right? Because we use a person is descriptive of a Homo sapien.
Yeah, okay. I just reject that as a standard reading. It's
Okay.
definitely an idiosyncratic reading in the literature. So when we read like standard readings of personhood in the philosophical literature of personal identity, well, we learn that typically the standard reading would incorporate capacities, traits, powers, or abilities to define what a person is. Like clearly, if Superman was real, we would say that Superman is a person because he has very similar capacities, traits, abilities, and powers to you or I, even though he doesn't have the same DNA as us. Lucky Luke, thank you for the galaxy. I could actually prove this to you. So let's just assume that you went into the doctor's office tomorrow and they make you aware of this very rare genetic disposition that you were born with that altered your DNA and chromosomes sufficiently to the point where you are no longer technically classified as a Homo sapien by biologists. Are you saying that you would no longer be a person and you no longer have a moral status?
So is your argument that consciousness necessitates a person or personhood? Because that's how you're framing the argument right now. So you're telling me it's contingent upon capacities.
I haven't told you what I think.
Capacities for what, Dean? Okay, well, yeah, I simply think being born to a human.
Are you going to answer my question?
Biological male and biological.
Okay, are you going to answer my question?
Are you going to ask me hypotheticals into oblivion, or can we?
Are you going to answer the question, sir?
Can we get some substance, Dean?
Yeah, the substance was in the question that I asked you. Can you answer the question that I asked you, given that you remember it, which I doubt you do?
I think I've get it. It is a.
So could you repeat the question that I asked you, please?
If you were born and you had some genetic mutation that made you not be a Homo sapien, would you still be a person?
Yeah. What's the answer to the question?
No, you would not be a Homo sapien. So you're
okay, and you'd lack a moral status too?
I'm just saying that's.
So would you lack a moral status? Would you lack a moral status?
No.
No, you. So you could have a moral status while being a non-human.
Down the field book, Dean.
So wait. I just want to clarify. You're saying that non-people have moral statuses?
But down the field book and talk to my friend, you sophistry motherfucker.
Oh yeah, because you know I'm whipping your ass with that field book. You know that. Okay, yeah. You could just say that the substance isn't of substance. So to your friend, here's the contradiction in which we just yielded from your position. So you said that you think that the fetus is valuable because it's a person. Then I ask you what a person is, and you say it's a human being. I dispute your usage of the word person. I inform you that that is an idiosyncratic of reading of a personal identity per the literature on the subject matter and Phil of mind. And then you turn around and you defend that reading, and you defend the fact that moral properties can only attach themselves to people. And the reason why moral properties attach themselves to the fetus is because it's a person. Okay, so here's the question that defeats that view. The question that defeats that view would be if you were hypothetically born with a rare genetic disposition that slightly altered your DNA and chromosomes enough to the point where you are no longer technically considered a Homo sapien by biologists. Under your view, it would therefore be true that you are not a person and you don't have intrinsic moral worth. So are you okay with conceding that if you were born with this disposition that slightly altered your DNA, it wouldn't be murder for me to break into your apartment and chop your head off because you're not a person and you don't have an intrinsic moral status?
Okay. So let's establish a new baseline here. All right. If you were born, if you were conceived as a human being, you have value. Conceived. Now there's no more. Are you going to tell me? Well, what about the 0.1% of cases where somebody's conceived as a dolphin? Like, what are we going to get into now, dude? Come on.
Can you answer the question?
No, Dean, you wouldn't have the moral authority to go in there and chop their head off, Dean.
Why? Why? You're not a human being. You're not a member of the Homo sapien species.
I just reestablished a new baseline, so you can't
you were conceived
argue with
with
me
this
on that
genetic
basis.
disposition. You were conceived with this genetic disposition.
So now we're okay. I'm not interested in dating the 0.1% of people, Dean.
Okay, so
the
you're not
interested
interested in
you're not
interested in addressing the reason why your principle fails. Yeah, good going, man. Oh, I think that what makes us valuable is being a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. And when you're able to give me a case where I clearly think that someone is valuable, even though they're not a member of the Homo sapiens sapiens species, I'm just going to ignore that, and I'm not going to act as if that is evidence to indicate that my belief is wrong, due to the fact that in accordance with theoretical virtue, it describes how my view does not account for explanatory power or explanatory range. You know that our hypotheses about things are supposed to fit the relevant data. Your hypothesis that the thing that makes us valuable would be our our species affiliation does not fit the relevant moral data, because we've been able to identify relevant moral data points where you would argue that a thing is very valuable and a thing is a person even though they're not a member of the species. So would you like to, I don't know, address the contradiction? Address how it does not fulfill theoretical virtues to explain why it is a powerful hypothesis? Or would you like to concede?
What is there to concede?
Yeah, the fact that I was able to point out how in accordance with theoretical virtue, your hypothesis lacks explanatory power and lacks explanatory range. Thereby, it is a problematic hypothesis, which is probably false. Or you're just contradicting yourself.
Okay. So here's the ideal. All right. So that person had to be conceived, right? Whether
They're
or
a
not
person, even though they're not a member of the
lack
human
a
species?
certain level of
Got it.
chromosomes, right?
So they're a person,
conceived
even though they're not a
that
member of the human species, correct?
They're an individual.
They're an individual. Right?
Individuals are people, dumbass.
Oh, so now we can define
Like
what a person
in the relevant
now we
sense,
can define
individuals
it.
are people.
Dumbass. You're a clown, dude.
I'm a clown, yeah, the clown that absolutely just shredded your view in less than 5 minutes because you never picked up a book in your life, yet you think, yeah, I'll go ahead and repeat exactly how I shredded you. You argued the thing that makes us a person and the thing that makes us possessive of an intrinsic moral status would be the fact that we're members of the human species. I then give you a hypothetical where you are not a member of the human species because you were conceived with a very rare genetic predisposition that slightly altered your chromosomes and DNA enough to the point where biologists no longer technically classified you as a Homo sapiens sapien. But you still would argue that you are a person just like I, and you're still arguing that you would possess an intrinsic moral status just like I as well. Now, the issue with this is that this explains how your hypothesis is either contradictory to other moral data points in which you agree with, like the fact that you would have a moral status, or you'd have to concede the hypothesis because it lacks clear explanatory power and range in the sense that it would not describe why you in this hypothetical is morally valuable.
If you are conceived in the female womb, you have automatic rights.
And if you pop
Sure,
out
what's
an
the argument for
alien,
that?
so
Why
what?
does being conceived in a female womb
Pop out
give
an
you the right to
alien,
life?
So what?
Yep. In any case. So now, if you
So-
want to
so
make
what
the
about-
argument
so
to me
what
that
about
you
being
can-
conceived
that
in
we
a
can
female
inject
womb?
a sheep into a womb.
Hey, what
that's
about
cool.
what
That's
about
a
being
person.
conceived in a female womb makes you morally valuable?
What about being conceived? It's just a baseline. There
Okay,
you go.
give me an argument that we should treat that as a meaningful baseline. I'm asking you to give an argument that
Because
trait, being
generally that
conceived in a
person is
female. One moment, I'm asking you to give me an argument that trait of being conceived in a female womb is ethically relevant at all. Like, this is just like, oh, if you're wearing red shoes, you have a right to life. Well, Dean, what's the argument for that? Oh, it's just a baseline. It's just true, bro. Dean, don't you have to demonstrate that wearing red shoes is ethically relevant in the slightest to your status as a moral agent? Oh, no, bro, I don't have to give an argument that wearing red shoes would be ethically relevant in the slightest. Dean, but a majority of ethicists completely disagree with you. A majority of ethicists do not reasonably conclude that wearing red shoes is something that makes you meaningfully valuable. Oh, well,
And
I don't
what is
care.
an
I don't have to give an
ethicist
argument
that they
for
think
it.
that a-
And the point that I'm making here is you are
That's so
making a
cool.
claim that being conceived in the female womb is what grants you a moral status. You have to give an argument for that claim. See, the issue is that a lot of
I would
dumb
love to
people
give an
like you
argument for that
don't
claim.
know the difference between
I would love,
claims
but you
and
love the
arguments.
app.
So what is an argument for the claim that being conceived
I
in
could
a
get to
female
it.
womb is ethically salient to the extent that it makes
Does the
you
sound of
morally
your
valuable?
voice just like make you like inconsolable, dude? You look like
The
you're
sound of it, it's the content of it. Nice ad home, by the way.
I'm not disputing your argument if that's what you're saying.
Oh,
I'm not
so then nice pivot, by the
disputing
way.
it on the basis that you're a human being, or I'm sorry, that you're an idiot. I
Okay,
think you're
cool,
an
bro.
idiot separate of the
Yeah,
fact
cool,
that
bro.
you're
Nice pivot, bro. That's a good, cute little pivot, buddy.
No, so anyways, yes, at the point that you are conceived, you now have the potential to develop into a conscious life form that can make their own moral decisions and navigate the world. And that is the point that I would like to see those individuals reach, is, to the point that they can make decisions and be a moral entity. Instead of get snuffed out by immoral people like you who don't even want to give them the chance to exist.
And what's the argument
Because you're
that potential for future consciousness is ethically salient? What's the argument that we should even consider that property?
Oh, here's the argument: you can never do
evaluations of their
anything
life?
ethically salient if you didn't exist. That's my argument. What is ethical salience? If we don't have individuals to write that, huh?
So to be clear, your argument that the potential for future consciousness is ethically salient is that if people didn't exist, we wouldn't be able to morally deliberate. So what inference?
That's a
rule are you
great
using?
argument if I've ever heard one. What do we even have a moral system if human beings can't be born?
So what's
the morals exist?
So
does
what's
art
the
exist?
structure
Does
of the argument
architecture
that you're making,
exist?
and what's the inference rule of the argument? Because I'm not sure that follows. Is this a deductive argument?
Non
Is this an
sequitur.
abductive argument?
Non
Is this
sequitur.
Is this a deductive argument? Is this an abductive argument? Is this an inductive argument?
This is a brain dead argument on your side. Oh my god!
Well, I'm not even. Wait. I asked you a question. Do you think that questions are arguments?
Oh my god! Calm down.
You just told me that I was making a brain dead. Are questions arguments?
I think we could be good
Sir,
friends
are
in
questions
real life,
arguments?
you know?
Are
This is
questions
amusing.
arguments? Answer the
This is
question.
amusing.
Are questions arguments?
Nah.
Okay, so
Nah,
then don't
dude,
tell me I'm
no.
making an argument when I'm asking you a question. Fucking 5 trillionth blunder. Now answer the question. I'm unsure that you're even giving me a valid argument. You're saying that the reason why the potential for future consciousness matters is because people need to exist in order for moral deliberation to exist. Like, I'm not sure that X has any relevance or correlate to Y. So when I'm asking you, well, like, what kind of argument are you making? Is this an inductive argument? Is this a deductive argument? Or is this an abductive argument? I'm just trying to formalize the things that you're saying into a syllogism so I can make sense of
for
them.
philosophy. I have a very underbaked education in that field.
Okay,
so
well,
you win me and you got me there.
So then how can you convince me that this is even a valid argument? Like, how is X connecting to Y?
This isn't a
How is
valid
the fact
argument
that
because-
people need to exist in order for moral deliberation to exist? In any
It's not a
sense,
valid argument
pushing
because
the
I'm not
point
using your
forward.
specific-
In any sense that pushing the point forward,
I'm not using your
that
specific
the potential for
academic
future
language,
consciousness matters.
and therefore, my argument is.
Well,
is
I'm not even
void.
sure it is an argument. Okay, what is the relevance? What is the connection between the fact that people have to exist in order for moral deliberation to exist, and the second claim that the prospect of potential consciousness
How could you
matters?
even dispute that? Please explain to me how you're going to refute
I'm not
that
disputing-
human beings are the source of morality to begin with. Morality is a subjective conception formulated by human beings.
So, I do reject that morality is subjective. I think that would also require. an
Oh, well,
argument.
so then what's your moral? Then what's your moral standard? Okay, so who's the law of the land in terms of morality?
Well, I also think it's a confused question to say who is the moral standard. So I think that moral properties and
the
moral
moral
facts
standard?
exist stance independently, and they're irreducible in the sense that they exist out of the causal chain. And the reason why I'm an anti-natural realist is because I believe it is the theory with the most explanatory power, explanatory range, and other theoretical virtues such as parsimony, as well as the fact that a lot of subjectivist readings of morality absolutely fail. Like, one of the reasons why subjectivist readings of morality fail is because if you think that ultimately moral truths are reducible to you and your own emotions, okay, well, would you say in a hypothetical world where you hold to the belief that rape is morally permissible, that rape would actually be morally permissible? Well, if you say that morality is subjective and reducible to your own opinion, it would be true that in that world, rape is morally permissible. But I want to say that it would be false in that world where you and everybody thought that rape was morally permissible, that rape was actually morally permissible. Okay, this gives credence to the explanation that there's something irreducible about stance-independent moral facts. Okay, but you're welcome for the free lesson, buddy. I'm going to go back to the debates with Trump supporters. I would highly recommend picking up a book and trying to read about the nature of the conversations that you want to have with me before you join the live stream and embarrass the fuck out of yourself. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you.
Hey, Jaden, you keep accusing me of raping somebody in the comment section. Who did I rape?
Fuck you.
Oh, so you know that you're falsely accusing me of raping someone?
Fuck you, Dean.
Did you know that that's illegal to do, Jaden?
Fuck you.
So you just want to falsely accuse people of rape when you disagree with them?
Eat shit.
Okay. Thanks, Jaden. Yeah. That's MAGA, folks. That's MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. He seemed nice. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Who do we got next? We got scary person loading up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. Let's see here. ELD, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, you're so goated. You have educated me so much. Keep what you do up. Also, do you have any life advice? Well, I probably do have life advice. What specific kind of life advice are you looking for? Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Show some love to MM down below. I really do appreciate you so much for that love. with $100 says a vegan diet is risky for babies. B12 and DHA, nutrients babies' brains need to grow, mainly come from meat and fish. Without them, babies can suffer real, sometimes permanent damage. This is widely recognized as why the human race evolved. They started eating meat. Well, I appreciate you so much for the truth nuke, MM. These are all very interesting thoughts. Thank you so much. And they actually sent another $100 donation. Thank you for the second $100 donation, MM. Let's get 2,000 MMWs. Genuinely, that is so kind of you, and I'm so grateful for you. Please show some love to MM down below. That is very, 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 very kind of you. MM with a second $100 donation says, feeding a child a vegan diet without proper nutrition management can, in cases of serious resulting harm, rise to criminal neglect. Courts have prosecuted parents when unsupplemented vegan diets have caused severe malnutrition in infants and young children. Okay, I'm finished. Well, goddamn, MM. I didn't know any of these things, so I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for all the truth nukes. I really appreciate you for the $200 dono as well as Ma. Thank you for the $20. Who says MAGA pro-lifers are actually insane and genuinely scare me. Thank you, Dean, for what you do, because I know damn well I couldn't. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Ma. A lot of them are like really like just insufferable idiots. Speaking of insufferable idiots, Rosalia, I don't know why you would decide to hop inside of the guest request. For everybody watching the live, this lady's been running from me on an abortion debate for the last 2 months. I've been trying everything that I have been able to in order to get her to agree to debate me on abortion. On my second account, I join a bunch of like smaller abortion lives in my free time. If you've ever seen Anthony on the panel, that's me. And then she usually ends up joining. She's like, oh, hey, Dean, I want to debate you. And I'm like, okay, what's the argument for why you're pro-life? And then she's like, well, I actually don't want to debate you on abortion. So, Rosella, it seems like you've been welcomed to the big leagues. You have a couple seconds here to either give me the argument for the pro-life theory that I've been trying to get from you for so long, or I'm just going to kick you and move on. So what is it going to be?
Well, okay, I initially came up here because you were talking about veganism, but this actually does bring a really good conversation to the table. I think that both of us are very stubborn when it comes to this. You want to debate me on abortion first, I want to debate you on trans women first, and I think that the best solution here...
Are you going to debate... Ma'am, are you going to debate me on abortion?
I'm offering a solution, okay?
Okay, I just want a yes or no. Are you going to debate me on abortion?
Right now?
Yes.
It's 2 a.m. here, but look, you can flip a coin.
Okay, so is that a no?
Do you want... Fine, do you want my argument?
Yep.
Okay. I think the reason why abortion is immoral in the majority of cases is going to be predicated upon 3 arguments. Stop smirking like you won.
I'm just smiling. I'm waiting for the argument.
Okay. So, these are going to be 3 arguments that run in conjunction. So the first argument is just standardized flow. I run this slightly differently. I don't think that flow occurs at the moment of conception. I think that it's predicated towards a brain. So I think the moment that like a brain is present, which it seems like the scientific consensus is 5 to 6 weeks. I think that that's when the flow trait kicks in, I suppose. And then it's just like standard. And then the second argument as to why abortion's immoral or why the woman's obligated to at least not unalive the child is just going to be causal. I think that in virtue of the fact that she took an action that's biologically organized towards putting children in states of dependencies and she took that action anyways, she's morally obligated to at least not unalive the child. And then the third argument is just going to be that it seems like it's either the case that pro-life is true or pro-choice is true. Now, I think that when we are in doubt about whether an action is moral or immoral, it's better to err on the side of caution, especially if there is reason to believe that it could be immoral. I can give you an example of this, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh God, I'm sorry, but this is one of the worst arguments I've ever heard, and I mean that with a little bit of disrespect, just because I feel like we've had bad blood. But anyways, back to the argument. You said flow, causal, and uncertainty. Okay, I want to start off by talking about the second point that you gave me. You told me that a woman has an obligation to stay pregnant because she engaged in an action that was biologically organized towards putting a child in a space of dependency. So what if she puts a child into a state of dependency through an action that's not biologically organized to do so? Like,
well,
do you think that our hands are biologically organized to put children in pools that can't swim?
Well,
if the answer
look,
to this question is no, well, then under your conceptual of causal obligation, they wouldn't have this causal obligation to ensure that the child doesn't drown. Because sure, they did place that child into a state of dependency, but they didn't do so in an action that was biologically organized to that end.
Well, I can tell you what the reason why I say that, like, you know, the biological organized part matters is because that makes it foreseeable, right? And there's other ways that could be foreseeable, but I think that that's what makes it foreseeable in this case.
Okay, so then that actually, so then the argument that you gave me was false. It's not that, okay,
No,
she'd have that
that's
obligation
not-
because of
that's
the
not- that
biological
doesn't mean it's
organization of the end of
false.
sex. No, it's more so true that because the end is foreseeable. Okay, that's just the
but that's
explanation of
predicated
why it's
upon the
foreseeable.
biological
But it's not the
organization
explanation of
and
why it's foreseeable that's important here. It's the foreseeability that's important. Okay, let's go to that first argument. You said flow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. If there's rocks on a conveyor belt, and when they get at the end of when they meet the end of the conveyor belt, they will be fully sentient and autonomous, would it be a grave moral wrongdoing to take the rock off the conveyor belt?
Depends if the rock has a flow.
Does the rock have a flow?
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
It's an internal critique of your view. Under your view,
No,
does
I'm
the rock
asking
have
a
a flow?
clarifying question about your hypothetical. Is it the case that these rocks have a flow that's analogous to that of, you know, a rational being, like somebody like me or you?
Well, it seems to be under like the standard reading of counterfactual accounts of harm. Yes.
So it's gonna have future valuable experiences.
Yeah, in 1,000,000 years from now, it's going to be fully sentient. And by picking up that rock today, you are presenting it from being fully sentient 1,000,000 years in the future. Is it morally wrong to pick up that
there's
rock?
obviously a time threshold.
Oh, why is there a time threshold?
Wait, why?
Yeah. You just
Well,
stop
just
caring about future like ours at some
intuitively-
point? Is that arbitrary?
Well,
If you could
I think I
arbitrarily
would just
stop
say that-
caring about future like ours at
Dude,
some point,
holy
well,
shit,
then I
you're
could just
so on
admit that the
speed.
fetus has a future like ours, but I arbitrarily don't care about it.
Well, yeah, I think the distinction is gonna be, well, presumably in this world, there's like some resources being used on this that could probably be directed elsewhere, but I think that, like, intuitively though, and this is just kind of what I'm basing this off of, intuitively, yeah, like there is gonna be a time threshold. I don't know what that is, but I'm just basing it off of my intuition. And
So if
intuition
pregnancy
alone, and
was
it
a
seems
10-month
like
process, would abortion be moral?
10 months.
Yeah.
Intuitively, it would
longer?
probably still be immoral, yeah.
Okay, what about 12 months?
A year?
Yeah.
You caused the child to need you, it has future valuable experience. 12 months of sustaining, like, the average pregnancy, yeah, it's probably still immoral.
So what about like 10 years?
10 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be, yeah, I think that then it wouldn't be immoral.
So it's somewhere between like 1 year and 10 years, and that is just completely arbitrary. So if you could just arbitrarily
Well,
draw
no,
the
I'm
line.
saying it's an
Hey, listen,
intuitive
if you could just
threshold.
okay, it's just intuitive, perfect. So my intuitions guide me to the conclusion that threshold falls below 9 months. For that reason, abortion is morally permissible. What's the counter argument?
Wait, can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, my intuitive threshold is that caring about a future like ours would fall below 9 months. Thereby, a majority of pregnancies are morally permissible because a majority of pregnancies terminate at around 9 months. What's the counter argument?
It seems like you're not really understanding what I'm saying. Like when I say it's intuitive, I'm not saying that because it's intuitive it's true or it's correct. I'm just telling you that this is how, I
Okay,
feel
so then what's
towards
the
the circumstance that
then
you're
what's
quoting.
so then what's the explanation for the line?
For the what?
Yeah, what's the explanation for the line that you draw insofar as when you stop caring about a future like ours? What's the explanation for that?
Yeah, it just seems like.
Is it unexplained?
No, I think that
So then what's the
a
explanation?
lot of it's gonna be like in virtue of harm, right? I think that like a woman remaining pregnant for 10 years against her will is significantly more harmful, obviously, such that like it's probably okay to unalive them.
Okay, but
In
the
virtue of some
question that I'm asking
self-defense
you is,
principle, but
the question that I'm asking you is, well, how do you explain when the harm being caused to the pregnant woman is a sufficient level of harm to the point where the fetus's future like ours no
I've already
longer
told
matters?
you it's just gonna be an intuitive threshold. It seems
Okay.
like there's nothing else I
Do you
can
think
point
that
to.
do you think that your intuitions justify that belief?
Until like disproven, yeah, probably.
Okay, so you think that intuitions justify beliefs. What's an
So far as
intuition?
so far as it's like rational though, like
So far as it's a rational intuition, how do you know if this is a rational intuition or an irrational intuition?
yeah, it doesn't fall to absurdity or contradiction.
Okay, so all intuitions that don't fall to contradiction or absurdity are rational. And how do we determine
Well,
if
so
it falls
far
to an
so far
absurdity?
as wait,
Through our intuitions?
well, through our intuitions, I don't
Is
know
that
what
is
you
that
mean
how we
when you say
determine?
that.
Oh, by the way, just the absurdity here would be a rock on a conveyor belt that's going to be sentient in 9 months. You would argue that that rock is just as morally valuable as I. Yeah, that's an absurdity. Therefore, your intuition falls to an absurdity. Therefore, your intuition
Well,
is
you don't-
irrational.
it's in-
Therefore,
do you
your intuition doesn't
understand-
justify the belief.
Do you understand like what we mean when we say absurdity?
What do you mean by absurdity?
Well, I'm asking you, do you understand what we mean when we say that in this domain?
Yeah, a case in which is broadly unintuitive and wild to a lot of people is my reading of absurdity. What is your reading of absurdity?
I would say that like an absurdity is just something that is heavily unintuitive to the majority of rational individuals.
Okay, do you think it's heavily unintuitive to the majority of rational individuals that rocks hold a moral status in any sense?
No, because you don't. But you would grant moral consideration to a rock. You understand that, right? That this also applies to your worldview. I'm assuming what you value is sentience. I could just stipulate that a rock is sentient, and you would value them, no?
Do you think that a majority of rational agents?
Oh, okay.
Do you think
I
that a
don't know why you
majority
just
of
dodged that. Wait, I don't know why you just dodged that. That was bad.
so no, what I value would be the capacity for intellect, but I do understand what you're saying. Do you
Wait,
think that
if
a
I
majority of
stipulate, wait,
rational
if I
agents?
stipulate that a rock has the
Sure,
capacity for
I
intellect-
understand what you're saying. I need to revise my question. Do you think that a majority of rational agents would find it absurd
Yeah, I don't know why you're
to
dodging
value
my
a rock that's
question.
gonna?
I don't know why
I
you're
didn't dodge
dodging
your
my
question. I said I understand
Yes,
what
you
you're
did.
saying. Yeah, I would value anything with the capacity for intellect. Trivially,
Okay,
that'd
so
be true
then
for
you
a
would
rock.
value a rock.
So I
and
understand the
if not-
objection.
wait,
So I'll just
yeah,
reword
so-
my question
So if I
to be
value
more
a
fitting.
rock, okay, go
I'm
ahead.
not dodging anything. I get what you're saying. I'm gonna reword the
Wait,
question.
but you
so it's more
agree
fitting.
though.
Calm
You
down.
agree though. You agree though.
Yeah, which is
that
why I'm rewording the question right
you
now.
would value a rock in some circumstances, right?
Yeah, it'd be trivially true that I value a rock if it had a capacity for intellect. So I understand what you're
Okay.
saying, which is why I'm rewording the question.
Therefore, I'm not absurd for the same thing, right?
Well, I think
Just
that you
under
would be
different
absurd in the sense that
circumstances.
you're valuing a rock if it were to have a conscious experience 9 months in the future. That's something that I think a majority of rational people would find absurd.
Okay, wait, can I ask you a question that may actually like put this into perspective a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, let's say that a woman is pregnant. Sorry, this is fucking crazy. Okay, let's say we have a woman who's pregnant with a rock, right? And this rock is gonna go on to have like 95 years of future valuable experiences, just like near you.
Yeah, I think that a majority of rational agents would say that they don't
Wait, I
care
didn't.
if
I
that
didn't
woman
finish
doesn't
the
want a
question. Wait, I
rock
didn't
in
finish
her.
the question. I was waiting for you to stop laughing. Okay, like 80 plus years of future valuable experience. Or actually, let's take it outside of the womb. Okay, yeah, we have a rock. Has 95 plus years of future valuable experiences, positive mental states, and let's say that we have a woman who is currently pregnant with one shrimp, right? Like a prawn. And this prawn can only experience the color red, but let's say that eventually it will have a capacity for intellect. Or it has the current capacity for intellect, but it's not actualizing this. You would say that we ought to value a fucking shrimp that can only experience the color red for an hour, but has the capacity for intellect.
Yeah.
That seems
Well,
way more
so-
absurd than saying that we ought to value a rock that has 95 plus years of future valuable experiences.
Yeah, the argument would be is that the shrimp doesn't have the capacity for intellect. But there are a handful
I
of issues with your
stipulated
view.
that it did.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd ask you to justify that it would, given that you even know
Okay,
that
look,
capacity for
presumably when
intellect
you
is.
say capacity for intellect, all that you mean is that they have brain structures that would support the actualization of rationality.
Okay. So I would be unconvinced.
Is that not how you're using the term?
So I would be unconvinced that a shrimp that can only see the color red could even possess this capacity. I think that in of itself would require
Is there a
a salient
contradiction?
argument for that conclusion. I don't think
Wait.
that. I don't
Why
think
do I
that something
need
needs
to
to be
give an argument for a hypothetical? Wait, what's
I don't
the
think that
contradiction? though?
I don't think that something has to be contradictory in order for it to not be relevant as it would relate to hypothetical. The reason being that I take it to be the case that in order for a hypothetical to be valid, it has to be metaphysically possible. And I'm not convinced that it is within the nature of a shrimp within the nature of a shrimp to possess that capacity.
Yeah, you think that you think it's in the nature of a rock to have future valuable experiences in a million years? What?
Yeah, I don't think
you're
it's within...
you're rejecting my hypothetical because
I'm sorry,
you think it's
did
physically
you make the claim
impossible, but you
otherwise?
posed me a question about a rock? What? Wait, how do you cash that one out?
Well, because I think that its capacities has to do with the type of thing that it is. You think that its future like ours has to do with the type of the thing it will be in the future. Okay? But anyways, to be clear, the issue with your view is as follows.
Repeat that.
A capacity has to do with the type of things that it is and the type of structures in which it possesses. Okay? The future like ours view does not have to do... I'm in the middle of my sentence. A capacity has to do with the type of thing a thing is or the type of structures that a thing possesses. The future like ours view does not deal with the type of thing that a thing is or the future outcomes in which that thing will possess in a counterfactual sense. Okay? So that would be the relevant symmetry breaker.
Yeah, that doesn't respond to my contention. I'm going to repeat the question for you one more time, okay? Look, the reason that you're rejecting and you're running from my hypothetical is because you deem it to be physically impossible for this to be the case. Yeah, you didn't have the same contention towards yourself, your own question that you posed me when you asked me, what if a rock was going to be sentient and have future valuable experiences in a million years, right?
Yeah, so I did address this. Once again, the difference would be as follows. A capacity deals with the type a thing is now or the type of structures a thing has now.
Mm-hmm.
The future like ours view deals with the type of thing something will be in the future or the types of structures something will have in the future.
Okay, this
I find it
explain.
metaphysically issue-y to posit that the nature of a shrimp could possess the structures required for rationality. Okay?
Yeah, you think that. Wait, yeah, you
But
don't.
I
You
don't-
don't hold this
but I
same
don't think
principle
that
when
there's
it comes
any
to a
talk-
rock?
Well, the
Wait,
thing
it's
is,
metaphysically.
I've already
It's
explained this, Rosella. I'm going to
metaphysically-
explain this to you one last time. Okay?
No, wait, let me
difference
clear up why
is
I'm
that one is
asking,
contingent
because
on
you're
the
not
nature of a
understanding
thing
me.
that it is today,
Yeah, you're not
or the types of
understanding me.
structures that a thing has today. Okay? And the difference with a future like ours view is that a future like ours view does not deal with the nature of what type of thing a thing is now or the structures in which a thing would possess now. It has to deal with what kind of structures could a thing possess in the future. Okay? For that reason, I think that it's very trivial, arbitrary, and possibly metaphysically impossible for the nature or the structures that are true of a shrimp to be conducive towards the capacity for rationale. And I don't know why you're acting surprised. A shrimp doesn't have the relevant functional organization for rational powers. And if you stipulate that it does, that's almost identical to just calling it a person. Okay? Any unintuitive result is explained by equivocating between the original shrimp and the stipulated shrimp. Sure, in this, let's just call it metaphysically possible, even though I disagree
You're not
with that.
understanding what I'm asking.
Let's just
Dean,
call
and
it
it's because you're not letting me
metaphysically
talk.
possible that we could stipulate that a shrimp is a person. Yeah, if a shrimp is a person, we're going to
so now
value
you're
that
not
shrimp
answering the
because it's a person. But the fact is that in the real world, shrimps don't actually possess the relevant functional organization for rational powers or personhood. So
Neither
of
do
course it's going to
rocks.
seem
Is that
trivial.
grounds to reject this question?
Okay. Well, it's not the fact that the rock is not a person or is a person being stipulated in the hypothetical that you would value. It has to do with its future.
Okay.
But can I respond
reason-
to the arbitrariness and the lack of the explanatory
Well,
power in
no,
your view as
because
a
I'm
whole?
going to point out the
No,
problem with
okay.
what
You have
you're
something else to
saying
point
again.
out. So you want to shift the burden on me. Go ahead.
Well, look, it seems like you haven't really addressed my contention appropriately. The reason why you ran from my question is in virtue of the fact that you didn't deem it to be metaphysically possible for a shrimp to only be experiencing the color red, yet have the parts necessary to have, what was the term that you used, sorry? Intellectual
question?
capabilities or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
You rejected
didn't
that
say that I
because
reject
you
that it's
said that
metaphysically
Oh my
possible. I
God,
said that I'm
you actually
unconvinced that
can't
it's
control
metaphysically
yourself.
possible.
You can't
The
control
issue is that you don't
yourself.
actually have to change a rock
You can't control
substantially.
yourself. This is
Okay,
bad.
go ahead.
Yeah. You rejected that question. You ran from it because you don't deem it to be metaphysically possible. Imagine if I just did the same thing with your little rock hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm assuming that you wouldn't accept that. I don't see why I should accept this as an answer.
Yeah, two big issues. So I didn't run from your question. I told you that I'm unconvinced that this thing is even metaphysically possible due to the crazy stipulations that you made. And the second thing is you continue to equivocate between the question that I asked you in virtue of a rock and the question that you asked me in virtue of a shrimp being a person. Now, like, the big difference here is something that I've already told you, okay? But I'll try to tell you it again, okay? And the issue is that you don't actually need to change a rock substantially in order to give it a future like ours. Okay, a rock without substantial change can have a future like ours today. Okay, but you do need to substantially change a shrimp, though.
Wait, you don't need to substantially change a rock for it to have a flow? What's the argument for that?
Because it's looking at the rock today, not in the future when it undergoes the substantial change to actually possess current rationality.
Wait, so you're saying that
like if I had like a sentience generator on this like machine, okay, and I put the rock on the conveyor belt, okay, well, per the stipulations of the future like ours theory, the moment I place the rock on the conveyor belt, it has a future like ours. But has the rock undergone a substantial change yet? No. Therefore, in order for the rock to have a future like ours, it doesn't need to undergo substantial change.
In order for the rock to have a future like ours, it doesn't need to go under substantial change. Well, it would eventually, no?
Yeah, it would eventually, but it doesn't have to in order
presumably
for it to
when
possess
it's
this
on
property of a future like ours, and that's the point.
Presumably when it's on this conveyor belt, it's not just, like, sitting there, right? Like, it's probably doing something, no?
Yeah, when it's on the conveyor belt, it's not undergoing a substantial change. It's just sitting there waiting for the substantial change. But before it undergoes that substantial change, it possesses the future like ours. Like, listen, from a very deflationary reading of a future like ours.
What? Wait, then it wouldn't have a flow.
Wait, it wouldn't have a flow without undergoing a substantial change?
No,
Okay.
look, look, I told you this at the beginning. My flow principle is predicated upon the presence of a mind. Because when a mind is developed, by mind I just mean brain, that's when I think the trajectory towards these future viable experiences begins, right? It seems like that's obviously not present in the case of a rock. If it's literally just a rock, not doing anything until it reaches a certain point in the conveyor belt. But the other thing I wanted to ask you is that a necessary condition to be morally considered under your view, like to have these capacities?
So I think it's a necessary condition in order to have intrinsic moral consideration. Now, you said that only things with
by that,
brains...
do you just mean harmed in a morally relevant way?
Harmed in a morally relevant way. No, you could be harmed in a morally relevant way, even if you don't have the capacity for intellect, given that a person is doing the harming. But the big issue with your view is earlier you accepted that a rock can have a flow, but now you're saying in order to have a flow, you have to have a mind. Do rocks have minds?
No, I said that from the beginning. Don't even start. I told you that.
Okay, so then you've been contradicting yourself from the beginning. Your initial reply when I asked you about rocks on a conveyor belt, your initial reply, I'm cooking you right now. Your initial reply when I asked you about rocks on a conveyor belt was that they would have a future like ours, and therefore, unless it was arbitrarily really far in the future, like a trillion years down the line, that they would be valuable today. So that's a contradiction in your view, because you're telling me right now, and you're stipulating, you've been telling me this since the beginning, that in order to have a future like ours, you have to have a mind. But your first and initial response to the question about the rocks on the conveyor belt is that they would have a future like ours without having a mind.
Look, when you said that they're on this conveyor belt, I thought that you would be intelligent enough to make it analogous to the case that I presented you with, that these rocks had a brain and they were on this trajectory. The only distinction being that this trajectory lasted 1,000,000 years. So no, that wouldn't be a contradiction. That's what we call a misunderstanding.
Okay, so you made a stipulation that I didn't add to my question. So I'll just keep that in mind. You know, whenever like somebody points out a clear contradiction to my view, in the future, I'll just like act as if they're in the wrong, and I'll assume stipulations of their own question.
Well,
Dude, welcome
Dean,
to Varsity for sure.
Like, you're a very smart guy. I thought that you would make it analogous to the case that I gave you. That seems like a pretty big blunder for somebody of your intellect and fame.
Wait, I want to clarify that now you're trying to gaslight me into thinking that I blundered by not making a stipulation that you're now clarifying. Dude, that's good. That's good shit, dude.
I clarified it from the very beginning. Are you serious?
I'll keep that in mind.
I said I run flow slightly differently. I think that the flow
so do you think that an ontic change occurs? Do you think that an
Holy
ontic
shit.
change occurs in the fetus post
Holy
and
shit.
prior brain?
Can we address like my contention with what you're saying? Because
I haven't
look,
even given
when
you a
you're
view
accused-
yet. By the way, I want to make that clear. She wants to
Yeah, the
address her
contention-
contentions with what I'm saying, but I haven't even given her my
I
argument
have a
for the pro-choice
contention
theory.
with I have
No,
a
that's good.
contention with some of the
Also, by the way,
critiques
just
that you're
glazing me
making
will
about
not
my
save you from this
argument.
D tier performance, just to let you know for the future. Keep that in mind.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
I said that glazing me won't save you from this D tier performance. You know, you're like talking about your like followers and
That
having a big
wasn't a
platform and whatnot,
glaze.
calling me a smart guy. That's not going to save you from the D tier
Yeah,
performance. Yeah,
look,
let me know.
that's just me being honest, but regardless, yeah. Look, I said this from the very beginning. I said that the flow principle is predicated upon a brain existing. Okay, I said that from the very beginning. I thought that that was made analogous in your question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Clearly it wasn't. Wait, let me finish. Holy shit, you can't control
Perfect.
yourself.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So clearly that's not a contradiction, right? That's what we call a misunderstanding. I thought that you'd be smart enough to, inject
Yeah.
this principle into your hypothetical. But the other question that I want to ask you is when you say intrinsic value, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, it's a moral status and consideration of itself, like not a moral status and consideration of external facts.
Can
But
you be morally
I,
can you be harmed in a morally relevant way if you are
let me know when you're
not
done like interviewing me, so I could ask you a question. Is this even a debate?
I think it is.
If you're about to ask me the question, can you be harmed in a morally relevant way without possessing an intrinsic moral status? The answer is yes, given that a person is causing the harm. Like, yeah, I by the way, I've already told you that 3 times, and I've been trying to ask you a question for the last 5 minutes. Is there any way I could ask you my question now?
Wait, do you think that
Okay, I'll wait again.
action-
Okay, I'm gonna give you another 3
Yeah,
questions max before I get to ask you the question I've had in the bank for the last 10 minutes. By the way, just to make it clear for everybody that's watching, she's very clearly evading the question that I've been trying to ask her by just repeating the questions that she's already asked me. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more question.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to be able to ask you
Okay,
my
okay,
question,
great.
but you haven't wanted me to ask you my question. Instead, you've been like, oh, Dean, I'm gonna ask you one question, and then I'm gonna ask you another question, then I'm gonna ask you another question. So just to be clear,
Well, yeah,
let's,
like, you
let's,
made
let's
some- you
clarify
said
the questions
something
you've
very
asked me.
interesting,
You asked me
like,
if
I'm
you need
very
to possess the
curious.
capacity for intellect in order to have an intrinsic moral status. The
Okay,
answer to that question is
yeah.
yes. You then asked me what an intrinsic moral
Wait,
status is.
repeat that-
I said a
wait,
moral
repeat
status in
that-
virtue of the type of thing that it is, are within itself, not contingent on any external facts. That would be the answer to the second question. And then the third question that you've actually asked me twice in the last 10 minutes is that, well, can you be harmed in a morally relevant way if you don't have an intrinsic moral status? And yeah, the answer to that question is yes, given that a person is causing the harm. This explains to us why, like, animal abuse in the sense of kicking the shit out of your dog is like morally wrong in a morally relevant sense, due to the fact that it's a person with a volition that is causing the harm. And this is consistent with like any reading of harm theoretics, from functionalism to, counterfactual sense of harm. In fact, this is the standard reading of harm theoretics in the literature. Now that I've clarified with all these questions, now can I please ask you my question?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So you're telling me that you do think that a flow is valuable insofar as the thing with a flow has a mind, or more so a brain, no matter how developed that brain is, but a
Wait,
flow
no, it's that I
is
think that
not
that's what
valuable.
creates the flow, and therefore is valuable.
That's what creates the future like ours? What do you think it means for something to have a future like ours?
Yeah, to have positive, future valuable experiences.
Okay, and when you say that the brain creates a future like ours, are you saying that the fetus prior to the brain does not have a future like ours?
Yeah, I don't think it does.
So the fetus prior to the development of a brain does not have future valuable experiences.
Prior to the development of a brain, yeah, which would be like.
So why
6 weeks.
do they have these future valuable experiences post brain but not pre brain?
Yeah, I already told you this. I think that the moment that the brain is present, it seems like then it's on a trajectory to have to experience in the future, right?
Why is it not on that trajectory prior to the possession of a brain?
Because there's nothing there that's responsible for the experiences.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no like person prior?
I don't think a fetus is a person, no.
Okay, perfect. So it has to do with a person actually having these future experiences. And you just don't care about it prior to that point because it's not a person that has these actual
Wait,
experiences.
I don't think that
correct?
I don't think that like a child in the womb.
So how do you
who-
define the word person?
Oh my god. I think a person is just a kind of entity who's like worthy of our utmost moral consideration.
Oh, this is circular. Perfect. So you're grounding the fact that it has a
Wow, how
future
is
like
this
ours and the
circular?
fact that it's... Yeah, perfect. I'll tell you. You're grounding the fact that it has a future like ours in the fact that it's a person.
I said it doesn't.
But
no, I
but
said
then you
that,
ground the
just said I
claim
don't
that it
think
is a
feces are
person
people.
in the
I
fact
just said
that
I
it
don't
has a future like ours.
I just said I don't think feces are people. What?
I'm talking when it develops the brain. You argue that it is a person.
No, I don't think it's a person then. I don't think it's a person then. And it's
Okay,
also
then it
not
doesn't have a
fused prior
flow
to that
then, because you
point.
just got done saying in order for it to have a flow, there has to be someone with the flow, meaning it is a person. But now you're denying that it is a person.
Wait, you think
so why is it the
someone-
type
wait,
of thing
you
that
think
can have a
someone
flow
means
when it starts to
person?
develop a brain, but it's not the type
That's
of thing
not
that
how
can
I'm
have a
using the term.
flow before it
That's
starts to
not how I'm
develop the
using
brain?
the term. Wait, can you repeat that?
Okay. Well, the question would be, why is it the type of thing that can have a flow when it starts to develop the brain, but it's not the type of thing that can have a flow before it starts to develop the brain? And the second
I
question
already
is, if you don't
explained
think
this
it's a
to
person,
you.
even when it starts to develop the brain, are you giving consideration to non-people that have flows?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So then how do you explain why it is the type of thing that has a flow once the brain starts to develop, but it is not the type of thing that has a flow before the brain starts to develop?
Yeah,
What
because
is
the
the
brain is the-
meaningful ontic distinction?
I've already told you this, because the brain is the thing that's responsible for experiences, and it seems like the moment that this brain exists, it's on this trajectory. This brain is on a trajectory towards developing the parts that are necessary in order to have valuable experiences, period.
Okay. So in what way do they have valuable future goods?
What do you mean by that?
When I ask you in what way do they have valuable future goods, it seems like what underpins your argument is in fact quite trivial. You're saying that they're not a person. You're saying that they just happen to have this brain and that one day in the future, well, all of a sudden they're going to have these super valuable future experiences. And, you know, these valuable future experiences like actually would exist even prior to brain development, but the brain is the type of thing that fosters the future. So the question that I would have
Under my
is then,
view.
okay, the question that I'd have is in what way do they have these quote unquote future valuable goods? It doesn't seem like they're all too valuable, at least
Do you
in the
think
sense that
repeating
they're
the question
undermotivated due to the fact
clarifies
that they're
it?
non-people.
Yeah, do you think repeating the question clarifies it for me?
Well, I mean, I did
Okay, then
repeat
I
the
don't-
question
yeah,
with
so I don't know why you'd
significantly.
repeat the
I
question.
repeated the question with significantly more words, hoping that would add clarification on top of it. At what
You need to
point
break it
does
down
the
further. I don't know what you mean when you say that.
okay? How about this? Just like at what point does brain development enable this? Like, do you think like the moment?
At what point does brain?
Yeah, are you like, because brain development happens in like a lot of different ways during pregnancy. I mean, like a lot of people think that, you know, in order to have a meaningful future like ours, maybe you need to first possess a substrate that develops at like 20 through 24 weeks in order to support like higher level of rationale. At what, like, or, you know, like 5 weeks, like you get the very basic development of the brain. So like, are you saying that there just has to be like one brain cell in order to meaningfully hold and foster a future like ours?
Wait, just one brain cell? No.
Yeah, I'm just
probably
asking you. And
not.
like, okay, so it's not one brain
Well,
cell.
I don't know. Like, I just trust the
So
scientific
is it like a
consensus.
sufficient
and
amount of
this-
brain cells?
I'm not sure about that.
So how much
but
brain
look, I
development do you
just
have to
trust
have
the-
in order to meaningfully possess a future like ours?
I'm not sure. I just trust the scientific consensus on when like a child in the womb has a brain, right? And that consensus is from as early as 5 to 6 weeks, and I think that that's just sufficient. Like,
Okay. So scientists actually don't make claims about future like ours. Okay, you're
Yeah,
the
I'm not
one
s-
that's
but
saying
I'm not suggesting
there's
that they
a
do.
sufficient
What?
level. You're
I'm
the
not
one that's
suggesting that they
saying.
do. Are you
Well,
serious?
what you are
What?
suggesting is
How
that
did you
scientists
like
make
not track
claims.
anything that I said this whole
What
time?
you are saying is that scientists makes claims about a sufficient level of brain development to possess a future like ours.
No,
Okay, and
that's
that's
not
not
what
true.
I'm saying. Holy
Okay,
shit.
well, then
that's
you
not
didn't
what I'm
answer the
saying.
question.
Holy tracking error. I did answer the question. Maybe you should listen this time.
No, because the
Look,
question that's
all
being
I'm
asked
saying-
is at what point is there
Oh my
sufficient is there a sufficient level of brain development such that there's a future like ours? That's the question.
what
You
I'm
have the
saying
burden.
is that, yeah, I'm trying to fulfill that for you right now, but you can't control yourself. Look, the reason that I say this is in virtue of the fact that that's the scientific consensus. The scientific consensus is that a brain is present at 5 to 6 weeks. I just trust that, and then everything else that I'm saying is predicated upon that. Right?
Okay. Yeah, the consensus that you're trusting is that scientific consensus that there's a sufficient level of brain development such that they possess a future like ours. Is that the scientific consensus?
Well, that's a philosophical concept. So
Okay,
no,
so that's not the
obviously that
scientific.
wouldn't be-
So then you're not answering the question.
Well, because it's not a scientific domain. What?
Okay,
It's a
so then stop
philosophical
talking about
question.
scientists in response to philosophical questions that don't concern the scientific domain. You can't say that, oh, Dean, the question that you're asking me doesn't concern the scientific domain, but I'm going to go ahead and cite you scientists in response to the question being asked. Exactly. That's why I'm over here super flabbergasted that you're even mentioning scientists in response to a question that doesn't even concern the scientific domain. So to be clear, the question that I'm asking you is as follows. What is the sufficient level of brain development that is required, okay, in order for the fetus to meaningfully possess a future like ours?
Okay, I'm just going to address the previous thing that you said. Yeah, so when you ask me, like, what is a sufficient amount of brain, I suppose, existing in order for you to say that, like, an entity in the womb has a future like ours, yeah, and I tell you that I'm not really too concerned with the future like ours aspect. However, what I'm saying is that the scientific consensus is that there's a brain present at 6 weeks, therefore I trust that, and I think that that's just sufficient to say that, yeah, I mean, there's something that's there that's responsible for experiencing in the future. Now, the reason why you're making a category error when you bring up flow is because I'm responding to something that's strictly biological, and then you ask me, how does this relate to a flow? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So this is a really fucking big issue. So you just said that you're not really too concerned with the whole future like ours aspect of the question that I'm asking you.
Yeah, when I'm addressing
in
biological
response
facts.
to your view that the fetus is valuable because it holds a future like ours. So I don't know what to tell you. I think that you do have an obligation to answer my question.
Yeah,
and I
feel
think
like
that
I've
you
done
do
that
have a
sufficiently.
concern with, I don't know, future valuable goods being held by the fetus due to the fact that that's the thing that you think makes a fetus valuable and the fact that you think that's the thing that makes an abortion morally wrong. So, like, yeah, clearly, I'm going to ask you,
my God.
what is the
Look,
sufficient
when I'm
level of brain
responding to-
development? One moment. Clearly, I'm going to ask
You
you,
can't
is
track.
what is
Like,
the
this is
sufficient level of
bad,
brain?
dude.
You could
Like-
just continue to repeat that I'm not tracking when I'm cooking you. That's fine. Clearly, the question that I'm
You're
asking
not
you is meaningful
tracking.
in the sense that you have to be able to articulate what level of brain development is required for the fetus to possess a future like ours. Okay, because when I asked you, when they have like one brain
Would you like
cell,
me to respond
just
to
let me
what you're
finish speaking,
saying?
please, Rosella.
You've already said this.
Okay,
about
just
the
let me.
brain
Okay, you
cells. Like,
can't
we don't
control
need to hear
yourself,
it
but you're the
again.
one that continues to keep going and interrupting me. Can you
Yeah,
let me
because
finish
you've
speaking?
interrupted me several times, and you're
Okay, I tried to let you finish speaking. I'm trying
seems
to
like
now
you're
speak and
strawmanning
respond
what I'm
myself.
saying.
So I'm going to start muting you soon if you don't let me finish. Okay, that's all that I'm asking for is the ability to, go on Discord, go read your friends' messages while I say what I'm going to say. I hope that you're able to like track me too. But anyways, so
I was
the point.
responding to my boyfriend. What the heck?
Oh dang! I mean, you got a good boyfriend. He's able to help you out and losing debates. That's fine. But anyways, so to get back to what I was saying, this is very meaningful. Okay, so the question that I'm asking you is, what is the sufficient level of brain development that is required for it to be true that the fetus has a future like ours? Okay, the reason why I'm asking you this question is because you've already made it clear that you don't think that any level of brain development would then grant the fetus a future like ours. You think it's a sufficient level of brain development that would grant the fetus a future like ours. How do we know this? Because when I asked you if it's just starting brain development, if it has like 2 brain cells, 3 brain cells, it's in the formative stages of the brain. Sure, the brain has started to develop. By the way, that's what the scientists are referring to, the point in which the brain starts to develop. But you said no, they wouldn't have a meaningful future like ours. So this means that there is some point between when the brain starts to develop, which you think
I
is insufficient
understand.
for the fetus to hold a
Yeah.
future like ours, and when the brain is done developing at the age of 25, that you think, okay, there is a meaningful subject present that actually has a future like ours. So what is that sufficient point?
Okay. First of all, I'm going to address what was said previously. So, again, what I was addressing was a biological question, and you brought in a philosophical concept to that, right? That's what I'm claiming is the
Your
category
blunder.
error.
That was your blunder.
That wasn't my blunder. What?
Yes.
We're discussing the brain development. That's a
so
biological concept.
No. The category error that you're committing is that my original question that you responded to by saying, oh, well, scientists, was what's the sufficient level of brain development that allows for that thing to possess a future like ours? That was the question that I asked you. You responded to that question by mentioning scientists, and then I responded to your response by saying, why the fuck are you mentioning scientists? This is not a scientific question.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry, it's late here. I'm
So my first question that I asked you, okay? My first question that I asked you was, what is the sufficient level of brain development that is required for the fetus to actually have a future like ours? And then you responded by saying, oh, well, look at this scientific consensus. Okay? That was the category error committed. You committed the category error because I wasn't asking you a scientific question. I was asking you a philosophical question in the sense that when do you think that the brain development is sufficient for it to actually have a future like ours? And then you were confused. You responded by mentioning scientists, but now you're demonstrating even more confusion because now you're trying to convince me that I'm the one that committed the category error. No, I'm not the one that responded to the philosophical question with an inquiry into the natural sciences. You were the one that responded with it to a philosophical question with an inquiry into natural sciences. So the question once again is, what is the sufficient level of brain development that a fetus has to have in order for them to possess a future like ours? And this would be a question you'd be obligated to answer because presumably it is your burden to demonstrate that the trait in which makes a fetus valuable is not arbitrary.
Yeah, I see. Like the specific threshold, I'd just be agnostic on.
Okay. If you are agnostic on when that threshold is crossed, then you're agnostic on the morality of abortion because you don't know if that threshold is crossed during the pregnancy. And you are lying because less than 10 minutes ago, you positively affirmed the claim that it does have a future like ours.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine, I can see. Okay, it's fine. Look, I told you I'd let you beat my possession down into the ground. Maybe, like, that's obviously something that I need to clear up. But, yeah, sure, I'll just concede for now. But
thank you for coming up. I'll have a conversation with you about gender identity if I ever find you on my second account, okay?
okay.
Yeah,
Take
you have a
care,
good rest of your day,
bye-bye.
all right?
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Take care. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Woo! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're Phil Brown out, chat. We're Phil Brown out. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Got him. All right. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Got him. Got him, bro. I can't do that shit on my main account. That's like, I feel like that's just like way too deep for what my streams are supposed to be. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I had fun. We were able to prove her argument wrong. She admitted it. That was good. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Let's get some W's in the chat for that concession. Let's get some W's in that chat for the concession. Major W. Major W. Major W. Dude, somebody in the chat said she tore your ass up. Bro, she conceded, dude. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Oliver?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, I support him because of his abortion policies, his deportation policies.
Okay, we're going to try to avoid abortion for a little bit.
Well, no, that's the whole reason I came in here to debate, so can we just get one more? I'm not done like the last girl, don't worry.
No, bro. I'm sorry. I'm pretty
Bro,
sure.
I had a whole thing ready. Come on.
Okay. I'll give you 60 seconds.
60?
Yep. Better start
Okay,
talking,
well,
bro.
Explain to me how a fetus isn't a human and how it doesn't have the same rights as us.
Okay, you just want an explanation of why I'm pro-choice. Sure, I'll give you an explanation of why I'm pro-choice, and then I want to hear why you support a violent rapist as president. The explanation of why I'm pro-choice is because I value people. I don't think that moral properties attach themselves in any meaningful way to non-people. I think that the fetus becomes a person at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks because that's when it gains its ability its capacity for intellect. Now, I've described to you why I am pro-choice. Now, I would like you to describe to us why you support a violent rapist as president.
Well, I support him because he doesn't let, the people that shouldn't be on American soil overpopulate and not pay taxes to the government while living on American soil. They don't have to pay taxes for income. They don't have to pay state tax, federal tax.
Who?
The illegal of any race, not just Mexicans. So don't try to pin that on me.
Okay. So the argument is you support Trump because undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying because he does not let that happen. He doesn't just open up the borders for millions of people to come in.
Did you know that you're
And
just like wrong, bro?
How am I wrong?
Undocumented immigrants do pay taxes, according to the IRS, over $100 billion in taxes per year.
How if they're not documented?
Well,
I get sales tax.
So I understand that that's confusing. Like, we call them undocumented immigrants, but that just means that they lacked documentation in the strict sense of residency, green cards, or citizenship. But many of them actually do have documentation with the IRS. Undocumented immigrants can get individual taxpayer identification numbers, and then they can use those individual taxpayer identification numbers to pay taxes.
What I'm saying is that they don't have like a work visa or like anything like that. They just came in and either way they're still undocumented, which.
Yep, but they pay taxes. Before we further the dialogue, do you mind if I thank a couple people for their donations?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, perfect. And then I'm also going to try to get maybe like a friend up here because I really got to go pee. Alrighty, folks. Hey, over on Super Chat, thank you for the 10 euros. Nicole, who sent 10 euros in, didn't attach a message. Know that I really appreciate you for the love. Just a Cartoon, thank you for the $10. And same thing to you, Mommy Steve. Appreciate you for the $10 as well. I'm sorry that I missed your donation earlier. And thank you for the kind words. And shout out to your boyfriend. I really appreciate you. Over on Venmo, thank you, Amanda, for the $10. It says, Dean, you've helped me realize that I should share my essay story to spread awareness. You've helped me understand so much about the importance of having an opinion on and understanding of the issues in our country. Thank you so much. I would give more if I could. Amanda, I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Amanda W's in that chat. That's very kind of you. Same thing to you, Janaea. Thank you so much for the $120 donation on Venmo. Jesus Christ, Janaea. Thank you. That is a major donation. That is very kind of you. I'm really grateful for you. Please show some major love to Janaea down below. I'm super grateful for you. Thank you. Janaea with the $120 dono says, thank you for all that you do. Have you read, quote unquote, The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus? I think I've read parts of it. That sounds very familiar. I appreciate you for the $120, Janaea. Same thing to you, Rachel. Thank you for the $10. And Jamie, appreciate you for the $25, who says, would you make me mod? The scammers, slurs, and spammers are obnoxious. Parker made me a mod last week. Okay. Yeah, I'll make you mod. I got you. I'll take a screenshot of your handle. I'll mod you. Probably won't be this stream, but you'll be modded in time for next stream. Appreciate you, Jamie. Amber, thank you for the $10. Shout out to you, your mom, and your brother for Amber and her family. Welcome in. And Mike and Violet, hope you're well. Appreciate y'all. Thank you as well, Hannah, for the $4 donation. Thank you, Kiana, for the $5 donation. And Pay Me, thank you for the $20, who says, what kind of music do you like? I like a lot of music. My favorite band is the Backseat Lovers, though. And Caroline, thank you for the $10 as well. Very kind of you guys. Over on PayPal, thank you for the $33, Joanne. Joanne actually did not attach a message to love. Just sent it right on through. Let's get 300 Joanne W's down below in that chat. That is Joan. Thank you for the love, Joanne. You're awesome. And then Rylan with the $14 says, day 6. I can't watch your live because I'm at work, but I hope it's going good. Yeah, it's going pretty good today. Thank you. Tanisha, thank you for the $14, who says, I'm from Australia and I'm chronically ill and I watch your lives to help distract me. I'm so happy that the live streams are able to help give you a good distraction, Tanisha. Thank you for the $14 and shout out to you. Same thing to you, Cami and Asia. Thank you both for the $10. And Allison, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, if you ever want to have a friendly debate with a sane vegan of almost 12 years, I'd love to give it a shot. I'm definitely down for that one day, Allison. And then with all that being said, I think that we're caught up. If you want to go ahead and take it away, just kind of repeat in a sentence or two why you support Trump, that'd be great. And in the meantime,
also, sorry, Dean, that my argument was a little all over the place. I was prepared to argue a different thing. Sorry about that.
You're good, bro.
Okay. Also, what proof do you have that he's a rapist?
Oh, yeah, just a ruling of a court.
There's still, he wasn't convicted, though. He didn't go to jail, did he?
No, he didn't go to jail because it wasn't in a criminal court. It was in a civil court. He was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. He was forced to pay her $5 million plus another $82 million on the way. He tried to appeal that to every court that he could, including the Supreme Court twice. They all shot down his appeal and upheld the ruling that he is a rapist. I fundamentally do not think that we should have violent sex.
Why I support him is not because of how he's a human being. I think personally he's a horrible human being, but I think he's a decent president. There's definitely been better.
I'm frozen. Okay, I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, I'm gonna have my buddy Parker talk to you while I go pee real quick. Okay. Hey, Parker.
Hello.
Hey, just to quickly catch you up while I go pee. So this guy's arguing that he supports Trump because of his immigration policy, I think. And he doesn't really care about the fact that Trump is a rapist. He thinks that he's a horrible, horrible person, but he doesn't support Trump because of anything to do with the type of person he is. For everybody watching the stream, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
That's because that's not why we vote people in, because of their human being status.
Okay, so
No.
if you knew that Donald Trump raped a child, you'd still vote for him?
He didn't rape a child, though.
No, I'm asking if you knew that he did, would you then believe, or would you then stop supporting him?
Well, that's the different thing, though, because he didn't do that. So you can't pin that on me. I mean, if he raped a child, I'd say.
I asked you, did you hear the question I asked? I said, if he did do this, then would you stop supporting him?
Well, because of my beliefs, I think that if he was convicted of raping a child and there was definite proof, the Idaho law, well, I don't live in Idaho, but I strongly believe that dead pedophiles don't recommit. If he was proven to have raped a child, he should be subject to death by a firing squad.
So you believe then you would not let him be president of the United States?
Well, no, because of my beliefs, he would then be
So just to be very clear here, you do think character, a bad character would be a relevant enough reason to stop supporting a candidate. But apparently, you think it's only applicable when the victim is a minor, not when the victim's an adult.
I never said that either way. Then again, like I said, I wouldn't be able to support him because he would, in my beliefs, be subject to death. You know, it would be anybody, not just say like, I don't know, some kid named Connor raped a child. I think he should be subject to death.
Given that he wasn't put to death, would you vote for him if he was an election versus Harris, or you could choose not to vote?
In an election versus Harris, 100%, I would still vote for him because
even though you believe for a fact.
Well, no, because he would have done.
Wait, Oliver. Even though you knew for a fact that he assaulted a minor, you'd still vote for him?
Yes.
Wow.
Because the simple fact that
so you would still vote for Donald Trump even if he raped children?
Well, let's say. I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
So you would still vote for Donald Trump even if you knew for certain he raped children?
Well, see, that's the thing, though. You kind of got me in a corner here. Like, I can't, based off my beliefs, I don't know.
And that's kind of a problem, right? Like, if your position, you don't know if you'd still support Trump if he raped children. If you knew that for certain, then I'm sorry, but you're fucking crazy, right? You're literally crazy. Oliver, you can't tell me right now that you would stop supporting Trump if you knew for a fact he raped kids. Are you fucking okay, Oliver? Are you functioning properly right now? Is your brain critically thinking?
Did you hear what I just said? I said you have me backed into a corner here. There's not much I can do.
Which means you should stop fucking thinking that, right?
Because you have me backed into. What you're saying is hypotheticals. He didn't rape a child, though. There's no proof of him raping a child, so you can't really say that.
You know, I said if for a reason, and also, like, I do think that I can provide you sufficient enough reason to believe that.
We're not debating what ifs.
Well, you understand that hypotheticals are relevant to debates, Oliver. I'm sorry that you're just not familiar with that, but that's the reality.
Well, Parker, I'm not debating hypotheticals, though.
You just did, genius.
Well, I'm not trying to. You kind of have me.
Why wouldn't you debate hypotheticals? I think it exposes like underlying mental brain rot. Like, dude, yeah. Like, if you're telling us that you support Trump as president, like my gut reaction is going to be like, okay, you must be a rational creature. There must be good reason for you to do so. Let's see if you can maybe share that good reason with us, and I could convince you otherwise. But then when I figure out that hypothetically you'd still support him as president if he literally raped a fucking kid,
that. I said he
and
has
it goes
me
out
in
the
corner.
window.
What am I really gonna say? Would you still support?
Hopefully you'd say no. I wouldn't support Trump if he was a child rapist. I don't understand why you and so many other people.
Rapist, I would have to do research on both sides, and I'd probably not vote at that point. Do research for who you're voting for. That's kind of a normal thing, Dean.
Oh, I thought that you were implying do research on both sides. Like, well, I know you raped this child, but why?
Oh no.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that one up. Thank you for clearing.
I like how he tries to act like it's a dispute on whether it happened. After I asked him the question, if you knew for certain that he raped kids, would you vote for him? And you didn't know.
Well, okay. What I'm trying to say here is, you know, I'm kind of stumped here, honestly. No, I probably would not support him if he raped kids. I wasn't really thinking about that when I said yes. I
Okay.
would like to take
So
that
then,
back.
so let me get you what I'm trying to say there.
No,
The
if
obvious
either side
under-
of the political party raped kids, I would not vote for them. Let me
Yeah,
just say that.
of course, that should be your answer. So then that obviously gets you the conclusion that someone can engage in behavior bad enough for you to say that they shouldn't be the presidential candidate. So then again, I would just ask you, given that you do believe that Donald Trump raped a woman, would you say that that is a good enough reason to stop supporting him because that's a bad enough action insofar as that should disqualify him from your support?
Well, I don't know I haven't really done a lot of research on what he did to that lady, so I'm not going to say anything about it because I'm not rightfully knowing.
Okay, so I mean, if you knew for a fact that a entire jury of 9 people unanimously decided that Trump sexually abused her.
Oh.
Wait, you cut out. Could you say that one more time,
I think
please?
that Parker got smited by God.
Yeah, wait, Dean, I gotta get going. I'm sorry.
No worries. Appreciate you for coming on, man. You have a good rest of your day, okay?
Gotcha, bro, you too.
W. Parker for covering me while I pee. Thank you, Parker.
Okay, hold on, dude. Let me just say that I wasn't
you,
really
Parker.
thinking it through when I said yes to that. Sorry about.
Okay, listen. Here's my point. Okay, so you're saying that you wouldn't support him as president if he was a child
I wouldn't
rapist.
support anybody. It's not just Trump.
Thumbs
even if I
up.
was-
Thumbs up. I'm happy. Good.
Yeah, obviously. Even
But
if I was on your side of the political.
Why do things change when he's an adult rapist?
Well, it doesn't. I just don't know too much about that, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay. Well, dude,
haven't-
listen. We could talk about it. So, in 2023, a civil court found Donald Trump guilty of sexually abusing or raping a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. So what did the court rule he did? Well, they ruled that when they were in a dressing room, he pinned her against a wall and forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers while he also had his penis out. After 3 years of deliberation inside of a courtroom, the unanimous jury, all 9 jurors, agreed that he did this to her, including one juror, juror number 9, who's actually a Trump supporter on the right, who E. Jean Carroll's attorneys had motioned to kick off the jury because he was a Republican, but he didn't get kicked off the jury. Now, what about the evidence? Well, we had her testimony that she'd kept consistent for 30 years, alongside the testimony of 3 of her friends that she shared the story with. We had therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was raped by Trump. We had the testimony of a current-day psychologist that said that she was indeed presenting signs consistent with true trauma responses from real rape victims during her testimony. We had the dress that she wore while she was raped that she submitted to the court, claimed it had Trump's DNA on it. Then Trump was like, well, it might be mine, but I'm not going to give you my DNA. You can't have it, so we will never know. So the dress was tossed out. And then we also had his lies and his inconsistencies. He testified to the fact that he literally never met her. She responded by giving the court a photo of them together. He testified to the fact that he never do this to her because she wasn't his type. But then he confused a photo of his ex-wife, Marla Maples, to be her under deposition. And then we had all of the appeals. He tried to appeal the outcome of this court case to every court that he could. So not only do we have the original verdict from the original 9 jurors, but then we also had the oversight of like 5 other courts. All 5 appeals courts rejected his appeal, including the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court.
Well, you know what, Dean? You made some good points. Honestly, I'm gonna give that. You made some good points there. The fact that it was, because I honestly had no clue about that. That he did that. I had never heard about it. So thank you for letting me know about that. Also, wait, wow. So could you repeat? It was in civil court?
Yep.
Okay. And they 100% said, yeah, he did do that.
Yep.
Well, honestly, I don't know what to say about that. Also, before we get started, please don't quote me on the fact that I said yes to what Parker was saying. I did not think it through. 100%.
No, listen, bro, I appreciate you for actually thinking it through and coming back with that answer. Well, here's what I think you should think of that. You should say, okay, yeah, that should disqualify him from the presidency. Not only do we just want to hold ourselves to a higher standard as a country by not making predators president, but it's also a good thing because the man who raped that woman, who obviously therefore doesn't care about other people, clearly seems to be incompatible with any office, any public office that hinges on caring about other people than protecting and serving to them. I just think that there's an incompatibility between rapists and public office. You have to care about other people to be in public office. You can't care about other people if you're a rapist.
Well, yeah, it's good. It's actually really good. And then the whole reason that I was like, yeah, I would have voted red was because of the way Kamala and Biden were using taxpayer dollars. I didn't really agree with how they were using our money.
What were they spending money on that you didn't like?
Sex changes in Uganda.
So you're talking about USAID funding. I'm not sure if it was ever confirmed that paid for sex changes overseas. But what I will say is that USAID funding was a great thing, holistically.
Yeah.
It costs us about $27 billion per year, and it actually it saves around 4 million lives annually. Like,
What
yeah,
I'm saying is that
I'm
I
okay with
agree with
spending
sending
$27 billion
countries-
to save 4 million lives around the globe annually. But,
yeah,
but,
so-
let,
well, so
but
am
let
I.
me tell you something that you should, okay, then you agree with that funding. Okay, but if you want to spend less, okay, well, let's not first defund the programs that are like saving millions and millions of lives around the globe every year. How about we start with defunding programs, such as ensuring that we're sending less missiles to Israel to use to kill innocent children. And if you care about government expenditure as a whole, well, then you'd really hate Trump. He's the biggest spender we've ever had as president. He personally accounts for 27.7% of this nation's debt.
Well, could you tell
And
us what he spends that on?
Well, sure. In the first year and a half of his term, he's already spent $5 trillion, which is more than every dollar spent by Biden and Harris in their 4 years combined.
Okay.
And he spent that money on things like the Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill costs $5 trillion. And according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, it is effectively reducing the purchasing power of the working class. It is taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. And it's just a total disaster.
Well, Dean, like I was saying, I agree with funding for saving human lives, not like giving them food, giving them clothes, giving them water. I agree with that completely, but I don't agree with the fact that they're paying for, African kids and other people. I don't think that should be happening at all, honestly. Even with people that are over 18, I just don't think that should be illegal.
Okay,
surgery.
what does this have to do with our debate? Okay, you accept that he was a rapist. I want you to respond to the fact that therefore he shouldn't be president. Okay, then you also say you care about spending. Okay,
Well, Dean,
and
but
now
I'm talking about the spending right now.
Okay, yeah. Can you give me any evidence that they spent more than like $5 on a sex change operation for a child overseas?
I don't remember exactly if it was. I think it's 3 million or 3 billion. They spent $3 million.
Okay, then show that to me. And it's like, even if that's true, okay, like you disagree with that, but why do we have to destroy the country over that? You're saying like, oh, they spent
Who's
like
saying we should-
they spent like
Who's saying we should destroy
1/1000th
the country?
of a you. You're saying like, oh,
I'm
the
saying
Biden-Harris
that-
administration.
that-
Let me clarify
that
this to you. Let me
part.
clarify this to you. You're saying like, oh, they spent like 0.000000001% of the annual budget on sex change operations. Therefore, we actually just need to destroy the country, make a rapist president, have him take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, reduce the purchasing power of the working class, give us the worst jobs report in 20 years, start a new war in Iran, kill children over there, defund USAID as a whole, killing 14 million people across the globe over the course of the next 4 years, attack the Constitution, attack the press, attack women's rights, okay, attack members of the LGBT plus community, attack black and brown people, illegally deport people to get tortured overseas, all because of spending 0.00001% of our annual budget on sex change operations overseas. Yeah.
Well, Dean,
That doesn't make any sense.
How is he attacking black and brown people, and how is he necessarily attacking the LGBTQ community?
Oh, sure. Well, that one's easy for the LGBT plus community. He's literally taking rights away from trans people and designating them as terrorists. Don't care if you disagree with. Sure. Yeah, the right to be in the military. Literally just took it away from them.
Okay. Is there any more?
Okay. Well, you asked me to name one. I named one. We could go over many other like social, economic, and international concerns, which would be included as well. I mean, there's already complications arising if trans people could even get driver's licenses in Kansas, for instance. Driver's licenses and passports are becoming very, very difficult for them. Taking benefits away from, service members who were trans. But the point that I'd like to make here is Apparently something I'll never be able to tell you because you just left the stream. Okay. We're going to get that next guest connected. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin message over on YouTube, and the handle's also always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Let's go to get the next guest up here. He dipped. Hey, Amanda. Thank you for the $4 on Venmo. Sorry, Amanda. Today we are just looking to talk to American adults that support Trump. Kirsten, thank you for the $5, who says, how did TikTok go viral today? Wasn't trying or expecting it, but I figured from one very non-official streamer to a legit pro, you'd appreciate how freaking exciting it is to watch those numbers go crazy. Hey. Yeah, listen, I understand how exciting that is. It's awesome. Good for you, man. Good for you. Super exciting. Millie, thank you for the $10, and that's a very kind offer of you, Millie. Thank you to you and your husband. And then Rachel, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, P.S. If you would love if you hosted a live dedicated to the vegan debate sometime. Yeah, I might end up doing that on a second account one of these days. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Boom.
Dean, could I debate someone who supports Trump?
Good. Yeah, bro. Just go start a live.
Oh man, I want to do it on your live. Well,
what the fuck? Hey, DD, thank you so much for the $40 donation on PayPal. I appreciate you, DD. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Show some love to DD down below in that chat. DD with the $40 says, it's honestly so ironic when people say that they're pro-life, but then support everything that ICE is doing. Every human life has value unless that life is undocumented. Yeah, I know, right? Like, ooh, I'm pro-life. Save the little zygotes. But, like, we don't care if we kill brown people? Like, okay. Frankie, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello? Will you support Charlie for no?
He said something about Charlie Kirk, so I'm just going to ban him. Jeremy, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Jeremy, that is fucking atrocious. Why would you ever support this idiot?
Well, mainly because I really like his abortion policies.
Yeah.
Why haven't you banned me? Why haven't you banned me yet, bro?
Because this is happening, little bro. This is happening.
It's happening.
Bro. What
All right,
are
man.
Trump's abortion policies?
That I'm under 18.
We're gonna get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Yo, that's a trap card, bro. Just say that you're a minor and I'm gonna auto ban you. It works. It works well. If you're ever in, it works very well. Works very well. Say you're a kid and I will ban you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We get a couple people loading up into the stream here for the 16,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. Appreciate y'all for being here. Where's the next guest at? We got Cade loading up inside of the queue. Perfect. As well as huge shout out to Slimy. Thank you for the $5 on Super Chat, who says that guest made me want to rip my ears off. Dear God. Which one? We've had some bad guests today. We've had some bad guests today. Truly. And then Nicole, thank you for the 10 euros on Super Chat. Thank you. Let's go to get the next guest up here. If you do want to ask me a question, get a message across, or just generally support what we do, as I just said, you can find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Pin a message on YouTube, and the handle's always at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in Withers. Hello, do you support Trump? Yo, hello, bro? Yo, Addy Spam, are you with us? Addy Spam is not with us, so we're going to go to ban her and move on to the next guest. We got Anne Marie loading up inside of the queue. Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, Anne, that's terrible. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Oh, Anne, that's just terrible. You as a young woman really support this guy. Wow. Why?
Well, before I get into the reasons of why I really I would have voted for him, I do want to talk about at least one thing with you.
What do you want to talk about, Anne, quite frankly?
What are your thoughts on COSA?
Okay. Ma'am, we're here to talk about Trump.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Trump is pro COSA. Like
Okay.
90% sure. I don't know though.
You support Trump because he's pro-child sexual abuse?
What?
COSA?
COSA. No, KOSA. Kids Online Safety Act.
Oh, okay. I would definitely recommend specifying that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that scared me.
I would just in the future. I don't know. In the future, I
Yeah.
definitely recommend specifying that. Child's Online Safety Act. Not familiar. Is this a new bill? Is it being passed? Is it already passed?
I don't know if it's already been passed, but I'm pretty sure it's been tried to be passed in the past. I don't know.
Okay, and you support him because he's for the safety of children online? Why isn't he like pro the safety of children in the Epstein files?
Actually, that's the other reason why I was gonna bring it up. I'm pretty sure he's tried to pass the pass Epstein files. I'm not sure. I'm not very educated. I remember my parents telling me that he ran on that. But I don't have access to news resources because I live with my parents. So.
Okay, so I actually do support the Kids Online Safety and Privacy Act. Reading a little bit about it, that's good. I definitely agree that something needs to be done there. It seems like it aims to establish a duty of care for social media platforms for minors on their platform, and I think that's a really good thing. I think that we need that. This was actually drafted by a Democrat under Biden, by the way, and it still hasn't passed today. So that's going to be a Democrat W. Why would this Democrat W make you support Trump as president?
I don't know. Just from like what I've relatively heard, around Republicans are relatively for COSA, and I've heard a lot that Democrats.
Yeah, I think it may be bipartisan, but it originated from a Democrat, maybe bipartisan. So I don't think that this would be like a big reason to support like a Republican president or Democratic president if it passed under their administration, given that it passed with bipartisan support, but clearly it hasn't because it's failed. So I'm gonna have to actually take a look at who's voting against it. I would assume it's the Republicans voting against it, which is why it continues to fail.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Oh wait. Yeah. So actually, Trump endorsed it. Sorry, not Trump. Biden endorsed it in 2023 and got it to pass the Senate. But it just looks like it hasn't passed the House of Representatives. Yeah. So, yeah, you have Biden to thank for COSA passing the Senate. It has failed to pass the House of Representatives and continues to with a Republican majority. So, why does this positively reflect on Trump?
I don't know. I was like 90% sure that the Republicans were attempting to pass it and that Trump was pro COSA.
Yeah, I don't see
and I
that.
just like kept. What?
I don't see that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Like I said, I'm not very informed.
Do you have any other like reasons that you are informed about to support Trump as president, please?
I'm not relatively informed. Once again, because I still live with my parents, are relatively under a lot of control of things
20?
that I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to go through college, so.
Yeah. Wow. I feel bad for you. I grew up with a lot of people that were in a similar position to yourself, over controlling parents even at the age of 20. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to move on to the next guest. I hope that you do continue to watch the live stream. Maybe we could help to better educate you on these things.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you take care. Thank you, Carlos, for the draft. That's very kind of you. Everybody in the comment section is saying, Dean, no COSA. Okay. I mean, I literally just read like the 2-second synopsis of it, geared towards protecting children and social media. Maybe I'll have to take a little bit of a further look into the bill. Turkey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Turkey's not here. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Is COSA good? Is it bad? People in the chat are saying it allows for like digital tracking. I don't know. Depends on what that tracking is. I do think that there's some type of federal legislation that is needed to protect children on the internet. Like, it is so bad, bro. It is so bad. People are saying that it is media censorship designed under the guise of protecting child safety. Okay, I'll take a look at the bill. Jeremiah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Wait, what time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah, bro. I asked you that question. Clearly,
10:30.
what time is it? 10:30. What state are you in?
I live in Georgia.
Is that what the person on the phone just told you?
No.
Yeah? You're playing a game with a headset on right now, and the person that you're playing the game with on a fucking Xbox party chat just told you to say that you live in Georgia.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
Dean, you can't prove that.
I can prove it because I just heard it. And then I could also hear
That's
like the
my friend. He
joysticks
also
of your
lives in
controller in the
Georgia.
background. I could hear the joysticks of the
We both
controller in the
live
background.
Woodstock.
I can hear him right now. He's screaming Georgia.
No, he's lying. He's lying.
Yeah, what's a state to the south of Georgia?
Wait, what did you say?
He's freaking out because I could hear him.
Yeah, he's very. Yeah, he's very. He's very.
You're banned. Yo, honestly, kind of a strat though. I'm not gonna lie. He was just like legit like on a call with somebody from America and having them answer the questions. You know what, base, bro? That's a good strat. That's a like I will admit, bro. Like that is a fire strategy. That is a fire strategy. What's up, little bro? You support this asshole Trump?
Yes, but you give me like 2 minutes. I'm at a gas station checking out. I'll be in my car for like 30 minutes charging.
Yeah, bro, that's fine. He drives an EV. That's not very MAGA of you. You need to be dumping some coal, brother. Nothing more American than smog in the air.
2 of them.
What's that?
I have 2 of them, a Tesla and a Rivian.
What kind of Rivian you got?
The R1T. I was the first one to get it, but I would drive that car if it was gas. So like I'd drive the Tesla for the autopilot and the Rivian for the off-road.
Dude, fuck. The Rivian R1T is one of my favorite cars, man. I love that R1T, dude. One day, bro. One day. All right, bro. We'll wait until you're back in your vehicle. In the meantime, folks, make sure they were double tapping away in that phone screen. No, I love the Rivian R1T. That is like one of my dream vehicles. It is just such a cool little car, and it's great for off-roading. Thank you, Michael, for the $10, who says, is there anybody you would pay to debate? None of these typical MAGA guests are even close to being on your level. Ben Shapiro. I'd like to talk to Ben Shapiro. Thank you, Kaylin, for the $25 donation on PayPal. That is very kind of you. That is Kaylynn. Kaylin with the $25 says, hey, Dean, I'm a big fan of you. I watch your lives as much as possible, and I'm very sorry about what that person did. Hacking a minor's account and falsely accusing you of that is a very punk-ass thing to do. Anyways, I hope you're doing okay. I appreciate you for the love, Kaylin. They didn't hack a minor's account. They just stole their identity. That was a terrible thing to do. I agree, Kaylin. Thank you for the $25. Same thing to you, Marco. Thank you for the $11. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 Marco W's. And Anne, thank you for the $10 as well. Uses COSA as opposed by progressives because it could be used to prevent minors from accessing information. That is valuable to them, not a privacy protection law. Okay, I haven't taken a look at that. Just know that I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and unmute this guy. If he's not ready to debate, we're just going to go ahead and kick him and move on to the next guest.
Yeah, I'm ready. One thing about the Rivian, it's great off-road except for the mud. It's so heavy and mud, it just sinks. It just flattens out and hits the ground. And I live in Florida, and it's all mud.
Very interesting. Keep that in mind. So why do you support Trump, man?
Pretty much everything, like my life experiences leads me to understand and support what he does. But I want to specifically talk about E. Jean Carroll and some of the facts of that case.
Okay.
Okay, so you think the big evidence is like her dress and the DNA on it, right?
No, I think the big evidence is like, I think that the overwhelming evidence for the conclusion formed by the jury is just the amalgam of the individual pieces of evidence in the trial. Okay, there's just like simply too many different stars that have aligned, quote unquote, in order for her to be a liar. Okay, like the star aligned with her testimony and our friends being able to testify that she's kept that consistent. The star aligned with her saying that his DNA was on a dress and then him denying to have his tested against the DNA on the dress. The stars aligned with him lying under oath multiple times about never meeting her, or other things such as saying that, you know, she wasn't his type. There stars aligned in other senses of him like admitting to other forms of violent sexual predatorial behaviors in other dressing rooms before. The stars aligned with all of the other courts rejecting his appeal. The fact is that the stars just kept on aligning for years, too many years for it all to be a coincidence and for her to be a liar.
I think most of what you said is circumstantial. The only physical, like, real evidence is the dress. And even that, like, I question because the DNA is on the shoulder. Like, you know, you put your hands on someone's shoulders when you're taking a picture of them, which is the one thing we know for a fact is that they took a picture together at an event that he was hosting. So, you know, why was there no DNA inside her dress if he did what
Wait, was she wearing that dress in the picture?
Isn't that the whole argument? That I don't know if she was wearing that dress when they took the photo, but she claims she was wearing that dress when the incident happened, right?
Yeah. Well, it was also like male DNA. It wasn't specified that DNA was semen. That's speculated, but it's not specified. And it is totally possible for semen to get on the shoulder. Just keep that in mind. But like I said, I think that the strongest, really the strongest.
But why was there no DNA inside the dress? Like even sweat, body fluid DNA just from his hands being there.
I don't think that we, like, any court clearly identified that there wasn't DNA inside of the dress. So they just identified that there was unknown male DNA on the dress.
There was DNA of 4 people, which makes more sense if she's
Yeah,
taking
the other
photos
3
of
were
real
females.
with their hand on the shoulder.
And well,
Again,
I mean,
makes sense if
we
someone
wouldn't be able to
was
shoot that
taking
argument down
pictures.
because it wasn't the same dress that she was wearing in the photo, apparently.
But was it the same dress of the day of the essay?
That's what she claimed.
Because if this, and there was no damage to it, and what kind of dress was it? Was it easy for someone to access that area? I mean, as far as only physical evidence, it's not really much. And from what I understand, he wanted
so
to
the
give
judge
his
actually,
DNA, but
So the judge actually rejected the dress from the case after Donald Trump refused to provide his DNA. And the judge said that, quote unquote, it would only prove that they met one another, not that he raped her. Now, you're saying that he actually attempted to provide his DNA. That's not true during the discovery period. So the discovery period was like open for, like,
the end.
For 3 years. And then once the discovery period closed, then he was like, oh, well, actually, now I can submit my DNA, because he knew that they wanted to accept it. But once again, I think that the most compelling piece of evidence for me is the fact that on another occasion, he admitted to, like, sexually violating a woman and women and other girls in dressing rooms at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. And then this other court finds him guilty of sexually violating another woman in another dressing room at another place in the same time. Like, yeah, it just makes sense to me. Like, okay, like, we
Wait,
already
what are the
know
other
that
two cases. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2005, he just straight up said that he'd barge into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies backstage in their dressing rooms.
I mean, he could be just exaggerating for Howard Stern, but even if that's true, that's not the same. You don't jump from being a peeping Tom to essaying someone like that.
Okay. Well, I don't think that it was an exaggeration. I don't think that that was an exaggeration at all, because I can't think of any other scenario of any other man ever sitting down on a podcast and falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent. Plus, he specified that this was indeed something that he did. And plus, we have the victim testimony of, like, multiple women and multiple girls from different years that never met one another that competed at these pageants. And then the next thing was, well, you just don't jump from looking at the naked body of somebody to raping them. I would argue that, yeah, those two things do fall under the same category of sexual violence. If you're willing to infringe on a woman's dignity and consent and look at her naked in the nude, why wouldn't you be willing to rape her? And of course, that's where the Access Hollywood tapes come in. And he's like, oh, well, I could just grab women by their vaginas. I don't even need to ask first. Okay, well, that's exactly what the court ruled that he did to her. Plus the amalgam of the other evidence to do with her testimony, the testimony of the psychotherapist, the testimony of her friends, his lies and inconsistencies, the dress, which we've briefly spoke on, alongside a couple other things. Like, yeah, I definitely do think that we have significantly more reason to believe that he raped her compared to reason that we have to believe that he did not rape her.
Well, even the Access Hollywood thing implied consent. You know, they let me do it implies consent. It doesn't.
No, I
see
don't
how
accept
you
that
can see
reading.
it your way. I'm not denying your reading, but my reading is just as valid. And you know,
I don't think so. I don't think so. What does it mean for them to let him do it? For them to not actively fight back and like curse him out and like punch and fight? Okay. Well, according to the American Medical Association, upwards of 70 to 80% of people that are actively being raped literally freeze. Like, they can't move. They experience what is medically referred to as temporary paralysis. And the reason why I think that my reading is more probable than your reading is because of what he admitted to on Howard Stern's radio show, all the evidence inside of the E. Jean Carroll court case, and then, of course, the jury's verdict. Like, all of that serves as evidence that drastically increases the probability of my reading of his Access Hollywood comments and drastically reduces the probability of your reading of his Access Hollywood comments.
No, I understand, but I still don't think it's enough to find someone guilty of that. And the fact that he was found guilty in, in civil court just doesn't mean anything. Like, because in the end, his biggest punishment would have been paying money. Like, if his life was on the line, if him going to prison was on the line, maybe the jury would have wanted more evidence and would have looked at the evidence better.
I reject that. I think that you're postulating all of these assumptions in which are gravely irrelevant. I mean, him and his billionaire lawyers had 3 years to argue to the jury why it was so very important for them to really consider the evidence they're presented with and to honestly arbitrate his guilt on the basis of said evidence, not on the basis of, well, it's just not that big of a deal because all he has to do is pay money. I mean, his lawyers had 3 years to convince the jurors that they really needed to consider the evidence being submitted, but the jurors still ruled that he did it.
I mean, that's all you've done, too, is postulate that because of this, he's definitely guilty of this. Not that,
Right.
his actual physical evidence. And then you gotta
I went over
imagine
the
how
evidence.
hard
Like,
it is
come
to
on, dude,
defend.
just disassociate this from Trump.
No, but it's all
Don't-
circumstantial.
one
And I
second.
gave you-
Stop making this about Trump for 1 second, okay? Let's just there's a random person on the street, okay? You meet this random person on the street. They tell you how funny it was when they sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and girls unconsensually in their dressing rooms. And then they go on to tell you that women will just let you grab them by their vaginas without asking. And then 2 years later, you learn that a court found them guilty of raping a woman in a dressing room. Like, a fucking duh, you're gonna believe that. If any reasonable person would say, no, I wouldn't believe that court ruling, they wouldn't be a reasonable person. Hopefully, every single person watching this stream right now, I'm kind of appealing to the audience in this as well, can agree that if some random fucking person told you how much fun they had when they sexually exploited naked women and girls in their dressing rooms, then they go on to say that I could just grab their vaginas without asking them. They just let me do it. And then a court rules that they raped a woman in a dressing room. You're gonna absolutely agree with the ruling of that court. How do you get past the part that among the most likely people that leave jail and then wind back up in jail for the same crime and recommit are sexual predators? How do you get past the part that we already know Trump is a sexual predator because he's admitted to barging into dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies? How do you get past the part that if E. Jean Carroll is just a crazy liar, why were Donald Trump's attorneys not able to convince a jury of not including a Trump supporter on that jury of that over a deliberation process of 3 years? How are you able to get past the part of the psychologist testimony on the basis of her testimony? How are you able to get past the part of her friends testifying to this too? How are you able to get past the part of the dress? How are you able to get past any of this? His lies, his inconsistencies. It's just too strong of a case.
It's not. It really isn't. Especially since in his job, his persona as this playboy billionaire, he tells exaggerated stories, and including probably the one with the locker rooms. The changing rooms. And then
that's exaggerated?
In her testimony, because that's Trump, he exaggerates every story he tells in every possible way. He's a sales guy. That's all he does is sell the story, sell the entertainment. And being on the Howard Stern show where they tell all the most perverted shit, I could easily imagine him just exaggerating things to sound more perverted, even though it probably meant nothing to him.
Okay.
Or maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just giving you
there's a reason why you're wrong. Okay, the reason that you're wrong is clear. Okay, you're saying, oh, it's Trump. He just exaggerates shit. Okay, so what you're telling me is that you think that Donald Trump is perfectly okay with making an exaggerated joke about him sexually exploiting naked minor girls? If you are okay with making a joke about you sexually exploiting naked minor little girls, chances are you're the type of guy to actually sexually exploit naked minor little girls.
It was Miss USA full-grown women.
It was women and little girls. No. We had 3 teams come forward from Miss Teen USA that said that Donald Trump barged into their dressing rooms unannounced when they were naked and said, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." 3 little girls.
That's the first time I'm hearing it. So
I still don't think it's in a perverted way, but whatever.
What do you mean not a perverted way? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I really let me take that back. I really just don't know because I wasn't there, and we're talking about this 30 years later, so it makes it tough. But from her testimony, do we know anything about when it happened? Was it Christmas time? Was it fall? She doesn't even know the exact year.
We actually do.
What season was it?
Yeah, it happened in winter of late 1995 to 1996. Now, you also just said, oh, you don't know any of this because you weren't there. Okay, well, we could still use our brains to reason certain conclusions without being there for the events that we're using our brains to reason about, okay? I wasn't there for the Holocaust, but I know that it happened. If you're a Christian, you weren't there for Jesus' resurrection, but you know that he resurrected. If you're a Muslim, you weren't there for Prophet Muhammad's divination with God, but yet you know that he is truly a prophet of God. If anybody, you weren't there for, let's say, World War I, but we all know that World War I happened. And my point is, even though you weren't there for Donald Trump sexually exploiting these naked women and girls, we can still reason to the conclusion that it occurred because he said he did it, and they said he did it.
You're comparing events that happen in history that's confirmed by hundreds of thousands of people to events that are confirmed by 3-4 people, maybe. With E. Jean Carroll, it's just him and her. There's too much I
didn't even mention E. Jean Carroll
coming to conclusions and not enough. What's up?
I didn't even mention Eugene Carroll in the statement I made. How about this? Imagine that you live with a man. He's your roommate. You know, last night he was at a party. He comes home from that party and he tells you that he literally raped a woman at this party last night. And then you say, oh, fuck, okay. You start investigating. You go find the woman that he said he raped. You ask her, did my friend rape you at this party last night? And she says, yeah, he brutally raped me at this party last night. Would you believe that he raped her?
Yeah, at that point, yes, because they all said it and they all agree with each other. But this is not the situation here.
It is. Donald Trump said he did it. They said he did it. Donald Trump said he went into those dressing rooms, looked at them when they had no clothes on. They said he went into our dressing rooms and looked at us while we had no clothes on. They said the same thing.
He said it with adults. I don't think he said it with... Either way, like, just because you're guilty of one crime doesn't make you automatically guilty of all crimes.
Okay, so do you accept that he sexually exploited those women?
Yes, let's put him in jail for being a peeping Tom. Is that even like a misdemeanor?
Do you think that it should be?
I don't know.
Do you think that it should be
honestly,
a jailable offense to intentionally abuse your position of power? Whoa. Do you think that it should be a jailable offense to intentionally abuse your position of power and use that to exploit the vulnerability of naked women and or girls to barge into their dressing rooms and look at their vaginas and then publicly talk about how phenomenal they looked? Should that be a jailable offense?
If you're doing it in a criminal way where you're constantly doing it versus like, oh, I walked in and, you know, if it was just like an accidental thing versus a purposeful,
direct
like...
intent. Direct purpose and intent.
Yeah. Yes, if there's direct intent that we could prove beyond a reasonable doubt, I would agree with you.
Okay, perfect. So then you think that Donald Trump should be in jail for that?
If we have direct intent that he was habitual doing it in
we do, right?
way,
I mean, in the clip, he said he was just hilarious how he do this.
Yeah, with adults, and even then, like I said, that's not the right environment.
Hey, I don't think that we know it was adults.
Like
he continued to use the word woman interchangeable with the word girl throughout the entirety of that podcast episode. And the fact that we have both women and girls that have come forward said that this happened to them makes me believe that he did it to both of them.
Yeah, but usually when referring to kids, you say kids. So girls could have... I'd call grown women above the age of like 40 girls. That's not saying that they're underage.
Wait. I just want to be so clear. You're saying that even though he used the word girl in this podcast, they're like, oh, well, that actually gives us more reason to believe that he's referring to an adult woman than a minor. Okay. Yeah, bro. I mean, I just think that's a totally losing argument.
Like,
go piss, girl.
So I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. You've never heard somebody call a 15-year-old girl a girl.
It's an all ages thing. I've seen 5 elderly women being called the girls. I mean,
all ages thing. Yeah, exactly my point. I do think that he was using the word girl to refer to all ages. He was using the word girl to refer to both adults and minors, and I believe this because both adults and minors came forward and testified that this happened to them.
You could also call senior citizen girls. And again, I don't deny. I don't have proof of what you're saying. If I had like solid proof beyond a reasonable doubt, if I had 1,000 witnesses like we have with the Holocaust, I would agree with you.
Okay,
but
yeah,
we don't really
proof beyond
have
a reasonable
like
shadow of a doubt
witnesses.
is what Donald Trump said and then what they said.
Okay.
Sorry
we
for the
have
lag on
like
TikTok,
security
folks.
footage. Either way, like I'm
Check this
talking
out.
here specifically about Eugene Carroll. Like,
to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Women.
yeah, he also says no
bikini
clothes,
models
which can say, it could be bikini.
Guys, I don't understand why there's lag on TikTok, folks. It has to be an issue with the TikTok servers. Let me know if you could at least just still hear me in the chat.
Anyway,
so do you accept that he sexually exploited at the minimum women?
I don't know. He did it sexually. He did it, and let's just say he did it. I don't know, like.
Okay. Can we shake hands on the fact that people who sexually exploit women shouldn't be president? Like people who admit to it, people who call it funny, people who will say it's this great funny thing that they did.
If it's done criminally, yes, they shouldn't be president.
Okay, was this done criminally? Was this done criminally? Do you think that there was a criminal action?
We have no.
What do you mean by what do you mean by being done criminally? I'm just asking you about the action in of itself.
Like in a sexual way to get sexual gratification.
Okay, yes. We know that it's in a sexual
very
way because why else would he barge into their dressing rooms, look at their naked bodies, and call them incredible, and then say he gets away with it? Clearly, it was for sexual purposes, but we also know that it was sexual because he said so. This wasn't just a random comment made by Trump. This was actually a response from Trump to Howard Stern's question about what are the sexual things you do with the beauty pageant contestants. Also, guys, I don't know why it's lagging on TikTok right now.
You're pushing all these things. Like, I'm sorry.
No, respond to what I said. You said, "Oh, we don't have
that-
reason to believe that it's sexual." Okay, no, we do, because A, what's the other reason he'd do this? And B, this was his answer in response to a question from Howard Stern about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants.
I mean, it could be just inspecting the models, making sure they're good-looking women that are gonna represent his business well.
Dude, A, that's sexual. B, he said it was sexual. Respond to that. Howard Stern said, Trump, what are the sexual things that you do with the beauty pageant contestants? Trump said, here's what I'll do. I will barge into their dressing rooms.
Hold on, but play that again. Did Howard Stern say sexual?
Yeah, I'll literally let you listen to the whole
And
context of
also,
the
I think when Trump
Go over you. Look, you're meeting the girls. Is that one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in because.
The context definitely makes it clear that this was a sexual thing. I mean, Howard Stern was like, "Oh, is there a conflict of interest when you fuck your beauty pageant contestants?" He was like, "I don't know, maybe."
Gross, but
okay, and then Howard Stern was like, "Okay, so tell me one of these stories," and he's like, "Well, what I will tell ya is I'll barge into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies." Yes, clearly sexual. You are a heathen to do that.
I think Howard Stern is doing the same thing you're doing to me. You're taking it to a weird spot, and just in replying to you, I'm going to get in trouble, and it's going to seem sexual and perverted no matter what. I mean, you're literally doing the same exact thing to me.
Okay, what am I doing?
Taking this story, these questions to a weird spot.
You made a claim.
You
made a claim that you don't have evidence. No, one moment. You made a claim that you don't have evidence that this was sexual. I just gave you undeniable evidence that this was sexual.
No, you gave me evidence that Howard Stern made it very perverted, and Trump replied to his thing. He's like, the closest thing I do is I go in their fucking locker rooms. I don't know if that was the results of Howard Stern's questions or his actual acts.
Bro, dude, that was Donald Trump's response to what Howard Stern was asking. What are you saying? Like, what is this? Like, genuinely, like, what is this? Like, what? Like, one second. What is going on right now? Like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, Howard Stern asked Donald Trump a perverted question, and Donald Trump gave him an honestly perverted response. They're both bad people.
Because Howard Stern insisted. You did the same thing to me right now. You insisted to make it perverted and sexual.
No, where in this clip did Howard Stern say, "I want you to lie to me right now and make up a story about you barging into the dressing rooms"? No, this was a story off the cuff from Trump about how he'd barge into the dressing rooms that we know was honest because the pageant contestants confirmed it. What do you say to Tasha Dixon, Miss Arizona from 2001? I was like, yeah, he did barge into the dressing rooms. He did look at us naked. What do you say to Mariah Bilato, who's at Miss Teen USA in 1997, who said, yeah, he would barge into our dressing rooms and he would look at us while we're naked? What would you say about every single woman and girl that said this happened to us, on top of Donald Trump admitting to it?
I would like to know if he was doing it in like a stalker way, or he just happens to be in the same room as them and they're getting undressed.
Most of them didn't remember.
I mean,
it's in the woman's dressing room. If you have to ask yourself, is it weird for a man to barge into a woman's dressing room and look at their naked bodies and then say he gets away with it and then share the story with his buddy after he asks him about all the sex he has? Well, I think that you are just as weird as him. Okay, if you cannot make the very obvious and evident connection between every single thing that I just said in a very clear sexual wrongdoing, then I think that you have lost your damn mind. Yes, it is sexual to seek out the naked bodies. One moment. Yes, it is sexual to seek out the naked bodies of women and then laud all over them and then tell your buddies about how good their boobs looked.
See, and we don't know that he lauded all over them. We don't know that he was telling the truth. He was just telling his buddies a story.
Wait. We do know that. Because listen.
Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Dude, in that clip, he said, oh, I'll barge in there. I'll look at them. They're naked. They look incredible. And I get away with that. Okay, what does that signal to you? Like, I think in order for you to be debating the point you are in this debate, you legitimately just have to forgo the meaning of language. Like, what else could that sentence? I'd barge in there. They were naked. They look great, and I'd get away with it. Signals anything other than here is a clearly unconsensual sexual act that I'm engaging in.
He looked at bikini models with no bikini on. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Them having no clothes could mean bikini, could mean anything. And the fact that it's the environment
because it's in a dressing room. Because it's in a dressing room. It's in a fucking dressing room for a pageant. What do you think it means when they say, oh, they had no clothes on? Oh, well, due to the fact that it's in a dressing room where they're getting ready for a bikini pageant, it means that they don't have any clothes on, that they're absolutely naked. Okay, and by the way, this is naked. Yes, it does, because that's a necessary process in the steps of putting a bikini on or taking a bikini off. Listen, at Miss USA, these were bikini pageants. What did they use the dressing rooms for? They used the dressing rooms to get in and out of their bikinis.
Naked,
yes or no?
That doesn't mean they were
no.
naked.
Answer my question.
I'm not denying.
Answer my question. Answer my question. At this
naked.
pageant, do you agree that those dressing rooms were used for putting their bikinis on and taking their bikinis off?
Yeah, there's also clothes, also all kinds of stuff. Your way is possible, but more ways also possible.
No. Because it was no. Answer my question. Answer my question. This was for a bikini pageant.
Yes.
Okay, so you do agree
that
at a bikini
dresses.
That's what that no. He specifically did this at the bikini pageants. That's what Tasha Dixon said.
Well, in that story, he didn't specify anything. He just says this is something that's possible.
Yeah. Do people get naked in dressing rooms? Yes or no?
Yeah, but people also change down into their underwear in dressing rooms.
Oh, wait. So would it be sexual exploitation for him to look at them in their underwear? That's also sexual exploitation. You fucking heathen.
Does him being in the same room make it sexual? Doesn't have to be sexual first.
It is sexual because he said it's sexual. He said he'd look at them, they looked great, and he'd get away with looking at them. What the fuck does that mean, you absolute idiot? I'm so sorry. What else could that possibly mean? Donald Trump, the response to Howard Stern. Howard Stern is like, oh yeah, let's talk about you fucking your pageant contestants. And then Trump is like, oh yeah, I love fucking my pageant contestants. And then Howard Stern is like, oh yeah, what if they're like, hey, fuck my pussy, Donald Trump? Because I'm pretty sure something like that was said in the clip. And then he's like, well, Howard Stern, you're asking me if I fuck their pussies, but I'll tell you what I do is I barge into their dressing rooms and they're naked and they just look great. They have no clothes on and I get away with it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is sexual. I'm almost positive that is sexual.
So there's
okay?
No such thing as
I think that for you to deny that is sexual is for you to deny reality in of itself. How could you possibly interpret that? Howard Stern be like, oh, do you fuck them? And then he'd be like, oh, I don't know, it's a conflict of interest, but we could work around that. And then Howard Stern be like, oh, well, what if they present you with their pussy to fuck, Trump? And then Trump is like, well, I'll barge into their dressing rooms, they'll have no clothes on, they look great, and I get away with it. How could you interpret that conversation to be anything other than a sexual act that Trump is admitting he engaged in? That is obviously sexual. Jesus.
Can I reply now without getting kicked? Because, first of all, he's asking him if women are consensually wanting to sleep with you. Your employees want to sleep with you. They're whatever. They're foreigners and they like you. You're hot, whatever, and they want to sleep with you. Would you do it? He's implying consent and the fact that they are throwing themselves at him, and he's like, no, or yes or no. But he's like, you ever been in middle school and you had kids like, did you get laid yet? Did you get laid yet? Did you get laid yet? and they lie or they don't lie, and they put pressure on you, and you end up lying because they set up this fucking environment of fucking sexuality, that you're like, oh shit, they all got laid. Do I lie and tell this a story or take a story that's real and make it perverted just so I'm not the one loser that didn't get laid, or do I just fucking tell the truth and tell them whatever? I think Trump's story was affected by the environment of being on the Howard Stern show. If this was
poor
like
little
Oprah
victim Trump.
and he fucking
Look at all the fucking
I'm
mental
not saying he was a
gymnastics.
victim
Look
either,
at all these
the one
mental
that
gymnastics that
started
you're
this
running.
one.
Look at all these mental gymnastics that you're running. Oh, yeah, sure, Donald Trump literally said that he'd sexually exploit women, but I don't think he did it, because I think that Howard Stern made him say that he sexually exploited women. My Trump would never do that. I know my Trump, and he's the best president ever. He would never do that, even though he said it. I mean, somebody must have forced him to say it. We only have the audio. Howard Stern must have been pointing a fucking 50 caliber long barrel rifle at his forehead with a sign that said, "Say it or else I'm gonna fucking kill you." Come on, bro. Let's talk about your analogy.
I'm sorry, but
it's weird for you.
Gymnastics.
It's weird for you to make the analogy about middle schoolers. We're just gonna reframe the analogy to be about adults. Okay, so you made an analogy. You said, oh, well, a bunch of dudes are together. They're all talking about how they're getting laid, and the one virgin lied and said that he got laid too. Okay, I'm sure that's happened before.
It was a real life story.
I'm absolutely positive that that's happened before. I'm absolutely positive that there are men that lie about engaging in sex with women that they didn't actually have sex with all the time. But the question is, why do they lie about this? They lie about this to make themselves look more appealing, socially speaking, because in telling a story about having sex with a woman, you are implicitly communicating that that woman wanted to have sex with you. So every single time we hear a man lying about having sex with a woman, they lie about it being consensual, because that's the part that makes them look cool. I have never encountered a single man who has lied and falsely claimed to have engaged in sexual violence without the consent of a woman to make himself look cool, because there's no reason to lie about that, because it makes yourself look really bad. There's not one other circumstance of a man sitting down on a podcast falsely claiming to have engaged in unconsensual sexual actions that you could point towards, because it doesn't make them look cool. They don't have a reason to say that in accordance with their prudential interests. So for you to say that these two things are equivalent, a man lying about having consensual sex and Donald Trump lying about unconsensual sexual activities, are absolutely not analogous in any sense. And of course, the fact that we have all the victim testimony proves that he was telling the truth too. On top of this story just being really descriptive, like maybe if this was like an offhand comment, I had sex with him. What's next? Like, okay, maybe he's lying. Maybe he's just making it super crazy and telling a story to make himself look cool. But because it was unconsensual and he straight up spent like 45 seconds going into the minuscule detail about what he'd do, how he'd do it, what his excuse for doing it was, how he'd get away with it, what he would see, how incredible they looked, I couldn't possibly believe that that is anything but an accurate retelling of the truth. And because that's what all of the evidence we have indicates alongside the testimony of the victims, I think that you are a fool to deny it.
If he did everything you claim he did, which he didn't, I would be with you. But he didn't. You're playing the biggest game of gymnastics. You're the biggest gymnast I've seen, stretching being a peeping Tom to being a fucking serial rapist. And I'm like, are we even talking? I'm like, I can't believe we spent this much time on him being a fucking peeping Tom, like it was fucking murder. I mean, shit. Like, even if
okay,
he was
so you can see that he did it.
It's the same fucking crime a fucking 16-year-old has. You want to arrest all the 16-year-olds that fucking run into locker rooms looking naked people?
When you were a 16-year-old, did you do that?
No comment. This is a normal thing for fucking kids to do, especially when we were more innocent and we didn't have the perversion of the fucking internet. I mean, you're judging shit from fucking 40 years ago or 30 years ago with today's fucking situation and today's, like, porn addicted fucking youth that you're like, oh, they get watch porn. Why are they fucking being peeping toms?
when you were 16, you would barge into the woman's locker room to look at naked people unconsensually. That's something you would do.
I wouldn't barge in, no. That would be too much. But can we just stop this, please?
So what'd you? How else would you get in? You're a man. You obviously can't.
No, I would just
waltz into the woman's locker room
from outside.
consensually.
See, look, if I answer you, it's just gonna make me look worse. But I'm just gonna answer you to be truthful. So, from the outside, by waiting by the door, you could easily see fucking naked women. I mean, I'm sorry you grew up in a fucking world where, like, there's naked women everywhere on the internet in your fucking palm of your hands. But when we were kids, it's a whole different fucking world. And shit like that happened. I'm sorry. And I know you're judging it by today's fucking standards, but I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. This is a problem. We can't even have...
One thought that's always lived in the back of my mind when I talk to people like that guy who will, like, ride harder than I've ever seen a person ride to defend Donald Trump and what he admitted to on Howard Stern's radio show is, well, maybe they've done it themselves. Holy fuck. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it, dude. Wow. Hey, listen. That's bad to do. Folks, let's have a conversation about consent. It is bad for a man to either barge in to a woman's dressing room or locker room to look at the naked bodies of the people inside, because in doing so, you are infringing on their right to privacy away from men, as well as their dignity and respect to their actuated consent. You have ownership over your body. And you are able to actuate that ownership in such a way where you are only comfortable with taking your clothes off and being in the nude, either by yourself or in accordance with governed principles of dressing rooms with other individuals that share your same gender. For that reason, no, you can't just barge into those dressing rooms when you're the owner of the pageant and look at their vaginas, and you can't wait outside of the door to try to get an eye in, okay? That's crazy. I appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat, Joe, who says, have you ever read Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity? Essentially, that stupidity is far more dangerous to reason and good than evil or malice. It explains many of those that you debate. I should read that. Thank you for the love. Smythe, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you, as well as Harper Focus with the $10, who says, this fucker is disgusting. 2 brain cells fighting for third place. Honestly, what a puss bus. I think that you sent that in before he just admitted to doing it himself. I appreciate you for the love. Lord T, I appreciate you for the $20. Let's get to it at Lord TWs, who says, astronomical news, partial lunar eclipse will be visible across most of the Western Hemisphere, with the maximum eclipse being on August 28th at 4:12 UTC. Hey, really interesting. Thanks, Lord T. Very interesting. Wow. Yeah, a couple people to thank. Hey, Allie, I have a couple other people to thank. I invited you up because I saw you in the chat defending that last guess. You still defending that last guess, Allie?
Yeah. Yes. It's just, I wanted to ask you, do you consider looking at women, and I understand the boundaries thing, but do you consider that sexual violence, just looking at naked women without their consent? That's just where we're going to have to disagree.
Yeah, it's like,
because
really...
violence to me is violence where you hit, hurt, or otherwise physically affect someone.
That's just the worst, most impactful, and most typical kind of violence. But violence just literally means violating and causing harm. Okay, that's
not how I. But I get it. I get where you're coming from.
Do you agree that violence and violating share a root word?
Sure, probably, but I don't.
Right. So it's violent because you're violating the woman, causing harm.
Okay, I don't think it causes harm for a lot of people. I don't really care. I feel like if you were to go into a nudist colony or something, and then you came out and you recognized someone from the nudist colony in a grocery store, you'd be like, oh, they sexually assaulted me, or I felt violated. But I think that's like another part of consent.
So you consented to that by going into the nudist colony? But there's
Right.
already a big difference because one is a preface to sexuality and the other doesn't. But there's consent inside
Right.
of the nudist colony. That's why it's a
So
colony.
I think Howard
That's why
Stern
it's
was
not publicly
setting up
accessible
something to be
outside.
I think Howard Stern is a shock jock, and Trump was
Do you
just
agree
saying the
with
most
that-
shock.
Do you agree that it's with that last guess that it's like totally okay for like 16-year-olds to try to peek into women's locker rooms?
16-year-olds? So no, I don't think so. No, I think what he was saying was that when he's locker room talk, when he's around a bunch of guys, he might say something he normally wouldn't, or that isn't true, just to look
What
cool in
evidence?
front of the bros.
How about this? What evidence do you have that what Donald Trump said is false? What evidence? What?
That he would go into the Miss USA pageant that he owns sometimes and go into the locker room and see the bikini models who show off their bodies, mostly 90% anyway with consent. He just kind of looks at them and then
So if you're a
it's
woman
really not a
and you wear a
problem with
bikini
me.
to the beach, all of a sudden, what? It's not a problem to you because they're willing to be seen in public with a bikini on?
They're 90% naked anyway. He's coming in and he's just seeing
Yeah.
a little whatever, and some of them.
Ma'am, have you ever been to a public pool?
Well, yeah,
Do you agree that at public pools, people show off 90% of their body with a bikini on?
but they're not signing up to be model pageants, bikini
What's
model
the difference? They're
pageants.
signing up to be seen public and with a bikini on.
He's the owner of the pageant, though.
Wait. So
they
the
wouldn't
owner,
be
so the
there if
owner
it
of a
wasn't
public
for
pool.
him.
Wait. So I just want to clarify. Are you saying that the owner of a public pool could just barge into the women's dressing room and look at all the naked women inside because they're already signing up to be seen publicly with a bikini on? That's revealing 90% of what they already would see in the dressing room. Is that your argument?
No.
Why? What's
That's
the
not what I'm
difference?
saying. But
Why? What's the
if
difference?
that's
In both
the worst
scenarios,
thing my president
in both
did, I
scenarios,
wouldn't care.
In both, okay, you wouldn't.
Obama. I mean, let's talk
Yeah.
about our presidents doing fucked up things. Obama.
Yeah. Adrian, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, "Hey, Dean, chop it into a mullet haircut." I appreciate you, Adrian. You know, I actually used to have a mullet back in the day. I thought it looked pretty good. Thank you as well, Marco, for the $11. I appreciate you, Marco. That is very kind of you. Over on Venmo, Mimi, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Dean, tell people who are having lag issues that they need to update their app. Also, you're awesome." Oh, really? Is that the issue? Because I was also having lag issues. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Hannah W's down below in that chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Hannah. Major W's for Hannah down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Hannah with $100 says, "Hey, Dean, just wanted to say thank you for being an amazing person and just knowing that your live streams have helped me in many ways. Thank you for all that you do." Well, thank you, Hannah, for the $100. That is a very, very kind donation of you. Thank you so much. Jamie, thank you so much for the $25, who says, "As a literal privacy attorney, Child Online Privacy Protection Act is very good. That was done by Obama in 2013. CASA, aka COPPA 2.0, is a Trojan horse to force online ID for government to track. Very bad." Interesting. Thank you. Thank you so much, Darcy, for the $10. I appreciate you for the love. Very kind of you, Darcy. Very kind of you, quite frankly. Show some love to Darcy. Over on Super Chat, thank you, Watcher, for the $10, who says he protested too much, always a giveaway. True. And Glampire with the $10 as well, who says, "You have to be some kind of intellectual masochist for listening to all these awful takes. I really don't know how you do this every day." I will say, uniquely, today has been worse than others in many, many ways. We usually do not get this many crazies in the stream. Thank you, Damien, for the $10, who says, "Do you think that most of the Trump supporters on this app are actually sexual predators themselves?" No, I don't think most of them are, because that implies like a majority, like over 50%. I don't think that. I think some of them are, though. Thank you, Crystal, for the $10. I do really appreciate you for that love. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Crystal. With that being said, we're actually gonna go to end the stream for the night. I'm terribly tired. I appreciate everyone so much for showing up. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop us up on YouTube. Sam, thank you for the galaxy. With all that being said, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.